Hello, welcome back to day 5 of Echo's Race to World First in Sanctum of Domination. My name is Ariana, and the team has finally managed to make it all the way to Sylvanas and progress a little bit on her. I will soon be joined by Athelis and Caxman, but before we do that, I want to show off all the highlights from yesterday with the Logitech Play of the Day. You won't have any eyebrows anymore.
Yeah, there are no eyebrows anymore. There's none there.
Yeah.
That is completely taken off.
I'm like feeling for the hair just to make sure it goes.
Don't take the skin off though. Let's at least keep the eyebrows there.
Oh, we don't get some fucking
land.
Yeah, no, boss, Maggie, boss.
What do you mean?
It's not over yet. Hidden face! Hidden face!
But one thing for these silent circles, yeah, you have to move insta, because if you silence the whole raid because you want extra global.
What is the
What is the
No.
Let's go. Guys. Summon me in. I need to see my queen. Let's go.
Yeah, just try to live as long as possible.
Oh! What the?
I can get 4% damage from my heroic items and fuck knows from ranking up my gems, yeah.
I think you can have a lot of
Narco,
So
look over
don't
here.
look at damage.
Narco, look, do you see over here?
No one cares
Up here?
now.
That's the people who asked.
Wait, the whole world.
It is. I do need to write a song for Ariana, you're right. Sugar. I promised her I'd write a list to our first song. Oh my god, Jimmy!
Easy 2 minutes.
Oh.
This doesn't look bad for Hunter.
Hello, there we are again. Whoever made those highlights, big kudos, because that is hilarious. Holy heck. I am here with Caxman and Athelis. Caxman, Athelis, good morning to you. Hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are we feeling?
Yeah, not too bad. A little bit warm. For those of you that don't know, the UK is currently experiencing a little bit of a heat wave, so it is slightly warm, but I am very excited, and I just want to say, whoever it was that put that little clip together at the end, where Scrope said hunters were doing good, and then it cut to the Roger Brown screams. Thank you for that. That was beautiful.
I like the punch.
Yeah, I was feeling I was exhausted until I got to see Jimmy make that masterful play again. That just re-energized me for the day. It was amazing.
That was so cool. Yeah, we're finally at Sylvanas. Like, what are the first thoughts of her? Like, is she harder than expected, or?
I would say, I mean, looking at what we saw yesterday with Echo, looking at what we saw, obviously, Limit progressing on Sylvanas as well. And I do want to point out a big shout out to BDGG as well, taking down Kel'Thuzad. So that now means we have 3 guilds progressing on Sylvanas in these final couple of days of the first week of the race. But I would say that Sylvanas is looking to be about as difficult as we expected, and I think until we get some major progression into phase 3, I'm not sure we'll be able to actually say. I don't know how you feel on that one, Athelis.
Yeah, the big thing is phase 1 and phase 2. People were kind of hoping to get more out of those than they had in heroic, and I think they've definitely delivered on that with the addition of the Dark Sentinels, and now splitting the raid in phase 2. It's been pretty interesting and very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I was actually really surprised to see how much damage they took when they first went into intermission phase. It looked almost impossible. It was just, everyone died, just like that. But they managed to get past that now, a lot further actually, and so did Limit. Maybe we can look at the leaderboard for a second to see where all the guilds are at right now. Because Limit is currently, I think, ahead of Echo, but we have a whole day, obviously, to catch up there. As you said, BDGG as well. 9 out of 10. That was really surprising. That was really surprising. But
Yeah,
good on
we
them.
weren't really sure who was gonna. We didn't know who was gonna end up taking that third spot
Yeah.
there. But I think I'll be very curious if we end up with like 5 guilds on Sylvanas by the time Sylvanas goes down. That's the first time I think that's happened in a race in a really long time, if not ever.
Yeah, I think the best pull that we've seen so far out of all of those guilds is Limit. I believe Limit was around about getting into phase 3. They were on the second platform and they were at 73%, I want to say. So they somehow need to find 23% more DPS if they are going to be killing Sylvanas.
Yeah.
And that is, once again, only with 2 platforms remaining. But there is, obviously, there's a little caveat to that, and that is if Sylvanas goes at 50%. Once again,
Right.
we don't know.
Yeah.
It's up in the
hard
air.
enough, right, to stop there. It's good
Oh
enough.
yeah, it's difficult.
always-
It's gonna be a
Crank the
15-minute
volume.
fight.
Yeah, I want it to go as long as possible. It'll be great.
Honestly, I wanted to either die right before the reset, or like really long after the reset, because I'm a little bit scared
Same.
for reset. I'm worried because if they're low, close to reset, and American servers are going up, I think we might have a small problem here on the European
It's
side.
always the
Yeah.
risk.
That's-
Always the
that is-
risk.
I think if we have, I mean, I don't think a reset, just a singular reset in regards to, you know, just clearing through that, is enough to make up. You know, you would need, I think, to see like a 5% quote unquote wipe.
Yeah.
Right,
You know,
yeah.
I think if it's like 10-15%, I don't think a mythic reclear is going to be worth 10 to 15% worth of damage. Even if they're upgrading their domination shards, even if they're upgrading their domination sockets, yeah, I can't see that being a 10 to 15% damage increase. So I'd probably imagine if we go into the reset where we're looking at 10 to 15% off, I would expect Sylvanas to last at least another 3 days after the reset.
Okay.
Yeah,
that would
so
be
about
that would be
10-day
good
race
then.
at that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I still think she can go down this reset. I don't know that if it's a 50% threshold, because we haven't really seen a clean phase 3 from Limit yet. So just based on that alone and the extra damage I expect from a clean phase 3, I think it's very possible. I'd kind of like to see this race wrap up on Monday, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. And speaking of clean, obviously, you know, Sylvanas is very, very important. But I don't know about you, Athelis, but I've been hearing apparently in the Discord, you spend most of your morning this morning sniffing pillows, Ariana. I don't know if you could potentially give us some information on that.
Yeah.
Just sniffing the pillows that
No,
were on the
okay.
casting
I want
couch,
to-
which is really weird. Which is really, I'm not sure whether you could. I don't know why. That was really strange. I saw it and I was like, why is
Oh,
Ariana?
Paxton.
Yeah.
Oh, why you
Doing
do
that?
this?
Got me
that was
excited
private.
for these pillows.
Discord leak. No, okay. I'll explain. So there's a few pillows on like multiple pillows on this couch, right? But only one of them is the pillow. That's this one. This one has been on Roger Brown's lap. It has been punched by Gingy. It has been sprayed with Deep Shade's new perfume. This is the pillow that the casters are fighting for. So whoever casts the most kills gets this pillow. However, here at the venue, people think it's fun to sit on this couch when it's not in screen. Or I don't know even what they're doing here. Maybe they're even taking a nap. I don't know. But every morning I get back here and the pillows are all over the couch. And I have to sniff the pillows to find out which is the one with the perfume on it. So I'm sitting here and just go like...
Yeah,
No, that's not the
That's,
one.
yeah.
Oh, yes, that is definitely the one. So I wrote it.
That's what I would say too if I was caught sniffing pillows.
No, but I wrote in the Discord this morning, could you please stop like swapping them around? I don't like having to sniff all these pillows, and people were really confused why I was sniffing
I'm
the pillows.
still confused. I'm still confused. So, are we confirming that Deep Shades has started a perfume line? Is that what I'm
No.
hearing?
Ooh,
Okay,
yeah.
so Deep Shades came to me on the very first. This is how we met. Like, we had never spoken before. He came to me and he introduced himself, and he was like, "So I got this perfume, and it was a gift, can you smell it? Because I need to know
Oh
if it
my
smells good. So
What a line.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I don't know.
Smooth deep shades.
I don't think it was like that. I'm like 99%
Yeah.
sure that he really genuinely wanted to know if he was smelling okay. Because, they're all sitting here, right? And they're gaming all day long, and they're eating, and they're sweating, and it's summer. So, yeah, Deep Shades cares about that stuff, He doesn't want to be smelly. So,
I've got to say,
He's
the
a handsome man.
confidence in Deep Shades to walk up
Wow.
to somebody he's never met before and just going, "Hey, could
honestly,
you smell me?"
if I
Like
get
that is
yeah,
some confidence.
if I get another interview with Deep Shades, I will ask him what his confidence secret is, because also on the first day, like, everyone was nervous. Everyone, even the production was just, we were all so nervous. And then Deep Shade was just chilling. He was fine. He didn't care about anything. So I would love to know what his secret is.
If Deep Shades does do his own sort of like scent line, could he call the first perfume just Shade of Warlock? I think that would be a good name. So Deep Shades, hit me up. We've got some marketing ideas. I think we could make this work.
Deep Shade's gonna get rich. Put a plus in chat if
yes.
you want to buy Deep Shade's new perfume line. Let's see how many people. Let's see how many people actually are going to do that. Talking about people doing stuff, Kexman and Athelis, you're going to do something for charity, right? Like, Kexman, yours has already been reached, your goal.
Because say that depends.
My first goal has been reached. The beard will be dyed again. People that are turning around saying, "Oh, how come your beard's not dyed yet?" You think I have time to go and get proper dye? I don't want to get something that's going to look rubbish. I want to get proper dye. Yeah. But I've got to go and get it first. I can't just turn around and just have dye.
I have an idea.
Don't worry. That is happening.
I have an idea. You're going to the barbershop, and tune in live from the barbershop, and then you're gonna do get your beard done there at the barbershop.
Done there. Do the IRL stream. I like that.
Yeah. I definitely have time to do that as well. Loads of time to do that. But yes, the next goal that is, I think Steak Loins did a phenomenal job yesterday losing her eyebrows.
Yes.
And then while we were doing that, someone put in chat and just said, "Oh, Kexman loses his eyebrows at 20k," and I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll do it.
Yeah,
I'll take my eyebrows off. If we hit 20k on those donations, I'll remove my eyebrows as well."
Yeah, so that's 20k. And we also have another thing at 20k. Athelis, that's for you. Can you tell us what you're going to do? Because yours is really gross.
I don't know how this happened, but so apparently...
Oh, I do.
So if you're not familiar with what a gallon is, because apparently that's been a thing, it's 3.8 liters. So
that's a lot.
Going to be getting 2 gallons of chocolate milk poured over my head. I actually let my wife know this last night just so she could start preparing for where this was going to happen, and she's like, "That's not happening in our house."
Oh no!
You've got a garden, haven't you?
You can do it in a shower.
I do. Yeah. So I think we're going to probably do it in the. It's probably going to be in the backyard. Honestly, I'm just going to find a patch of grass or something. I don't know, but it's going to stink
grass.
to high.
It's going to be so brown.
God. Yeah, probably.
Oh,
as well. It's really, I just realized it's really hot in Florida as well. So after about half an hour, that is going to smell beautiful.
Oh, no.
That's going to smell really nice.
Listen, my neighbors already hate me because the yard doesn't look that great. We just moved in and they're already writing me up to the HOA and stuff. So I think we'll just add to it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Do it on their lawn. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that.
Yeah.
No, but honestly, I am so proud of the casters for doing all these things. They're just coming up with it on the fly. So I, as the host, want to also join in. So
Oh.
I can't go back
Are
and
we gonna
say it.
Are we going to get you your own pillow?
My own pillow?
Yeah.
Huh? My face on it? Or what do you mean?
It was a joke about the whole pillow thing earlier. It was just kind
over
of
my head.
returning back to that one. It's early morning. I will allow it.
I know.
Let's hear
it. Okay. My input is at 23,000. I'm going to join the Harry Potter world. So Steak Loins without is Voldemort. We got Grand without hair being crab, and I will be going to turn into Ginny and dye my hair red.
There we go.
All
there
right.
we go. We're
I've
gonna
never
end
dyed
up
my
there.
hair
That's
before.
another
This is
thing.
a big thing.
Yeah,
That would be
Yes.
that is a big
huge.
thing.
Yeah.
That would be huge.
Wow.
Absolutely. And not just
That's
the casters
crazy.
are joining in. We also have the players joining in. If you look at the screen right now, Gingy is going into labor, or at least in a simulation of giving birth. We have all the players, all the raiders do karaoke as well. They're going to get caked in the face. It's amazing. And we're hopefully, if we do reach the 20,000 point, Roger and Scribe are going to do an in real life fishing stream. I mean, I would love to see that. I would love to see
Oh, yeah.
it. Yeah.
Well, I think the best thing for me is Scribe is obviously quite a passionate fisherman. I know Scribe does a lot of fishing, uses
Yes.
it to unwind. Roger, on the other hand, doesn't. So, you know,
So he's
that
gonna
whole
rate lead
thing
that too.
is, yeah, Scribe's going to
Oh,
rate
yeah.
lead the fishing. That would be hilarious.
Pull.
Yeah, it would be brilliant. I don't know why, but Roger Brown strikes me as the sort of person that probably couldn't sit there for a long time, just with, you know, just sat there, just. Yeah, I don't think that would be, you know, I don't think that would be the case. But who knows? Who knows? And as someone says in chat, we could potentially see Roger wiping at fishing. You know, is Roger? Are we going to have to res Roger on a fishing
see.
stream? I don't know.
I hope he falls in the water, actually. Can we like
That's
go
not
to
nice.
a
That's
place?
mean.
No, but can we go to like
That's
a place
super
with
mean.
really big fish so that there's like a chance that they get like pulled in? Because that would be really fun.
Wow.
For charity, right?
Maybe.
It's for charity.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
Very possible.
Yeah, the water is actually really high here, so they could just do it here. They could just do
Yeah.
it here from a window from one of the houses here. That will work out. No, later I saw it yesterday. It will work out. So we got Grant who shaved his head. We got Kex going to dye the bed. We got Steak Loins shaving off her eyebrows. We got Atlas doing the chocolate all over the place in his garden.
Yeah. There's a story behind that. I'm
okay,
sorry.
we'd love to hear that.
Yeah, we didn't
Okay.
just decide chocolate milk
Yeah,
randomly.
there-
There's a little something behind it.
Tell us.
So there's a clip on my Twitch channel, Atlas WCR, where I don't know, somehow chocolate milk came up. It's like when I'm like a 12-year-old, I guess I just love to drink chocolate milk. It's kind of odd. But anyway, so I went and I got some out of the fridge because my daughter loves this stuff, and apparently the milk had gone bad, but I didn't know this before I drank it. And so I drink this chocolate milk on stream, and there's this like initial euphoria from the fact that I'm about to have a glass of chocolate milk. Then there's the sudden realization. Then there's the disappointment. Then there's the shock. Like, I'm going through the 12 stages of grief, like, within a matter of about 10 seconds on this clip.
Oh no.
It is hilarious just watching it. I've
and then
never
I, and then
ever.
I swallow it. Then I swallow it,
How?
and that's bad. I don't know.
How did you swallow it? It's gone off milk. Ooh.
So somehow this all came up, and yeah, then it became, well, we need to bathe you in chocolate milk, apparently. So
Yeah.
that's it.
But no, we're not. It wasn't a case of we need to bathe you in chocolate milk. We didn't suddenly turn around and go, yes, let us bathe Athalas in the chocolate milk. But no, I've
Now chat wants to
honestly,
see the clip.
I have honestly never ever seen someone look so disappointed in all of my life. It is
Pretty rough.
amazing. If you haven't seen it, you need to take a look at it. Someone saying whose eyebrows were shaved. That was Steak Loins, one of the casters. She has had her eyebrows removed.
She now goes by the name Lord Voldemort, by the way. I heard.
Lord Voldemort.
Yeah, we have a clip of that as well. If we want to
Oh.
check that out. So let's
Yeah,
watch a
the
video
eyebrows.
clip of Steak Loins erasing her eyebrows. You do see a huge difference.
Okay.
Oh
Harry, I'd almost forgotten you were here, standing on the bones of my father. I'd introduce you, but the rumor has it you're almost as famous as me these days.
no! Okay, but like,
That,
why do you
That
know
was
the whole
amazing.
sentence? Oh my
that
goodness!
was. Wow, that is. Can we get
yeah.
a
That's
round
a
of
good
applause?
impression.
Oh, for a second I thought I was back, but then I was like, wait, I'm not wearing that.
That was so strange.
Wow. I was honestly I was more impressed with the fact that she knew that whole line just out of the top of her head than that she actually erased her eyebrows.
I have to say, there is and you mentioned that, and I brought it up yesterday. How is it that how is it that somehow that, and this is mostly a question for you, Athalas. Why is Harry Potter so big over there? Like, I know it's quite big here in the UK, obviously, because it is part of it is an English thing, but over in America, Harry Potter just seems to. You've obviously got the Harry Potter world in
Probably because it's an English thing. I don't know. English things become popular in America for some reason. I don't get it. Yeah, I think that's really the only reason.
Well, there's hope for me yet, then.
You would be big here too, Gex man. It's good.
Time to move. Time to move. Nah. Yeah, no, Harry Potter is popular everywhere, I think. Like, I'm the biggest Harry Potter fan, but I would not be able to, like, say a sentence like Steaklines did yesterday. Maybe she was prepared for it. Maybe she's been practicing just in the mirror. Just like, what?
I think so.
Yeah, that was really cool. That was really cool. I just want to say these donations, they like all these donation goals are through the donations. !donate if you want to help out with that as well. We have more than that though. We also have merchandise that we're selling, and we do that together with Complexity Limit. I keep saying the name wrong. It is so awkward. I cannot remember.
Complex Limity.
I keep saying Complex Limity. It's just once it's in my head, it will not come out. Complexity Limit and Echo are working together. We've honestly been raising a lot of money through that as well. We don't have the exact numbers of that because that just keeps on going in the background. But a lot of people have been buying that shirt. I don't know if you can get it. Maybe like in the screen, we do have some graphics of that. Oh, that's not what I meant, Kex.
Help me! I don't know
That's for bringing up the chocolate milk, Kex man.
That's not what a t-shirt looks like.
I don't know what happened there.
It is the world to raise first, like castle, and then both limit and Echo a logo on it as well. You can buy that by typing !RAD in the chat, RAD, and RAD stands for Rise Above the Disorder, who help people find financially help or just like help finding mental health. Yesterday we had an interview with the founder of this charity. Have you guys seen that interview?
Yeah, that was. I mean, I was kind of I was waiting with steak loins, and it sort of while that interview was going, and it was incredible to hear kind of the whole situation around why RAD became a thing, and all of the things that were put together. The one thing that I loved to hear, one thing that I love to hear is just the fact that there are people that are gonna get the phone call over the next couple of days because of what people have done here during this race to world first. And I think Rise Above Disorder is a great cause, especially for something that is quite close to pretty much everybody's heart. So for those of you that have donated so far, thank you. For those of you that will be donating in the future, thank you again. And just remember, all it takes is $1 to help somebody. And the fact that there are people now that are going to be getting help because of this, I think it's, we talk about the race toward first, we talk about how, important it is for, these gamers to be as focused as possible to kill Sylvanas, but realistically at the end of the day, I think it's probably, I think it's bigger that people are getting help that they need. It's bigger than any sort of race between any of these guilds.
Definitely, really important.
We've funded 544 weeks of therapy through this campaign so far.
Wow.
That people realize that. So, $30 funds a week through this program. So, you think $1 is, that's not going to be a lot. Well, actually, when $30 is an entire week, it is. So, anything that you guys can pitch in is definitely helpful.
Amazing. That is absolutely amazing. And the t-shirt as well, of course, that also 100% of that also goes to RAD. Talking about t-shirts, have you seen the new merchandise? Have you seen it, guys?
It's beautiful. I love
cool.
the Echo jersey. I love the Echo jersey. The scales. It looks great. I do really like that jersey, and I am a sucker for black and red. Horde player for life. Sucker for black and red.
I like that too. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna be letting you in on a small secret. As soon as I'm like no longer in front of this camera, this dress goes off and this hoodie goes on. Well, not this one actually, but my own
Nice.
one, which has my name on it because you can also personalize it, which is super cool. This
Yes.
one, I believe, I heard rumors, not 100% sure, but I heard rumors that we're going to do a giveaway with a T-shirt, probably this one, that's going to be signed by all the players. How cool is that?
That's huge.
Yeah.
That is
Whoa.
huge.
Yeah, I'm joining that giveaway.
I'll take that instead of the pillow.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. What is the command for this one again? Merch, I guess. Exclamation mark merch, probably, definitely.
Yeah.
Yes, exclamation
Sounds
mark
right.
merch. I should know this kind of stuff, right? I should know this. I've said this multiple times and I still didn't remember. But that's okay. That's okay. There's more than just T-shirts, by the way. There's like joggers, hoodies. Does anyone know what else is there?
I mean, joggers and hoodies are pretty solid. They look super comfortable.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, you know, the fact that it's all there, all it is exclamation merch. You know, just gives you all of that information, and I cannot wait for Deep Shade's perfume to end up on there as well. Shades of
Absolutely.
Warlock.
I'll ask him about that later. Like, can
Yeah.
we? Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
I said,
mean-
yeah, just get me in touch, Ariana, and you know, together I'm sure we can work something out.
He's right there, actually.
He's right there.
He's
What,
right
the
there.
Deep Shades?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if they're
Deep
talking
Shades.
about like secret Sylvanas strategies, so I'm not going to bother him. But I might try to get. I'm definitely going to have an interview with one of the players around lunchtime, unless they are just keep on pushing, which I hope they get some lunch, you know. But if there's a lunch break, I will definitely grab one of the players. Maybe that's Scribe, maybe that's Deep Shades. We'll see who it is. But that will definitely happen, and I will make sure to get Deep Shades and enthusiastic for your perfume, Caxman. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Maybe he could like, if you, no, that's not a good idea. I was gonna say maybe it would be a good idea if you like bought the merch and then send it here, and then we get all his perfume on it and then send it to you. But that's a lot of work. It's probably not. Also, then I'd have to sniff all the T-shirts that come in here as well. I don't. No, I'm good. Sniffing the pillows is enough work for me, okay? Early in the morning. Imagine it's 8 o'clock and you're just trying to find which pillow has the most perfume on it. It's not
I'll
not
be
a thing
honest,
you wanna
Ariana.
do.
Because it's gotten
Yeah,
spread
I'll-
around at this point.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Ariana.
Yeah.
Not really a problem I have to go through most mornings, if I'm being honest. So I can't really relate.
No. Oh, no. Yeah, no. I this is also my first time sniffing pillows regularly. I've never done that before either.
Yeah, why don't you? There's a good point in chat. Why don't you just put some sort of tag on it, like put a little star on it or something?
5 head, 6 head, 7 head, 8 head. That was really smart. Actually, we'll soon we'll figure out what pillow is the one pillow, because Scribe's gonna sign it. So as soon as I got Scribe on the casting couch, it will be signed, it will be marked, and I don't have to put my face in it ever again. To sniff it. I mean,
I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy.
thank you. Thank you.
Progress.
I'm looking forward to that moment.
So yeah, it's one of those situations. I think all of the casters are hoping to be able to be, you know, looking at the points, and I know production has a really nice graphic that shows that. Do we have that graphic available to hand? Can we go to that graphic so we can see who is currently in the lead?
Which one?
You know, obviously the casting system, obviously the casting points. So I'm
think
just being
we're
told it
still-
hasn't been updated.
Yeah, no, I think it's still like it was a lot of kills all of a sudden, and I think
was.
with the time, it's like early in the morning. I think that that's not been updated yet, but I can say that Mr. GM and Steak Loins are currently in lead with 5 points.
Yeah. So yeah, we can take a look at the one previously and then add on the Kel'Thuzad kill, because I
Yeah.
think Kel'Thuzad was what, 2 points, I believe.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and who was casting that kill? I believe it was. I think it was Grant, wasn't it? No.
It should have been me, but it wasn't. Should have been me.
It's,
I keep getting narrowly stolen away from me.
Oh no.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah. So JB and Alex were the ones that were casting that one, so they move up to
yeah,
3 points.
That's honestly really good, because they were looking a little bit sad with their
Yes.
1 little point. Yeah. So that's great. So
You
they're
know what,
both of
though?
3 points, which means that Atlas, oh no, you're.
I know. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. I keep.
Athos and Grant down
No
there,
one-
unfortunately.
No one's killing anything in the last 3 hours of the day, so it's kind of
Sylvanas
unfortunate.
is actually going to be 3 points.
5 points, right?
Oh, 5
okay.
points.
You should make it worth 5, and then anyone
The
can
thing,
win.
is, yeah, the thing is that all the other bosses don't matter anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I think 3 points would be fair, which does mean that you cannot win anymore, Ath. I'm really sorry about that.
I know, that's it's just
Sorry
it's
to hear
all-
that, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, buddy. You don't get the nice pillow. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'll be the one
Yeah.
casting the kill on
This
Sylvanas.
needs to be like, whose line is it anyway? Where like
I'm
at the end,
confident.
the last thing is just worth all the points.
Actually, I'm gonna change that. I think Mr. GM's gonna win it because me and him are gonna cast the kill this morning.
Oh my,
This morning.
Big
This morning.
confidence
That's
in
very
Echo this
optimistic.
morning.
that's massive.
Big confidence.
Okay, we'll see. We'll
I don't
see.
know about that.
We shall see. I think we have. I think we have a video of Rad ready to like tell you guys a little bit more about. We just spoke about it already, about the charity and everything they do, but they also have a beautiful video that we can watch together to get a little bit of a better idea of the actual team and how Echo and Limit are involved in it.
Hey guys, I'm Tags from Complexity Limit,
And I'm Roger Brown from Echo.
and we're here to announce that we're teaming up with Rise Against the Disorder during the Race World First.
Links to our joint donation campaign will be on both the Echo and Limit streams, and 100% of those donations will go straight to Rise Against the Disorder.
And we're also co-releasing merch so you can pick up t-shirts and hoodie where 100% of the proceeds will go to Rise Against the Disorder.
My name is Jason Dockton. I'm the founder of Rise Above the Disorder. Rise Above the Disorder is a nonprofit that covers the cost of mental health care for people all over the world. This all started as a World of Warcraft guild. We were called Anxiety Gaming. You know, initially I started this as a way to talk with people about their mental health and make sure other people didn't struggle with anxiety the way that I had been struggling. You know, it was just me talking with people, and then it was a lot of people joining, wanting to also talk with others and listen. And very quickly we realized that perhaps the best thing that we could do for those that needed help was connect them to professional care. And the biggest barrier stopping us from being able to do that is most of the people that joined our guild couldn't actually afford professional help. So we started crowdfunding it. We came up with the idea that we would sell carries to cover the cost of mental health care. For 6-7 hours a day, we would boost people through Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar, do a lot of Gary runs, constantly reset to just raise as much as we could to pay for people's mental health care. So we've been doing this since, 2012, 2013. To date, we've covered the cost of mental health care for over 38,000 people spanning 133 countries. And with your support, we can reach so many more people. For every $5 raised, we're able to help somebody afford their medication. For every $30 raised, we can cover an entire week of therapy. And for every $600, we're able to cover therapy for someone throughout the whole course of their healing. You can support RAD by purchasing a t-shirt or making a donation. 100% of the donation and 100% of the t-shirt proceeds will go towards covering therapy for those in need.
This is a cause that's really close to our hearts, and we hope that you can help us support this awesome charity.
Keep an eye out for donation goals because we have a lot of cool things planned.
And we'll see you in the Sanctum of Domination.
Hello there. Hello there. Look, it's us.
It's here.
It's the British morning. It's the British morning. Good. What's going on? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? I am here with the beautiful, amazing, talented Kexman.
This is our first cast together. Actually, we were on the casting desk for Castle Nathria. Never got a chance to cast together, and we're on day 5 of the race to World First, and here it is.
It's true. We're here. We're on Sylvanas. Yesterday we, I don't know. I started the day and we were on Fatescribe, and now suddenly on Sylvanas. It's a pretty wild day, and I'm sure you're the same as me. Whereas you finish your shift and you just can't stop watching. Yeah. I literally watched like your entire shift with Steak Loins, and then I was watching JB and Alex as well. But anyway, we're also joined by a very special guest today, who looks absolutely incredible today. Is just so handsome and pretty and beautiful and everything. And of course, I'm talking about the chat. Good morning, chat. How we doing? How we doing?
Good morning. Say it back. Say it back.
Yeah, say it back, guys. Good morning. Spam some bananas to kill Sylvanas.
Yeah.
I love that. Oh, I love
someone in chat saying, British morning, lads, how about some tea? If you knew how warm it was here, you wouldn't be having tea.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's...
I got iced coffee that's slightly iced. But yeah, it's toasty. But I'm sure there'll be someone that's like from like Arizona is like, hey man, it's 140 degrees here. Yeah, but they're sitting there with like air conditioning. We do not.
Yeah, exactly.
We do not have air conditioning here. It's not quite that simple. These houses are built to keep heat in, and it is absolutely horrendous. But you know, we'll fight through it, just like the guys over at Echo are fighting through Sylvanas. Last night, complexity limit got to phase 3, as far as I'm aware. That's the bit in Ouroboros where they are, or the Arbiter's Chamber bit.
Yeah.
Which is the end of the fight, right? That's like that's where it kind of finishes up.
That is the end of the fight on normal and heroic. Again, they said there was no secret mythic phase. If I had a secret mythic phase, I wouldn't tell you that there was a secret mythic phase. We expect it to be a 50% kill. Things can change. I mean, looking at where Complexity Limit were on the timer in that last phase. They were probably, I think they were on the second platform, and they still had 23% of the boss's health to do, which is far too much. There's absolutely no way that they're going to be able to, that they would be able to burn through that with 2 platforms left. However, one thing that these guilds have shown is just their ability to every single pull just manage to get a little bit of extra damage on the boss, make progression that way. So it's currently, I'd say it's 50-50 as to whether or not we do see a kill before the reset. And even then after the reset, it's 50-50 as to whether or not it happens. It happens within 24 hours of that. So, we'll wait and see. Someone saying tea helps cool the core temperature. Tea makes you sweat, is known to cool you down, so tea would work. Yes, because that is what you want to see from your casters. 2 casters drinking tea, sweating profusely on stream.
Let's just do some jumping jacks.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, if sweating cools me down, I'll go for a jog. It'll be fine.
Yeah, it is 9 in the morning here, and it's rather toasty, but it'll be all right. It'll be okay. I'll tell you what isn't toasty, and that is the Erupt Gecko. Erupt Gecko? Oh my god,
Erupt Gecko?
Erupt Gaming Lounge over in Bern, Switzerland, with all the boys in there. As you can see, they're standing in front of Queen. Our Queen. Your Queen.
Yep.
Sylvanas Windrunner. So yeah, they're good at getting straight into it looks like.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at what we're seeing composition-wise. This doesn't seem to be a change. There are no changes being made from yesterday. We've obviously got the 2 Arms Warriors in there with the Shaman for the Wind Fury Totem, 5 Balanced Druids. They're all taking a look, seeing what is happening in regards to gear. I imagine, we've seen the average, the average item level of Echo, I think, is around about 239, which puts them as the #1 guild in the world for item level.
God.
Yeah. It's pretty rough. I think 001 is Warlock is also the 3rd most geared player on the actual planet. Average item level of something ridiculous like 243 or it's crazy.
That's so sweaty. That's ridiculous. 2-4. Oh yeah, look,
it's increased even.
2-4-1.
It's increased. Yeah, so the average item level has increased by 1 overnight. So I don't know whether that is because of BOEs that have been bought, but currently Echo are taking the top spot at an average item level of 240.36. The second highest guild is Complexity Limit at 238.89. So almost a 1.5 item level advantage. But I think, everyone can agree those 2 guilds are, they're so talented that I think that item level advantage isn't going to mean too much. But I think we can both agree that even though Complexity Limit and Echo have had some progress on Sylvanas, don't sleep on BDGG either.
It's true. Don't sleep on Big Dumb Gaming. I was going to say Big
Dumb Golden Guardians.
I was going to say something else, but the Watershed. But yes, it's okay. Yeah, they're 9 out of 10. That is absolutely insane, isn't it? They're playing their freaking butts off. They are.
Yeah.
That's nuts. I love Sloot's tweets every day. Every time they kill a boss, he has this like really bad joke every single time, and it's superb. But yeah, they are doing amazing. I would imagine as well. If we can pull up I can see the leaderboard from here. Check that out.
Yes.
Would you think Method and Pieces might go over the precipice today or tomorrow? Do you think over tonight?
Method definitely will. Taking a look at some of their attempts last night, they raided really late as well. I think they were an hour and a half over their schedule because they were getting so close to that kill. I think their best attempt, they were like 2.2% off. Getting that kill on Kel'Thuzad. So BDGG just snuck in and claimed world 3rd, but I could definitely by afternoon we'll see another guild 9 out of 10. Pieces, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they catch up. So technically by the end of the EU raiding day, we could have 5 guilds on Sylvanas all working to see who's going to claim that world first. Now, obviously, Echo and Complexity Limit do have the slight advantage of being here first. But I am excited to see what happens over the next 12 hours. I think, Echo will have... They'll feel refreshed they're ready to refocus and go back into a couple of attempts on Sylvanas. And if yesterday is anything to go by, they were looking really clean in phase 1 and even making some good progress into phase 2. So I wouldn't be surprised to see phase 3 within the first couple of pulls here today.
Yeah, I was watching some of the pools last night. This fight is... Look, I'm not going to lie, Kex, they haven't released it on LFR, so I haven't actually seen it personally. But, you know, in a couple weeks, I'll be there. But I was watching the fight last night, and it is hectic.
Yeah.
Made me realize how terrible I am at this game. But, yeah, the dodging... And there's some copy pastas rocking around. I see him about rezzing Roger, of course, dodging wailing arrows and all sorts of stuff. So when we get into the fight, I'm sure you can give me the TLDR of what on earth is going on, because you were casting it pretty much all day yesterday for the most part.
Yeah, there was a lot of attempts on Sylvanas. It was really, really nice to see, you know, exactly what was happening with the fight, because this was never tested on the PTR. We were only going by the dungeon journal. It was, you know, and sometimes the dungeon journal can be a little bit difficult to really gather what it, you know, what it means when it says some of the abilities are changed. We don't know if there's anything special that happens later on in phase 3. We do know that there is a slight change to phase 2. Normally on phase 2 in normal and heroic, you move as one raid across the chains, whereas in mythic, you're actually splitting the raid up, coming back together as a raid, and then splitting the raid up again, and then coming back together as the raid. It is
that's filthy.
It's pretty fun to see, and I think the first time we got to that phase, it was very exciting to realize that is exactly what was happening.
Did people know that was going to happen, or that was just like,
No.
oh wow, well
that was a surprise. That was a surprise to us, and you know, top that off with some of the extra abilities, the way that they work in you know, in phase 1 means that you're going into phase 2 with a lot of cooldowns not available, simply because of the way the intermission works. I would be, you know, I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see those cooldowns slowly but surely shrink. At the moment, they're probably using 5-6 cooldowns. I imagine that will go down to 3. The more they practice phase 1, the more they take a look at it. And, you know, as mentioned, they will have all of the analysts going absolute overtime to make sure the weak auras are rock solid.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I'm sure the weak aura guys are going to be staying up a little bit later than the. Well, I mean, who are the weak aura guys in Echo? Do you know off the top of your head? I know
not off the top of my head. I'm sure production can give us a note on that one.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll just put it in our ear, and then I'll just pretend I knew it. It'd be like, oh yeah, well the chat normally know. Their Chatterpedia is normally
yes,
pretty good. Grim, yeah, Grim.
Grim. There we go. Chatterpedia.
Not Grim Batol, but it's Grim. Misery.
Misery for spreadsheets.
Spreadsheets. Oh man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they do spreadsheets.
I used to be a spreadsheet guy. In my previous life, it was spreadsheets galore. Maybe I could sign up.
Yeah.
Spreadsheet guy. I'll make some VLOOKUPs and some pivot tables. Is that what they do?
Oh, I think so. I would assume I know nothing about spreadsheets, so I'm just gonna nod and say, yeah, you sound really, really smart. Get Dan in to do those weak auras.
I do love pivot tables. They're probably not gonna be relevant to do with spreadsheets, but Kex, man, looks like we're gonna be getting slowly into a pull here. You can see the feast is out. They're pacing left and right, chomping at the bit, ready to have a pull. Do you think this first pull is going to be kind of a bit of a sleeper, or do you think they're just going to blast it straight away?
It's tough to say, because you know, you've got two sides of it. Either they're going to take a couple of pulls to warm up to it. You know, once again, this first phase is still a difficult encounter. Again, the amount of damage that goes out, the amount of damage that is required from the raid, making sure that everything is being dodged, rezzing Roger. There's a lot that they need to take into account. I would say that, you know, sometimes the pulls in the morning can be, you know, they can actually be a really, really good time for them to make progress, because everyone is fresh. They will have probably had a little bit of a team meeting beforehand, you know, changed a couple of tactics around, and, you know, with Limit doing some really nice progression last night, I'm sure Echo will want to get back onto it, and they are doing that right now, because we are getting the first pull of the day on Sylvanas Windrunner Mythic here in Sanctum of Domination. Let's get some hype in the chat, because this is where we want Echo to be, progressing on the final boss of the tier. And as I say that, Rysin immediately going down. I don't know what that was, but as soon as they pulled, Rysin just got slapped.
Yeah, I mean, that happens, right? But chat, I want to see 21,185 pogs in the chat. I want to see that chat go pog crazy. P-O-G, play of the game. Here it comes. This is it. This is the kill right now. We're getting it right now. Guys, this is it. Kex, I can't believe we're going to get these points in a minute. It's going to be incredible.
Yeah, this kill again, the morning pause can sometimes be really effective. Everybody's fully rested, and I think with that rest, this will be it. I was here, question mark.
No question mark about it, Kex. This is it.
This is it. This is it.
I can't believe they used a battle res straight away.
Yeah, Ryson, I don't know what that was. The only thing I could think of is that Ryson was starting to ramp up as a disc priest and somehow managed to get threat off one of the tanks, or maybe went a little bit early. I don't know what that was. I think we need to check that.
I don't think we have his POV, do we? I would love to see the reaction to that. That
I
would
don't
be
believe
incredible.
so. But let me just take a quick look, because I think I can have a look at the actual. I think I can take a look at the logs and see what happened there.
Res Gingy. Oh no, they're wiping.
Yeah, straight away. I think as soon as they see the second death and they don't have any available battle res, it's just going to make some of the timers a little bit off. They're not going to be able to push as hard as they want. I wouldn't be surprised if this is what we see over the next couple of attempts. If they have somebody die during phase 1, it's just everybody off. Let's make sure we get a really nice, clean attempt on phase 1, and then we can get into phase 2 and start to make some real progression on this fight.
Dude, they talk about caster curse, but I think chat curse is worse.
Yeah, why was chat saying I was here?
I never saw it. Don't know. We were playing it down. It wasn't going to be it, but chat just they went with that. They echo steered that one.
Yeah, they shouldn't have said anything.
I'm soaking Kill Arrow Res Roger. Windrunner Inc. Can't talk right now, I'm driving. Left bridge, no other left. Dodge everything. Res Roger again. Push boss. Res Roger once more.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Roger.
Poor Roger.
Yeah, he does alright. He's just feigned deathing. That's all it is. People just think he's dead.
It's that effective. His feigned death is that effective. The chat is actually getting confused by it, and that's that just shows the skill level that Roger does bring to Hunter. And actually, we talk about hunters, and it's kind of that joke of hunters in Sanctum of Domination feel a little bit weak. You take a look at the damage meters, and I guarantee you during the burst phase, Roger is going to be up there with pretty much every single balanced druid, doing a great job. We can see at the moment, you take a look from 6th to 1st, every single player in that is above 10k. Noggy on the DK at 10k. We've got Clicks Druid, Roger Brown, Gingy, Logok, and Kanex. Those balanced druids certainly, popping off.
Just his feigned death is so good that he actually dies.
Wow, that is a really good feigned death.
In Classic, when you feign death, it actually had, it looked like you had died. So I could imagine that's basically what it is. He's just, a couple of years in the past.
He's just living the dream in Classic WoW.
I would love we spoke about this, I've spoken about this on my stream before. Imagine a world where the top guild in retail is also the top guild in Classic.
Imagine that would be huge.
Someone needs to do an event where Apes or someone like that do mythic raiding. I would love to see that, and vice versa.
I'd love to see a complete swap.
Yeah.
So let's do an event where we get Echo going in and doing Black Temple in TBC Classic, and then we have Apes doing Mythic Sanctum of Domination or whatever the mythic raid is at that time, just to see the difference. See if Apes can keep up. With some of these raiders in retail.
I think they've been playing so long together. I think they'd actually do quite well. I'll be honest.
Yeah, people obviously talk about TBC. It's not. I don't think it's to the level of retail. Classic is definitely not. I know, controversial opinion. I know, but I'm just hear me out. However, the fact they speedrun it just goes to show that they are not above completely degenerate strats, and they're not above just sort of no-lifing some of these raids. So maybe there is a world where Apes could actually potentially do quite well on the world first raiding scene.
I'd love to see it. I really would. I challenge any classic guild to do it, because I would love to just, I don't know, it'd be a cool storyline, right? Just to have that as a thing that happens. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I hear people all the time turn around and they you know, they'll say things along the lines of, you know, I prefer raiding in classic over retail, and that's fine. You do you enjoy what you enjoy, but don't try and tell me it's harder, because in no way, shape, or form is it.
I think one thing I've been rating TBC recently, and like one of the most annoying mechanics that they used to do, and they don't do it so much now, is fear. Fear as a mechanic. Like that's the thing they used to love doing that. Every NPC in Karazhan can fear, and it is the most frustrating thing ever. And I mean, they've kind of gone away from that now. Obviously, bosses are a lot more advanced. So you look at like Painsmith, right? Compare Painsmith to Maiden and Virtue, like you know.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those. But yeah. I don't know. I think if one thing has improved over the years of WoW, it is definitely raiding, and it's definitely the mechanics. This raid, you can tell, especially with the first couple bosses, this is something we spoke about before, like, you look at like the first couple bosses of any new raid, they always do experiments, they always do something different. You look at like Blackwater Behemoth, right? Remember that? Underwater boss?
Yep.
Pretty nuts. What was it, the third or second boss of Eternal Palace?
Yeah,
so,
second boss.
So they always kind of do something interesting. Terragru in this raid, super interesting boss, anima powers and whatnot. Obviously, it's a bit of a, you know, it's a bit of a meme, it's whatever, but it's funny, right? It's interesting, and it's something different. And then you look at Painsmith, another, like, it's the mid-raid boss, and it has the most awesome mechanics, probably, you know, that we've seen in a long time. Like, people say it's a hard boss or whatever, but it is a great boss. It is super fun to progress. And yeah, so I think like the raid team, the encounter team have really just done so well this time. Sylvanas fight, I think generally speaking, I don't think people are the biggest fan of it. I think the pacing's a little bit weird on it. And the KT fight as well, where you have a lot of people like stopping DPS, like that's not a fun mechanic ever. Ooh. You know, just losing your kind of your vibe with that. But yeah, I don't know. This is just hectic though. Like, what on earth is going on, Kex?
Yeah, we've got the Domination arrows coming in. This is the intermission. We did unfortunately lose Jimmy on the Demon Hunter, but one of the changes that does happen in Mythic compared to normal and Heroic is every single time you are struck by one of the chains from these Domination arrows, you do a massive burst of AoE damage 30 yards around you. So you'll see them stacking up. You'll see them doing a load, you know, a load of raid cooldowns. We saw the Priest barrier on there. And as that is happening, you're also having to deal with this Rive, these giant daggers. I thought they were daggers at first.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Actually, no, they're not. If you look at the sides,
are they sharks?
You see those. No, they're Sylvanas actually tearing the spikes off the edge of the arena and sending them across the entire zone. Very similar to what we saw in the opening cinematic of Shadowlands, where she threw a mountain at Bolvar.
That's a bit
a lot of people don't realize it, but yeah, you can actually see the animation of the spikes breaking off and going across the arena. It's really nice. But this is phase 2, so this is obviously the mythic change. We do see the raid splitting up. There's a bunch of AoE going off. There's obviously you need to avoid these. Not only do they give you a really nasty stacking dot, but they can also push you off the platforms. They will have to summon, they'll have to kill these ads relatively quickly because they do a lot of damage. There's obviously 3 of them. The Morforged Goliath will be doing some real damage to the tank. You've also got to be dodging the mechanics from Sylvanas. They've got the darkness on the floor, making sure to avoid that because once again, that does a lot of damage to the raid. The Soul Judge needs to be interrupted and extra ads are coming in. You can see Mirrors right now is taking so much damage on the right hand platform, but now we're also taking a lot of damage. The raid healing is through the roof. We've got Scaris doing 10.7k sustained HPS. Now they obviously have to make sure that they are interrupting Sylvanas. That Ruin cast is super quick, and I love the fact that we're seeing Jimmy jump before.
Do you see that? Yeah.
Yeah, before the bridge was even up. Looks as though we do see a couple of players going down on the right-hand platform, which is really, really rough. They're not going to be able to get through this phase 2 now. They do have too many dead, but they're going to keep going through because once again, any information that they can get from this is good information for them. It gives them information they can put into their weak auras. It gives them timers that they can use to adjust cooldowns. But this is the phase where I think we're going to see a lot of progression on today. Getting through this cleanly and making sure everybody is alive heading into phase 3. That will be the big one. There is a long boy, someone showing off there, obviously, that they are rich. Were you ever able to get your long boy?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Look, it would take me 15 years to get one, unfortunately. But did you?
Oh God, no. God, no. Not even close. Not even close. I don't think I've ever actually had 1 million gold.
No.
In WoW.
No, absolutely not.
There are some people that will turn around and say, "What? Not? How could you not have 1 million gold? Very easy." I just didn't. Like, I didn't need to have 1 million gold at any point.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I don't know. When they said they were getting rid of it, I was like, you know what? This is just something I'm not even going to try get. It's not even worth my time. So this is probably going to sound like a bit of a dum-dum comment here. So you see, like, on that phase 2, obviously they started fighting Sylvanas at the end there after taking down the ads. I'm assuming that's the point where both groups need to meet up. So they kind of need to time it right where they're both progressing to that point. I'm assuming the kind of phase progresses after you've killed the ads, and Thrall or Jaina will make the bridge after that's done.
Yeah, so generally what will happen is you'll fight the ads on either platform respectively. You'll then meet up and get to Sylvanas, because Sylvanas will do a cast that will just wipe the raid. It's effectively almost like a little bit of a soft enrage to say, hey, you haven't killed the ads quick enough, I'm now going to wipe you because of that. That then obviously you get a little bit of time to DPS Sylvanas down, avoiding a couple of mechanics. She then runs away once again, and then it is effectively rinse repeat. There is a new ad that spawns on Mythic, the Colossus, that is on the left hand side of the chains. That one requires quite a few interrupts, as well as a high amount of DPS, because it does have a lot of health. And if you are the tank tanking that ad, you're going to have to be careful, because once again, pretty much everything in this fight is designed to kill a tank. They do so much damage. It is nasty. We do see, obviously, Fragrance's POV here. And did you see that Demon Hunter jump yesterday while they were in phase 2? The one where he leapt off the edge and then... I saw
Grant was tweeting about it. He was very excited about it, little old crab. But Jimmy is definitely fun to watch. It is, just his movement is so good. Yeah. And yeah, he's just such a legendary demon hunter, really. The only thing I really don't like about his POV is the raid frames. They stress me out.
Yeah, because they're all grey, and I don't know. Is that what it is about them, or is
it's just hard to see when people die and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. It's tough for me. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. I quite like the fact that the raid frames are up there, because it shows to me that it's effectively a case of I can see my health bar. I don't need to worry about anybody else.
He doesn't care. You can see people's priorities. Like, sometimes you'll see some people with like massive buffs, or they'll have massive raid frames, like, and see everyone else's life. But for the most part, you can see Jimmy is very much just about himself.
I love this Ring of Frost for these ads. These ads, by the way, the Sentinels do spawn off the Wailing Arrow. So you'll have one Wailing Arrow that will go off on the tank the first time. Second time, it will be the tank and an additional player. And then the third time, it will be a tank and then 2 additional players. They generally like to get these all in a line in between the boss, so they can put down the Ring of Frost. You'll also usually see an Ursol's Vortex as well. Making sure that is nice, and they're all nice and clumped up for the AoE. That obviously the balance druids will do a phenomenal job in getting them down nice and quick. So here come more chains. Obviously, watch every single time a chain hits one of these players, you see that pulsing AoE going off. Again, a lot of damage. We do see 2 healers above 10k sustained HPS, 3 healers above 10k sustained HPS. We looks as though we've gone back to 4 healers. There was a stage yesterday where we were 5 healing this fight, I believe, just to obviously get a good feel for what is happening. In come these Sentinels. Once again, a lot of damage. Unfortunately, not able to completely group them up, but you can see them going through that Ring of Frost. In come the Ursol's Vortexes, the stuns, and now they just need to burn them down. And these ads have about 300k health. So when you have like 6 or 7 of them, that is a lot of health to burn through.
It's so sickening to watch. His movement is so much.
Here comes the intermission. They're all stacking up. Look at all that damage going out inside that priest's bubble. They need to make sure these domination chains are nuked down quickly, because while you are chained to them, you will be taking a bunch of damage. We do see, unfortunately, 3 people going down, so not quite clean enough going into the intermission. I'm not sure whether we will obviously see them continuing, but once again, keep an eye on the edges of the arena. These large pillars, these large spikes being dragged across by Sylvanas. It's really, really cool design. And I know a lot of people didn't like the here we go, look, you can see them being torn off and thrown across here. Unfortunately, them getting caught by a bunch of the swirlies on the floor. These little blasts of shadow damage. I really enjoy this fight. I know a lot of people don't like it. They say it's too long. I am a big fan of this fight solely because of the design of the arena, the design of where you're fighting. It is just great. It looks as though Swagzecute is the only one left alive. So go Swagzecute. We're nearly at the execute phase.
Sounds like a Pokemon.
Swagzecute. I suppose it does, yeah.
Swagzecute. Swag.
It's like a backwards cap, you know, or a trilby or whatever it is that they wear.
What does Swagzecute evolve into?
Swagzecute evolves into Dablord.
I was gonna say Swagzachad.
Ooh, I like that.
Swaginator.
Yeah, no, no, Execute is the final form. I feel like
Swagzecutor.
Swagzecutor. I feel like, I don't know, how would that go? Would Swagzecute be the first evolution or the last evolution?
Oh, I don't know.
Because I quite like Swagzachad, but
yeah,
I don't know. I'm not sure. I feel as though Swagzachad would be the first one, and then it goes into Swagzecute.
It's just a little cap running around, and it evolves into this like crazy thing. Production. I know you're not up to much. I know. Raz loves being creative.
I know you're not up to much. It's not as if they're running an entire event.
Nah, I mean I'm doing it here with my stream deck. I'm just switching over.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That is true.
Swagzecute evolves into Revez.
Oh wow, yeah, that's true.
Swagzecute, that's incredible. What?
I love
they're
that.
not. So a little birdie told me that Fury was doing pretty good this tier, but it looks like they're all gun arms.
Yes, so there was a list that was released. There was a fantastic video that the Echo production put together. Thank you, Revs. It was absolutely glorious. As a warrior main, I loved every second of it. And there was a tier list that was put together that said that Fury was going to be, you know, one of the top DPS. However, that tier was put together as, you know, everything is 252, all your conduits maxed out, all the patchwork damage are just sat on the boss doing perfect rotation, and arms is slightly better. Whether or not that is because of gear, I don't know. I feel like early on when you're missing a couple of bits of you know, the domination sockets, the domination shards, arms is slightly ahead. I think as we see more players get, you know, better gear, I wouldn't be surprised to see Fury pull ahead. That is normally what happens. The more gear that Fury gets, the better it does. But Arms Warriors is absolutely pumping at the moment, and it's nice to see, actually.
Yeah, I mean that's the other thing Chatpedia is just saying as well. You do need two-handed weapons as well for Fury. So, but I'm assuming they're rocking that big two-handed sword that munches down other swords and weapons.
Japhis the Prison Blades.
Love that.
Yes, I have one myself.
Ooh, did you munch down another weapon with it?
I've munched down 3 weapons with it.
Ooh, it's a bit tasty.
So it's very, very nice.
So
nice.
Is it like depending on the weapon that you munch down, you get a different proc or something like that, or how does it work?
So there are different stages to it. So Japhis the Prison Blade drops off Kel'Thuzad. It has a bunch of stats. It's got Haste Mastery, which is quite nice for Fury Warriors. However, it has a special proc where it can eat other weapons. That weapon does have to be at least 200 item level, so you can't just go back and...
It didn't used to be.
No, it never used to be, but that was, I think they realised that maybe it would be a little bit awkward if it could chow down on a 184.
It made it worse on the PTR.
One thing I was
Orthia weapon, and it made the weapon worse. I was like, well, that's...
Yeah, it was definitely a strange interaction. But yeah, the way it works is every time you do feed it, you get a little bit of an extra proc. So the first one is it will just do, you know, it has a low chance to effectively strike a weak point of your enemy, dealing you know, an extra 2k damage or something like that. And that proc then slowly but surely increases to the point where not only do you have a high chance to strike the enemy at its weak point, dealing a large amount of damage, but you also gain a primary stat increase for 6 seconds when you do that, and it's proccing quite often. However, Fury Warrior, if you have 2 of those Prison Blades, if you get them both to the same rank, the max rank is rank 5, and every time you rank it up, it loses its secondary stats. So when you're at rank 5, it has no secondary stats, there's no haste or mastery, but it has this really high proc. if you have both of them at rank 5, it effectively doubles up the proc, so you deal X amount of damage and you gain just, a bunch of primary stat. However, if as Fury Warrior you have a rank 5 and a rank 4, both of them proc independently of each other, and you get much more uptime on the primary stat.
Incredible.
Whether or not that changes, I don't know. That sounds like something that would change. But yeah, I cannot wait until I get my second Jathis the Prison Blade, because it's going to be pretty tasty.
Yeah, that's sick. That's so cool. Just want to do a quick shout out to Blue Hawk Down. Apparently it's his birthday today.
Happy birthday.
He said he's in hospital. He broke his chin. I don't know how you do that. That's absolutely horrendous. Yeah, I don't know. Getting into boxing or something. But happy birthday, Blue Hawk Down, to you.
Yeah, happy birthday to you.
There you go. See? I do read the chat. I'm always reading chat. Chat's just as important as we are, Kex. You know, they're good for information. They're clearly all 10 out of 10 mythic. So, you know, that's where
I'd even argue that they're more important than us, because obviously Chatterpedia does have so much important information for us to know. I've seen some really, really big strats from chat. I think just the other day they were saying, if Echo don't die, they will kill this.
Dude, chat's so funny. Happy birthday, chin up.
That's brilliant. Yeah,
oh,
chin up, Blue Hawk, chin up.
Oh man, that's terrible. Yeah, I love chat, man. Like chat's so fun on these races. Like the copy pastas that come up, the jokes, the laughs,
that
the
one
good
there.
times. Like that
I'm soaking, kill arrow.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. You guys are incredible, and the energy you bring in the mornings is wild. Like clearly, I mean, we have some probably NA degenerates that have been up all night watching probably the complexity stream, and then have like slowly slipped into our stream afterwards because they've finished up pretty much as we start. So it kind of works out quite nicely. Then you got EU early risers. It is Sunday morning, so if you're up early in the EU, shout out to you, because I would not be up at this time if I wasn't casting the Race of the World first. And of course, we can't forget about our Oceanic brothers and sisters over there who are celebrating their Sunday night in the future. So,
let us know in the future. I've always said that if at any point we get surprised by some sort of alien invasion, I'll be disappointed that we weren't warned by our folks down, obviously in Australia and New Zealand, because again, they do live in the future.
It's true. Future and upside down. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't even know how they manage. And was that production there just saying Res Roger? Even production's getting in on it.
Oh, we need a Res Roger remote.
Yeah,
look, an animated one. Just you could just get two words that just say Res Roger. Hang on, I'll show you a small plug here. I'll show you an emote that I've got that you could like take inspiration from. Right, I'm just gonna pop that in there. You ready? Here it comes. Just like that.
There we go.
Just do Res Roger like that, and then
Res Roger.
Then everyone could just spam that when it comes up. It's like, poor Roger, bless him.
Poor Roger. Although to be fair, I do think Roger has said that Sylvanas is his queen, so maybe this is deliberate. Maybe this is like a quiet protest from Roger, just saying I can't kill Sylvanas. Maybe that's what it is.
They should do a weak aura.
Yeah. Well, phase 2 once again. We do have one player rezzed, so we are missing Swagsecute, we are missing Roger, but that does mean we have 9 players on either side.
Jimmy.
Hopefully, we can get through the damage check here, because these ads do need to die relatively quickly. Swagsecute and Roger would have been doing a lot of DPS to these ads, making sure they go down, but Fragments is going to do his best. You can see that obviously the Soul Judge has over 1 million HP. The Goliath has like 1.5 million health. So these ads are no pushovers. But again, if they can get through these and interrupt the cast on Sylvanas, the Ruin cast, then we will be looking at one of our cleanest phase 2s for a while. Even looking into last night's attempts. So this Goliath close to going down, dodging those, and in come these walls.
I don't know how he dodges and plays. Look, here it comes.
Go, Frank, go! Oh, look at that! He did it! He did
What a legend, but he died. He was too good. He got there too quickly.
That was huge!
Oh,
what did Frank just do?
He's too He's too keen. He's too keen to worship the queen. He jumped over there. He was like, right, I'm coming. I'm coming to kiss your feet. Damn. Demon Hunter's doing Demon Hunter things.
I'm not sure whether the feet comment was necessary.
Look,
but...
he's just worshipping his queen, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'd love production if we can get a clip of that and we can potentially watch that again, because that was some potentially even get some anime sounds over the top of that. You know, get some Dragon Ball music in the background, because that was some anime right there, just teleporting all over the place. It's like that. It's like that. Teleports behind you. Nothing personal, kid. That is effectively what that was. That was, that's what Fragments does to these bosses.
Yeah, I think you're more of a weeb than me. I'm just a Dragon Ball Pokemon guy, but I can see the My Hero Academia thing behind you, Kex. You don't have to, it's just over your shoulder there. There's lots of. No, it's not.
That doesn't make it any better as well, because I moved to the side and you've still got all the Warcraft stuff, the Halo stuff above me, the Transformers in the background. It doesn't.
It's so busy. So many things.
There's so many things. It's beautiful. So you're telling me you haven't watched My Hero?
No. My brother's a bit of a weeb, but I've not seen it.
I recommend it. I cannot recommend it enough. Even if you're not necessarily a fan of anime, My Hero is an incredible show. Definitely needs to happen. Someone in chat saying Halo is my favorite anime. You say that as a joke, but don't forget there was the Halo Legends series that was released. That was I can see you smiling, and you just. Yeah,
of course there is.
Yeah, there is. The Halo Legends. It was a bunch of like seven short anime things that all took place in different parts. It's actually really, really good. I recommend you check it out.
I've got a. Oh wow! Hang on. Let me just.
His walls.
This guy. I don't know how. So here's a reference. Here's a reference that chat will never get.
Go for it. Go for it. Watch this. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, it's so good.
That's a Logitech player.
It's so good.
But he died.
Love that.
He was too good.
So here's a reference that you probably won't get. Maybe you will. I don't know. But when I was younger, there was a show called Ultimate Muscle, right? And it was an anime. It was a wrestling anime. And it was, I'm sure the chat, there'll be like two guys that'd be like, yeah, I used to watch that. And they had this like obsession with like farting, and it was really weird. And the theme song is an absolute banger. But yeah, I don't know when it came out, but it was really weird. So that's like literally, it used to be on Toonami, I think. Do you remember Toonami? Is that still a thing?
I remember Toonami, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if Toonami's still a thing. But yeah, it was on Toonami, and it was, I used to watch it, and it was very strange.
Casting,
like even now, it was a bald guy. It was odd. Just watch the theme song when you find time, but super weird anime. I don't know. I feel like I was the only person that ever watched it.
Yeah, there are definitely shows like that. I used to. Again, there are shows that I remember that nobody else seems to remember, and I go, but I'm sure I watched it. I can't remember if it was just a fever
dream. Yeah.
Yeah, from when I was a young kid. But we'll have to wait and see if anybody else does remember. The one that I do. Does anyone else remember Super Duper Sumos? I just want to know that one. That was a really solid show. Don't what that after you talk about Ultimate Muscle. Super Duper Sumos was great. But we are looking at a great attempt here early on phase 1. These domination arrows were going to be nuked down really hard. The balanced druids doing an incredible amount of damage. You can see Kanex hitting 20k on the meters. Lorgok not far behind. And the top of that damage meters is just nothing but orange.
I absolutely watched this show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, how do you remember that? That's crazy.
I have no idea. I think it's just because it's a really fun name to say, Super Duper Sumo. It's just really fun to say.
That's superb. I like that. That's great. But yeah, so nobody's gone down yet, unless I was too busy googling Super Dupers.
Roger went down.
Oh, Rog. Oh, he's back up. Yeah. Don't even worry about it. It was just feign. It was just pretending.
Yeah, that was just feign death. That was, but we do also lose Klaus on that balanced druid, whoa, that was a lot of damage coming out from those domination arrows. That was unfortunate. I think it was also one of the wailing arrows going off in the raid. I want to say, I think Jaina, Thrall, and Bolvar aren't pulling their weight so far.
I'm so disappointed.
I think they need to be benched.
I'm so disappointed with Bolvar, man. Like, he used to be this, like, before he, like, came back in Shadowlands, like, we had him in Wrath, and we were like, yeah, dude, he's the Lich King, he's so sick, he's gonna beat up everybody. And then he got absolutely, rinsed by Sylvanas, and now he's just a quest giver. He's just a quest giver that comes in with his big flamey hammer, and he's like tries to hit her, then he misses, and then he dies, and then yeah, it's sad, man. It's a sad state of affairs. I
think my favorite image is obviously you've got Jaina, Thrall, and Bolvar doing all this. You've got loads happening in the Covenant campaigns. You've obviously got Korthia coming in, so you know Bolvar's there. You've got the Primus there, and I think it was just a picture that was like, you know, after everything that's going on in Shadowlands in 9.1, meanwhile in Oribos, and it was just a picture of Bane sat there,
just chilling,
just doing nothing, just doing absolutely nothing.
All I'm saying, Kex, is that if we had Khadgar back, Sylvanas would be dead right now.
Do you know who I think we should bring back? Who is absolutely Magni.
Don't say
I feel like it needs to be Magni. Don't tell me if you're fighting Sylvanas and you suddenly hear champions, you wouldn't go, yes, it is time to truck.
He didn't help us in Antorus, though. He just stood there being a crystally boy. You know, he didn't. The wounds.
But champion, Azeroth is bleeding. The wounds.
Oh my god, that's such a good impression. What the hell? You just been sleeping on this impression the whole time.
Just sleeping on Magni.
Yeah, that was a S tier impression. I thought you were just doing a. Look at that, chat's going wild.
They love it. The entertainment value through the roof.
That was incredible. I'm not very good at impressions, so I'm not going to attempt anything. But yeah, that was good.
The two impressions I can do apparently are Magni and Gollum from Lord of the Rings, and that is about it.
All right, well, yeah. Where's Gollum at?
Gollum, all right. But looks as though we've got Echo progressing on Sylvanas, precious.
That's so good. That's so good. It's pretty good. I'm impressed.
Someone just said, cast the rest of this pull as Magni. Do you realise what that would do to my voice? I have more casting to do than just Magni.
That'd be alright. Just paint yourself completely blue.
Yeah, paint myself completely blue and it'll be fine.
Yeah, it'd be absolutely great. That's so good. Oh man, that was impressive. That was impressive.
Magni cosplay.
Just put a load of mirrors all over you.
Yeah, just a load of. I just roll myself in glass. Everything will be fine.
I heard a rumor you're gonna dye your beard.
Yes, we reached 10k. I'm gonna dye my beard. The amount of people that are going, why have you not dyed your beard yet? As if I have it on hand, just ready to go at any time. It's gonna be red. Obviously red for Echo. So that is gonna be happening. I'm seeing a lot of Magni cosplayers. You know, we'll see if we can talk about it. We'll see if we can talk about it.
What would you
maybe
even do for a cosplay for Magni though? That's like insane. I'm
well,
sure.
I'd paint myself blue. I'd make a crown out of maybe like tinfoil or something.
You already know that production are working solidly to try to get your face on Magni right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I can hear it.
I can hear him furiously typing like Bruce Almighty.
Yeah, that is exactly what is happening. I'm just taking a look. We do still have a battle res available. Hasn't been used yet. We're getting towards the intermission. Intermission starts at 84%. These chains will come out. They'll obviously nuke these ones down. A couple of cooldowns used. And once these chains go down, I think we have 40 seconds until the next set. We may get those before the intermission. Let's have a look and see the health. 85.7. So I don't think we're going to be burning through that health until the next chains. Although saying that, 85, it is possible. They're going to deal with these Sentinels. And this is almost the crossover that, you know, they need to push before those next set of chains, because what can actually happen is if you push into the intermission as that chains cast goes off, you actually end up getting a double set of chains. And because of the unfortunate because of that unfortunate crossover, you know, that unfortunate ability where everybody that gets hit by chains does that raid-wide AoE damage, you do not want that. Look at it going out on the raid, but the Priest People are doing a great job at keeping everybody alive. They need to nuke these hard. Once again, take a look at the top of that damage meter. It's almost exclusively orange. These Balance Druids are popping off. We've got Revs down. We've got Jeeth. We've got Scardis there. Down a couple of healers, so that's going to make this even tougher. And I wouldn't be surprised if once again we get into phase 2 and it is all used for a little bit of information. But this intermission, getting into this intermission phase with everybody alive and everybody healthy, is so crucial to make progress on this fight.
Yeah, it's definitely a DPS check here, because obviously you got to have like that kind of even split between the raid of like, you know, the amount of damage to try to meet up with Sylvanas at the end of that that kind of intermission phase. But like, I don't know, man, it falls apart so quickly. It really does. Like, I was looking at that thinking, good pull, looking great, and then
yeah,
suddenly nothing. You know,
that's one of the downsides of a fight like this, because there is so much damage that comes out from those chains. And you also have to deal with the Sentinels. There was a couple of things that we heard on comms yesterday where they were saying that, you know, that they were switching their targets randomly and they were disengaging and coming back in and meleeing people from quite far away. So obviously having to deal with that is always going to be a little bit tough. But it can look like a really good pull, and then because of how brutal this phase 1 is with damage, within the space of about 3 seconds, you lose 3 or 4 people, and then it just starts to fall apart, especially if they are a healer.
Yeah, it's tough. It really is tough to watch, and it's stressful. But I mean, it's so funny because I find as casters we always kind of like backseat game. We're just like in a sense you're just like, oh yeah, just dodge that and stuff like that. I would not even last like 3 seconds. I would literally they'll pull and I'll be dead. Like there wouldn't even be any questions about it. I mean, how like where are you progressed at the moment? Are you been doing the raid a lot?
So before obviously I started casting, I was progressing on Heroic Painsmith. I know my guild, Swagneros on Ragnaros EU. I know my guild have gone into Mythic. They've got a couple of those bosses down. You know, they've done a really solid job. But yeah, Heroic Painsmith was our wall. We did a couple of bits of progression on that one, but we've managed to we've done normal, so normal has been cleared.
Nice.
It's just about now getting through Heroic Painsmith, which is a fantastic fight. I honestly cannot talk about how good that fight is, because I think my favorite thing about it is you can't really outgear it. You just have to, you have to just dodge the mechanics, because the spikes do like 110k. Unless you have an immunity, you're not going to survive that. The spiked balls, the hate eggs will just kill you.
I love that. There's so much personal responsibility in that fight. That really goes like, I think it's going to be, honestly, probably a guild killer. I think that's gonna, because there's gonna be like some people in there that are gonna die every time that just can't do the mechanics, unfortunately, and that'll just kind of like cause a lot of guilds to kind of have a terrible time. But I mean, I'm very interested to see what they're gonna remove and what they're gonna change in LFR, just for funsies, because LFR is so funny, because I did it because obviously you can get a chance at shards, right?
Yes.
But even though I didn't realize at the time, because I'd already done normal, I had done 7 out of 10 normal, and I didn't realize that it was just one chance per boss per week. I thought it was each difficulty, so I'm an idiot. Anyway, I digress. We obviously Terragu fell over, did the other one, and then the 9, and the raid leader was like, right, this is the boss, we're going to explain it and stuff. And as he was explaining it, someone just ran in. And and I was like, oh no, we're going to die. And then like, the purple swirlies that you have to soak?
Yes.
No one soaked them, and I watched it happen. I saw the thing go zoom, 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 like to each one. I just thought, that's it, we're dead. And honestly, I've taken more damage from Anixia's fire when I solo it.
Oh wow!
So it was ridiculous.
Oh wow!
It was like it didn't happen. I was just like, it was like watching a car crash in slow motion, but the car managed to fly away and not take any damage. That's what it was.
That is disappointing to
and
hear.
The skill level of everybody in there goes to show, really, because I was top damage, and I'm really bad at the game.
Don't you also have that really horrific like Covenant class crossover as well?
Necro Hunter. Don't sleep on it.
Necro Hunter, yes, you love.
I'm a futurist. 9.2 Necro Hunter will rise, and you guys will be like, look, he was right the whole time.
So what you're saying is people will turn around and they'll say that, oh, I've got to switch to Necrolord, it's really disappointing. Meanwhile, you'll be sat there going, I was here the whole time, you should have just followed me.
Yeah, they're playing Little League and I'm in the big leagues and I'm swinging for the fence. That's what we're doing.
Big League Hunter.
Yeah. So Year of the Spear.
Also, you get one of the best transmogs. I know a lot of people don't like it. I do quite like some of the Maldraxxus, the Necrolord transmogs.
Awesome. The mounts as well, pretty great. Although the corpse fly thing sucks, but whatever.
Just flying on a big fly.
Yeah, I looked at the tier list actually yesterday of Hunter Sims,
Yeah.
And I was like, nah, it's not looking good, mate. Not good. Right at the bottom. All three of them. All
right
three
at the
of them.
bottom.
Every single one. But I did come back with a little bit of a retort to that because Bonesmith, my boy Bonesmith, who I'm with, has a Covenant ability, I'm sure the chat knows, that makes it so you survive when you die, right? You get an extra 10 seconds of damage where basically you're immune and you can attack things. Now, I think that Roger should go with that.
I like it. I like the idea. Because that is a lot of damage that Roger would be able to put out.
10 seconds of unlimited, unmatched damage.
10 seconds of unmatched damage. So that means that across a fight, Roger Brown would be able to put out an extra 30 seconds worth of damage.
Exactly. So he wouldn't... He would lose damage from, losing his, whatever... He's Night Fae, isn't he?
Yeah.
He would lose his damage from that, but he would gain damage from the 10 seconds that he stays alive. So, come on. I'm just saying.
That is, again, I don't even. This is the stage where we start to see those big brain plays come out, especially on Mythic Sylvanas progression, because every little is going to help. And again, you can see the damage going out on the raid. This is where they need to nuke down these Sentinels. Not quite all of them going through the Ring of Frost, which is slightly unfortunate, but we do have the next set of chains coming out. This is going to be on the intermission. So here we go. Here comes the intermission. Here come these chains. They want to make sure that all those Sentinels are down. That has happened. Here comes Gingy. Oh, Gingy does fall apart. Oh, that is unfortunate. Probably, once again, they were talking about the melee. They were talking about them swapping. And this is the intermission. So keep an eye on just how much damage comes out, and they're going to keep the entire raid alive. You can see every single health bar dropping, but again, they're using so many cooldowns to avoid that, which does mean that unfortunately going into phase 2, those cooldowns are not available, which does it makes it so much more difficult. But also, it's one of those situations where you have to you have to figure out just how to survive and how to just get the most out of your cooldowns. And realistically, if there is ever a guild that has been able to do that in the past, it is Echo. And I've been so impressed with their ability to bring out the most of not only all their raiders but all their classes as well. We spoke about some of these bosses where you see they'll get the boss to 15% health and you'll go, and they've got to the enraged time and you'll go, they're never going to kill it in that. They're going to have to do splits. It's mathematically impossible. And then all of a sudden, you just watch pull after pull where that sort of health bar just drops by a couple of percent every single time, and where they managed to find it from, I will never know, but they just managed to do it. And we're heading into phase 2 here, so we've got the Jaina team and the Thrall team. Are you team Thrall or team Jaina? That's the question I've got for chat as well. I want to know, chat, are you team Thrall or team Jaina?
Kex, you cut me, I bleed blue. All right, I'm on Team Jaina.
Team Jaina for life.
Yeah, you look at the chat, they're like, oh, Zug Zug.
Zug Zug. Big Zug Zugs. Here we are taking a look at all these platforms. I wonder if we're going to see this brilliant leap over from Fragments again, because it just goes to show how broken Demon Hunters are that they can do that. There's no platform up, and it's just, I'm just going to cross the void. It doesn't really bother me. It's just what I do. The danger of that, though, is the moment you interrupt Sylvanas, she starts to melee you. And if you interrupt Sylvanas as a Demon Hunter, she is just going to,
He's like a sacrificial lamb, because he'll jump over.
Here we go. Whoa, look at that.
Off he goes.
Didn't even need the bridge. Extra bit of DPS, I like it. There's the interrupt. We've got the tanks coming across. I'm just taking a look across the other platform. They have also succeeded. So this is our best pull of the day, getting everybody over to this next Sylvanas phase in this next Sylvanas part in phase 2. I imagine that once they've got through this, we'll obviously see the split once again, Team Thrall, Team Jaina, and keep an eye on the team that is going to the left, which I believe is Team Thrall. They're going to be dealing with the Colossus, which is the new mythic ad. It is really nasty. It does an ability that's just called Filth, which is perfect for this phase, because that is exactly what this phase is. It is pure filth. There will also be some soaks that we'll need to definitely take a look at. We do lose now, though, on the Paladin, which is really unfortunate, because that means we don't have a tank that can go across to the other platform. There we go. There's Thrall taking a look. They've obviously got to watch the waves that are coming out. You see those replicated. This is a little bit of a bullet storm, bullet hell style dodge mechanic. I'm trying to think of the last time we saw something similar to this one. I'm reminded for some reason, and I don't know why specifically, but I am reminded of the Heart of Fear in Mists of Pandaria. So here are the soaks. They've got to make sure that everybody's topped off. They've also got to dodge these black pools. It is a really, really nasty overlap. But this Colossus is getting absolutely rinsed.
Wow.
And once they're able to get over to the next platform, if that is possible, then we will be seeing phase 3. But looking at the people that are dropping low, we've lost Revers, we've lost Nis on the Shaman, we've lost Deep Shades, Roger is down, Jeeth is down, Ryson's down, pretty much everybody that was on the right hand side. Here comes the ruin from Sylvanas. This needs to be interrupted, and it has been. They just have to survive through this, but with no tanks up, this will be difficult. If they can survive this, they'll be getting into phase 3, which we haven't seen from Echo yet.
Yeah.
That'll
They're
be the
trying
first
to
time
push
that
for a
we've
new
seen
best
it.
here, though.
Yeah, they are trying to push, because there is a phase here where you just have to damage Sylvanas down. As soon as you've damaged Sylvanas down for a little bit of time, she eventually once again runs away to Ouroboros. Zerbo is the last one alive, but that is probably going to be the wipe there. That is super unfortunate. There is an ice block, though. I don't think it's going to last long enough to survive, because we have seen Sylvanas. Here we go. So this is phase... I thought that was the transition to phase 3.
This is phase 1. That's phase 1.
This is phase 1. We don't want to see phase 1. We want to see phase 3. But that was almost a new personal best.
It was really good.
From Echo, which is a great achievement from them. And so far, they've actually looked, relatively solid once again. It can take a couple of pulls to get back into the groove as a world first raider. But I think they're, I think they've looked good so far.
So is the transition at 80% then? I presume that's
time-based.
Time-based. Oh, okay.
Yes. So that's why it's important to get as much damage as possible during that phase. If you can maximize your damage in that phase, it's less you then have to do in phase 3, which is the enrage check, because you only have 4 pillars worth of time to kill Sylvanas or get Sylvanas down to 50%. Again, this information is all based on what we know from normal and heroic. That could change. We don't have any indications. There's no indications as to that being, a thing. There was a couple of times on PTR testing on heroic where Anduin would actually engage and become part of the fight.
Ooh.
Whether or not that was intended, or it's just one of those little bugs that shows up in PTR because of how characters are flagged versus how we can interact with them. But yeah, there were a couple of times in heroic PTR testing where Anduin would do like a little shout and then join the fight. That could be something we do see. We will once again have to wait and see.
I didn't know that. That's actually that's big brain. I think that meme of Hawkeye saying don't give me hope.
Yep.
I don't like talking about the mythic phase because do you remember not too long ago in a not too distant past, Nyalotha mythic phase?
Oh, I do remember Nyalotha mythic phase.
It hurts me physically.
Wasn't even a mythic phase, was it?
It was just crap.
Stop sitting on the fence, Dan. Let us know how you feel about the mythic phase of N'Zoth.
It was awful. Oh man! And then every time it's like such a meme where everyone's like, "Oh, mythic phase," and then it never happens. So I don't want to talk about it. It upsets me too much. But I think realistically, Blizzard should do mythic phases. I think it's so fun, so cool to have that first guild to be like, "Oh my god!" You did this. Illidan's there. Holy moly!
Yeah.
Arthas has popped up. Goodness gracious! I think stuff like that is so cool, and it's such a fun talking point as well. Where I don't know, surprises are always good, and I think stuff like that, especially with the way that they develop WoW these days with a lot of encryption and stuff like that, it's super easy to hide something like that from players. I mean, data mining only goes so far, so I don't know. There's definitely, I don't know. I would do it. Sure.
They've done it. I mean, you've obviously done a lot of data mining stuff in the past with the PTRs that come up. Also shout out to the folks that also do a lot of that data mining stuff. Marlamint does a great job with stuff.
Love Marlamint.
Stivin as well, obviously doing a good job in bringing us that news. And I think the one thing that everybody seems to agree on is that over the past couple of years, Blizzard have just got better and better at hiding the stuff that they want to hide. Encoding little things. So I would be I'd be pretty excited to see if they have been able to hide anything.
Hold on.
In those.
My headset died.
Oh no. The headset's dead. And because of this, he can't hear me. Haha. It's just you and me, chat.
Oh, hello?
Hello.
Hello. All right, we're back.
Hello. There we go. We're back.
I did not expect that. It was really scary.
Did it make any noise at all, or did it just completely cut out?
It just went boop boop, and then that was it. We got the backup headset on. To be fair, I haven't charged it the whole time. I'm a bit of a, this wouldn't happen if I was in Bern, Switzerland.
Oh wow.
That's all I'm saying.
It's again. I mean, obviously the way that the world is at this, as we have seen over the past couple of months, unfortunately, not everybody could be there. But as I've said a couple of times, I think the next time we have a race, which fingers crossed is going to happen in is going to happen in December. I think it's going to be another winter.
I heard it's going to be in the Maldives as well.
Is it going to be in the Maldives?
Yeah.
Nice. I heard Echo were going to hold it in Honolulu.
Ooh, that'd be nice. Yeah.
I've heard they were going to hold it in Honolulu, and obviously make sure that everybody has 2 weeks worth of relaxation afterwards in Honolulu.
Obviously, yeah. You have to, wind down. You have like a honeymoon afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
If it was in Australia in December, though, it'll be summer, right?
I wouldn't survive that. Do you know how hot it gets over there?
Yeah, but they got air conditioning.
Yeah, but they've got air conditioning, but then you walk outside and you see like traffic cones melting on the street.
Spiders.
Nobody needs to deal with that.
Spiders and snakes eating people and stuff, it's a dangerous world out there.
Exactly. I think it was, I can't remember if it was Dylan Moran, but he was the one that said that Australia is effectively located 36 miles from the surface of the sun. And everything is designed to kill you out there.
I don't know, man. I did a race to our first in Vegas in the summer, and it was 47 degrees.
How was that?
It was beautiful. I love it. Honestly, I walked all the way down the strip to a shopping mall on my own, and it was hot, but I was like, you know what? It's a hell of a lot better than the UK. I was like,
that is true.
So
that is true.
So imagine this, right? So you do your casting shift. I had the morning shift, so I'll do the morning. I would log on to Classic WoW in the morning because it would take 2 days to get into the game.
The queue.
And the queue. And then I would finish my shift, go to the pool, and I'd be lying by the pool, and I'd be soaked without even going in the water. I'm just saying. Yeah. Right? It was pretty hot.
Does not surprise me. Does not surprise me.
But then I would go in the pool and I'd be like, oh, I'm cool now. And then I would come out. I think people just thought I was insane, right? Because I would lie by the pool by myself, laughing like the Joker because I was listening to the Attitude Era podcast, one of the wrestling ones.
Yes.
And I was in bits, like laughing at it. But I must have looked like an insane person. Just like laying there, just laughing to myself, like so
just
crazy.
A sweaty Brit giggling to himself.
Yeah, literally.
Just that's what was needed. I want to know, because I'm a winter man. I'm a winter man through and through. I prefer the cold. If I'm too cold, I just put a jumper on. It's nice and simple. But I want to know in chat, do you prefer the cold or do you prefer the heat? Because as we've gathered, I think you said that you definitely seem to prefer the summer.
It depends on the. Yeah, it depends on where I'm at, right? So like if I'm in Central Florida, I like it hot because you can escape it very quickly by going into a shop or going into your house or flat, whatever has air conditioning. But in the UK, heat sucks, right? Because you can't escape it. You're literally just sitting there in the living room, just like, oh my god, just kill me. I'm over it. Like I'm just, I need to get away from this. I need to get away from this heat. Like last night, I had a crappy little fan blowing on me, and all it was doing was making me hotter. Yeah. And but yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like, it depends on where I'm at, but I definitely prefer it. Cold just hurts and it sucks, and I don't know. I'm not big into it, honestly.
I love the cold. I think it's fantastic, but it looks as though it's heating up as we move into phase 2. We do lose now in Swags though, so let's. We were going to take a listen into comms, but I think it's going to be a wipe very, very shortly because they do not have a tank available on the right-hand side, and there are no more battle reses. But here goes Fragments. Is he going to be able to make it? Oh, just not able to get the combo off. That is unfortunate. We're seeing a lot of people dropping there, just bodies falling left and right. It's not a great sight to see. Obviously, we did want to see phase 3 on Sylvanas, but again, another really good pull. And every single time we're seeing these pulls, we're just seeing a cleaner phase 1 every time. They're warming up into it, and we do have Mirrors is the only one left. There we go, finally falling off there, just slowly but surely through the screen. Sylvanas is proving to be quite a difficult boss. I think we're up to a decent pull count here, 60 times. We're getting close to that magic number though, pull number 69, which as we know is is a very, very important
What's so important about it, Kex?
It's just one of them funny numbers, isn't it? Just one of them funny numbers. Have we ever actually had a boss kill on pull number 69? Has that ever happened?
Nah, I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure the chat probably have. Like every kill is on the 69th pull. It would be a pretty nice kill, to be fair.
Yeah, it would be a really nice kill, but I'd love to take a look back and see. Apparently, Limit, their KT pull was pulled.
Don't believe. Look, when more people say it more than once, that's when it's true, Kex. When one person says it, not true.
Well, I don't know. Maybe that one person is maybe that one person is really clued in.
I mean, his name is Freestyle 20, so it's like.
Yeah, that sounds like I would trust that person.
I would too. Yeah,
I would trust that person without
trust him to look after my house. So.
Oh yeah, I give him to my wallet while I went to the loo. Little things like that. Look after my wallet, would you?
Like a lot.
Someone's saying Redbeard when? Redbeard, I am in the progress of talking to a couple of people that could potentially help me dye it. I don't want to do it myself because I'd probably mess it up.
Everywhere.
Face,
yeah. Oh,
my face would fall off.
Do you bleach it first?
I'm not going to bleach it. It's not going to be a permanent red because the idea... No, listen. The idea of me bleaching this and then like my jaw falling off is a real worry to me. I don't know why that is a specific worry to me.
You look like an undead or something.
Yeah, exactly. That would happen.
Yeah.
I just get that feeling. So I am, but it will be dyed red before the end of the race. Obviously, unless the race ends today.
Oh yeah,
with Echo killing it.
Dude, if you bleached it, it would go up your nose. Oh my lord.
Yeah,
Good.
exactly.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it's not going to happen. As Ariana says, we shouldn't murder Kexman. Preferably.
Probably shouldn't. No, we need you around, dude.
I've heard that would be bad for HR.
Yeah, like, but HR on their track record's not so good. Grant's bald now because of that.
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, that is true.
He's got like a really important StarCraft tournament after this.
The one thing that made me laugh the most about that is not the fact that he's having his head shaved, because that was for a great cause. It was listening to you trying not to die in the background.
Honestly, when his dad, there's a clip where he's like, oh yeah, he goes when production showed the picture of Crab, and he goes, oh, it doesn't look like me, and his dad goes, yeah, you're just a fatter version. I'm not even joking. I'm lucky I wasn't on camera. I spat my water all over this desk. It was soaked. Honestly, I was in bits. I was crying. Funny. It was only like 9 in the morning as well. It was
And the best part is just like after all the laughing, just hearing you just go, I've got a headache.
I do. It was horrible.
It was brilliant just hearing you crease up on that.
His dad was so funny as well. That whole shift was so strange because it turns out his brother is a retired professional skateboarder. And then he ended up coming over because he said he was going to eat his hair, right? So he shaved off his hair. His brother popped up in the chat, and he was like, "I'm going to eat your hair. I'm going to come around and eat your hair." And I was like, "That's really weird." And then
yeah, that is.
And then we started talking about him being a skateboarder. And then I said, "Oh, can he do a backflip?" He was like, "Yeah, he can." So then he came over and did a backflip for us.
That is
with the hair in his mouth. He had the hair in his mouth.
That is the weirdest shift I have ever heard.
I don't even think they were raiding. I don't even think they were logged in.
They were watching it as well. I know we've got a word first to him, but Grant's brother's going to do a backflip with hair in his mouth.
His brother's hair. A part of his brother was in. You know what? It doesn't matter. But it was. But no, it was really weird. And his dad is amazing. I want his dad to cast with me because his dad just come over so when we were joking about him shaving his head, his dad just had these clippers just like bringing him near him and stuff. And he was savage. He was so mean. It was
fantastic to see. And obviously it set off a cascade that has ended up with Stake Loins losing her eyebrows. Yeah. Obviously I've got my beard red. If we get to 20k, then obviously I lose my eyebrows as well, and Athelas takes a shower in chocolate milk, which is going to be
I heard the chocolate milk story this morning. That was
the actual clip, by the way. The actual clip is on Twitter. If you go to his Twitter, it is on there. I'm not sure whether I'll just double check. I don't know whether Echo did retweet that one. Let's see if Echo did retweet it, because if you haven't already seen it, then you do need to check it out, because I've never seen anybody look so excited into disappointment.
Dude.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Someone just tweeted at me. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Man, I'll put this in production. That is incredible. They went through the whole effort of creating the evolution of swag.
Oh, wow, that is huge. That's great to see.
That's incredible. I love that. Good job.
That is
Did you
great
know,
to see.
fun fact of the day, I'm going to slightly sell out here because, why not? I have 19,950 followers right now. We are 50 followers away from 20k on Twitter.
50. Do it. Everyone go to Mr. GM's Twitter account and follow him. Let's get to 20k.
Exclamation mark Twitter. Exclamation mark casters, sorry. And should come up with Kex as well. Follow him too, obviously. But yeah, 50 followers from 20k. It's exciting.
I think we can get to 20k in less than 20 minutes.
You think? I mean, there's not many. I don't see anyone.
Look at chat immediately. Just no.
No.
Just full of no.
Look,
No.
I promise I'll post fun things. Like I'll post the memes. Having
The
Twitter,
memes.
dude, I love Twitter. I can't get enough of it, honestly.
Have you ever actually heard somebody call it a meme in real life?
Yeah, my mum.
Oh.
Someone just said unfollowed. Oh, we did.
Oh.
Holy, we did it.
You did it.
20k.
20k for Mr. GM. That is
Thanks, guys.
huge.
That was crazy. What on
Already
earth?
done.
Blocked.
Blocked. 20. I don't know about 20 minutes. We did it in 20 seconds.
Oh my lord. I promise, guys. I promise I'll post fun things. You should go follow Kex as well.
I'm up to 566. I'm right behind you. I am right behind you.
You're basically, yeah. Wait, you only have 500.
There.
You only have 500 followers.
566 followers.
No,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah.
Chat. Look, there's 23,659 people in the chat. If everybody follows twitter.com/Kexman, he could
All of a sudden, get me to 2k. Just get me to 1k.
Easy.
All of a sudden, just a huge following. It'd be massive. But I promise also to post fantastic things as well. And speaking of fantastic, we are getting another attempt on Sylvanas. More domination chains coming in. Once again, the mythic change to that one. Every single time a domination chain does hit one of the players, there is a raid-wide burst of AoE damage. It's actually, I think it's 30 yards, so you can technically outrange it, but the value of stacking for the cooldowns versus spreading out, it makes it a lot easier. They will know exactly which cooldowns to use when we can obviously see Gingy absolutely blasting here. And once again, take a look at the damage meters. It is all orange in the top 5. And as I say that, Roger Brown sneaking in, taking over Gingy. Is Gingy going to take that lying down? I don't think so.
No.
There is so much going on in this first phase. You obviously have to make sure you're dodging the swirlies. You obviously have to make sure you're dealing with the sentinels that come in. And I think this is one of those situations where you have two sides. So we take a look at some of the previous bosses. Payne Smith, a very, very popular boss, very obviously very difficult mechanically. Looks like they are just wiping it there, standing in those domination arrows. If you do stand in them, they will explode and deal a bunch of damage to the raid, which is exactly what happens there. You take a look at Payne Smith, and Payne Smith is just it's a mechanic fight. You can't really outgear that. If you get hit by the spikes, you will just get one shot. And then you take a look at a fight like Guardian of the First Ones, which is a DPS and HPS check, making sure you've got enough to kill the boss. Sylvanas seems to bring all of that together because there are so many things that can kill you quite quickly. Obviously, if you don't run away from the domination chains, you've got all the damage coming out from those. You've got the sentinels you need to deal with, dodge the swirlies, dodge the Veil of Darkness, dodge the Rime in the intermission. There's so much going on, but whilst you're dealing with that, you also have to be doing a high amount of damage in HPS. And there's obviously people that always say, you're just dodging stuff. I imagine you should be able to do that, but it's being able to dodge stuff whilst also doing 10k DPS, which we're dealing with the best of the best here.
I couldn't even dream of doing 10k DPS. Never. Maybe a couple expansions ago before the number squish. that's nuts. They are literally the the best players in the world, and we're witnessing greatness right now. It is honestly just a pleasure to watch, and a pleasure to cast over it. It's awesome. But I saw the chat getting pretty angry about us plugging stuff. So Kex, shall we tell them about the sponsors?
Yes, I think we should tell them about the sponsors. Obviously, just want to talk, about some of the fantastic sponsors that are here. We are obviously sponsored by Logitech, Blue, CurseForge, Catarix, Twitch, and the Erupt Gaming Lounge, where all of the, I say all, I think it's 8 of the Echo Raiders are currently playing. I've heard that they've really enjoyed their time there. It is a beautiful location as well. So if you ever end up in Switzerland, make sure you visit the Erupt Gaming Lounge. Also want to talk about the charity as well. Obviously, Echo have teamed up with Limit to help with Rise Above Disorder. Excuse me, I'm hiccuping. Rise Above Disorder, a phenomenal charity, and we do have some goals as well for the donations. !donate in the chat obviously gets you all of the information for a link as to where to donate, and I believe we are not too far away from an IRL fishing stream with Roger Brown and Scripe. For those of you that don't know, Scripe is a fisherman, does enjoy a spot of fishing every now and then, being able to unwind, and Roger, I believe, has never fished in his life. So that would be great to watch. But we've also seen, we've also unlocked some brilliant goals. Which one of those goals are you most looking forward to, Mr. GM?
I think honestly the jersey swap sounds really interesting. I'm really looking forward to that. I think that's going to be fun. But yeah, the fishing stream sounds fun. Have you ever been fishing?
I have been fishing a couple of times. I would say that it's not something that appeals to me. It's been a while since I've been fishing. I don't. Again, if you do enjoy fishing, then please.
I love it.
It's then more power to you. But yeah, it's not for me. It isn't for me. I think most of it I would just end up getting bored rather quickly. I would prefer to go just go for a walk, because then at least the scenery changes.
I don't know, like getting up super early, going down a fishery, getting a couple beers in and that, chilling out in the sun and stuff. It's quite nice, and then reeling in some big old carp and stuff. I don't know. It's a good day. I've not done it for a very long time though, to be fair. So I don't know. Maybe it's changed. It depends what kind of fishing they're doing. Like if it's on the boat, like on a boat, they just plop it in and then they sit around doing nothing. And then that's it. That's the fishing. But if you're actually like fishing on a fishery or in a lake or river, there's a little bit more to it. Especially if you're doing like fly fishing, for example, in a river. You are literally like when you're doing I think it's fly fishing on a river. When you're walking down, you're essentially just walking down the river while throwing it in, trying to do stuff. But yeah, you can also fish from a beach. And I don't know. It depends where it is as well. If they're fishing in the Med. Could be pretty interesting.
I think the big thing is for me is just watching Scripe trying to teach Roger Brown how to fish.
Yeah,
because we've seen just how effective Scripe can be when it comes to, obviously raiding, and leading a raid. But I think for fishing, there's a slight bit of difference there. But again, I definitely want to see that. And for those of you that there is a joint goal as well. If we reach 40,000 between both us and Limit. Once again, I want to point out the merch that is available. There is a Echo and Limit crossover merch line for this race to Woodfest. All of those proceeds will also be added to this charity as well. If we reach 40,000, we have an actual race where both guilds will be starting Sanctum of Domination at the same time, I believe in Heroic, to see who is going to be the first group to cross over the finish line. Awesome. So that would be great to see. I would really love to see that, especially because I think there'd be a little bit of friendly banter between the two guilds.
Oh, absolutely. I'd love to cast over that. That'd be superb.
Yeah. Oh, maybe if we do that, we could get like a joint. Some of the Limit casters. We can get Tettles and Dratnos.
Cast with Valoris.
Yes.
Dude's a galaxy brain. I cast with him before. You could literally ask him anything, and he'll just come out with a huge thing about it. It's insane. I just don't know how he has so much knowledge in that head. It's insane. But
yeah, I think that would be very, very cool to see. And again, it all goes to a great charity, and one that I think everybody can probably say that at some point everybody has struggled with especially over the last 18 months with mental health. So the fact that people are able to get help, and I think this morning it was Athalas that pointed out, the amount that we have raised so far, I believe is going to be able to give somewhere within the region of about 560 weeks worth of help for people, which is massive.
Hang on. 560, you say?
Yeah, I think 560 weeks worth.
It's 10 years. It's 10 years. It's 10 years.
Yeah. And there are people that have been on the waiting list for a while that over the next couple of days are going to get the phone call to say, hey, we can help you out. We now have the option to help you, and that has all been from you folks and your generous donations. But we are not finished with the donations. We've still got a lot of goals to hit. So once again, ! Donate in the chat, and all it takes is just a single $1. That to help somebody. And when it's $30 per sort of session, that $1, if 30 people are just donating $1, you've already helped somebody. So once again, thank you to everybody that has donated.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the link for the donations and stuff. We read some donation messages yesterday. They were honestly fantastic. But that was a fantastic pool, lads. Do you care for? Well, actually, to be fair, they're having a small bit of brekkie, but they are going to pool shortly. I think we're going to jump to comms, and me and Kex are going to do a little walk around and kind of stretch our legs and get ready to bring back the entertainment when we return. But guys, enjoy the comms from the lads. Profanity warning. We unfortunately went below the watershed, and we can't control their naughty words. But hopefully they don't swear too much. But guys, we'll be back shortly with some more casting for the Echo Race World First.
Please fix it. I always get my cast by accident.
The boss wanted to walk, but then she gave up because she lagged.
Let them wake up to consistent last platform tries, dude.
Let's give them some time, Mr. Boys. Let's get there, do the fight, and they can snuggle.
True.
What are you talking about?
KT?
Pieces.
EDG.
Oh, I can see where they go. Oh.
It's on you. Oh.
Sorry.
Strange, I just realized. A pleasant surprise, this.
Yeah. Come blue, guys. Come blue, please.
Watch most.
Getting the hello.
And watch your feet.
Good time to starfall here, just for safety, dude. Makes it so much nice.
Try to stay there on green ranged. Around there. Wait on green.
Paris Devos is and Ravajari.
Had you fixate good through the ring?
Might have done that a bit too early.
Yeah, watch the ring is gone. Watch feet, watch feet.
Anybody like hard focusing the sets, by the way?
I'm so fine. Purple gateway to purple go.
Just cleaving efficient.
Yeah, just saying. I don't think it's needed.
Jesse Devo, Swag Rowdy.
Can you grip me, Ryzen?
Ryzen getting Kyrian. Ken Kyrian.
Yeah, they're up on the boss, guys.
And the CDs now.
Down.
Want to group Faba? No, we don't have.
No, we just need to kill the arrows.
Head through the ring, guys. It's a bit weird.
Vortex is gripping them.
Just focus these ads. We have insane damage. Watch your feed. Watch your feed. And focus here. So one more watch your feed.
Does he pop, Roger?
One. See, that's the one ellipsis I said.
Chill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Watch like full stacks.
I'm phasing up there. That's fine.
Let's group up to.
This is the phase we want. Get together. Circle.
I'm super far
What's
away.
immune?
I'm far away.
Barrier darkness.
Okay.
Can grip Nogi.
PS me. Okay.
Like,
Right. Watch. Mechanics roar.
And I'm going to.
Rise is fine.
Stay alive. No more deaths.
We got you.
Aha, I scammed you. You could have died one more time.
No, now somebody will die, dude.
Except it doesn't die. Assert dominance.
Thanks for scam.
Dominance.
Pet is getting blasted.
Doggy, don't do it. That's
Don't do it,
people
don't do it.
baiting around all. I don't know.
I don't know why you're standing in the middle to begin with.
I don't know either. I should stop doing that.
West. Spit on the fake queen.
Remember now how we wanna play this phase, please, yeah?
Did she
just barb
me?
yeah, it's fine though.
The main
Remember,
thing
main
is
targets-
do not get hit by anything. The waves and the veil. The two
Yeah,
important
remember
things. There's
to do the
nothing else that can
gateways.
kill us. Nothing else in this fight can kill us right now if you don't get by those two.
I need an external, I think.
He goes 3 times. And Scares is
The red
dead.
Scares?
Bless him. He's off, I think.
Rally fast loops if you need.
Okay, this is your grip person.
Watch the
Yeah,
veil.
grip.
Move back in, please.
Hoping he already put
Don't
down.
reverse.
Oh my god.
Don't
Yeah,
reverse.
sure.
And swag you can do now.
Need this.
Fuck the good life up, guys.
Dodges on the left. Have a touch on him.
Right side
need to interrupt quick.
Yeah.
Klaus, you roar for them.
We can.
Is
It's gone.
flying.
Ah.
It's fine. Keep going.
Wait, people fell off.
Yeah, we tried to kick, of course. I did engage off
okay,
to
okay.
kick.
Alright.
Do the gateway
Ashen
strat.
around the boss. Watch the
It's
wave.
already up.
Wave watching. Focus the gateway. And soon the veil. Reach. You're allowed to be spread within the Ashen. Nice, spreading now. Get out.
Oh, maybe too far.
Yeah,
Yeah, definitely too high.
SED by these dudes.
And then one more dodge coming soon. Really dodge it. Yeah.
Rising it.
Just die quick.
We need to fix left side damage. We have no damage. I don't know what's happening
It
there.
will be fine, Sab. It will be fine. It will be fine.
Okay.
I in-current convoked the intermission with the heart.
User left your
Because I was scared. Because Ryzen was spicy position, so and I saw everyone alive. I thought we would make the DPS check without my
User left
cooler.
your channel.
But I needed.
I mean, Bryce is
You
also
also
better
lost
side
damage.
giving PI, I guess.
Yeah, I also lost my damage on left side.
Yeah, you
Oh,
also
yeah,
lost an Ashen, yeah.
Yeah. I just thought with everyone alive, we don't need anything on left, but I guess we do.
We need more dam.
Is there a single
Yeah.
person holding cooldowns for boss right now? If you do, then don't.
Of course, hopefully
Yeah.
not.
I'm holding, boys.
I think there's one thing we can optimize. Then it's the how we do the veils on left side. I was
the spells?
That's right side.
Guys, did you fall down or what happened?
Sound muted.
He brings him.
Thank you for sticking with us, folks. We are currently taking a look at Sylvanas Windrunner, and if you have just joined us, Echo have been making progress into Phase 2. The past couple of pulls, we've all been getting into getting into Phase 2, getting a little bit more information. Obviously, there's a lot to deal with on top of the regular, on top of the regular things that we have seen. I'm sorry, I'm completely distracted by you just going to town on what do you call that, by the way?
It's a slush puppy one, but obviously other brands are available, of course.
Obviously.
I don't know. It's called a squeezy, but it's just an ice pole.
Okay.
It's just an ice pole. I call it an ice pole. You get it for 10p down the shop.
Yeah, they're great. They're especially in this weather. But yeah, for Phase 1 Sylvanas, obviously a very, very difficult encounter so far. We have seen Limit and Echo working on that one. BDGG obviously are doing, are currently on Sylvanas as well. They were able to get Kel'Thuzad down. And breaking news. A fourth guild has joined us on Sylvanas as well. Like to give a congratulations out to Method for getting Kel'Thuzad down. So they too are now currently working on Sylvanas. So we have 4 guilds all working on the Queen herself. So congratulations. Congratulations to them. But they're going to have to be dealing with the same things that Echo are. Obviously, you've got the Domination arrows coming out that then bring out the Chains of Domination. You've got the Veil of Darkness that you have to deal with. You've got a load of tank damage, the Intermission at 84%. But on Mythic, you also have to deal with the Sentinels that are happening during the Wailing Arrow, which is pretty nasty. And you've also got the, probably the biggest part of Phase 1 change in Mythic is every time you are hit by one of the Chains of Domination, you do a burst of damage 30 yards around you. If you've got half of the raid getting hit by those chains, that is a lot of damage that has to be dealt with. You obviously have to use a couple of cooldowns alongside that. So the next 12 hours are going to be interesting. Obviously, Limit and BDGG are currently sleeping. But when they do awake, Sylvanas will be their goal. But we will have Method and Echo working on the Queen herself. I do want to know. Sorry,
huge Sunday, Kex.
Oh yeah, Super Sunday. One could say.
Super Sunday.
Super Sunday.
Super Sunday.
I do want to know if anybody, because obviously one of the conversations was, there are some people out there that do support Sylvanas. Is there anybody in? Are you putting that to your head?
It's so hot.
I know. Is there anybody in chat that supports Sylvanas? Is there anybody in chat that still believes Sylvanas is their queen? Someone saying my queen. Yeah, there's a couple of people in there, but it looks as though the answer is going to be no from a lot of people. We know that Roger Brown is a big fan of Sylvanas. He's been talking about that. I think last when they downed Kel'Thuzad, his tweet basically was just, finally I get to be reunited with my queen. I think was the tweet that he sent out. So there's obviously a lot of this conflicted interest in Roger right now. They want to get that world first, but it does mean taking down Sylvanas. So I don't know how he's going to feel about that.
I'm going to be pretty upset if in 9.2 we're doing daily quests for Sylvanas. I'm not going to lie. They did Kel'Thas pretty dirty. Like, I'm doing daily quests for the guy in Korthia. This dude had, he had a raid, and then he had a dungeon, and now he does daily quests. I'm just a bit upset about that. I'm not going to lie. So I'm hoping I'm not in, the first one's area, and Sylvanas is just like, yo, go gather 4 coconuts from the ground. I don't want to do that.
Where are we going in 9.2?
It's Talabim.
Oh, finally get to go to Talabim. Okay, that'll be quite interesting. Finally find out where all those bananas have come from. And if you have too many bananas, make sure to spam those bananas to kill Sylvanas. It does kind of rhyme. I quite like it. I'm not sure if it's 100% accurate. Obviously, here we go. The swirlies coming out. That is one of the big things that Scripe has mentioned. Just don't get hit by the swirlies. It's such a it's one of those cheap deaths that does happen, and it can happen occasionally because again, these raiders are pumping out as much damage as possible, as much healing as possible, that sometimes, you know, you think you've moved enough and it doesn't quite work out. We will see a cooldown coming up for these. Every time they get hit, you do see those ones go out. The big one is obviously during the intermission. When that intermission happens, just keep an eye on how many of those explosions happen and watch the health bars. It is pretty disgusting to see.
I would
Here
love
go the
to
wailing arrows.
I'd love to
Here come
see
the
a Azalea
Sentinels.
POV at some point.
Yes, if we could get a Azalea POV chat for that intermission, that would be fantastic.
There
it is. Look at that hair. Look at that hair. It's so good. As I was saying on the first day, who has the better hair? Is it Azalea or is it Mirrors? Mirrors. Who has the better hair?
Dude, Mirrors looks like, you know, in this is gonna be maybe a specific reference, I don't know. You know, in Dragon Ball Z, when Gohan goes Super Saiyan 2 against Cell, and he powers up and it's like proper yellow, but then when he's like chilling, it's like white, you know?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. So I think that is Mirrors. I think if he went into the hyperbolic time chamber and came out, I think okay, so Azalea is before the hyperbolic time chamber, and then Mirrors is afterwards.
You know, a couple of while ago you were saying that I was a weeb, and you're now here making references to the hyperbolic time chamber.
I don't think Dragon Ball Z is weeb material. It's too mainstream.
Okay, interesting. I don't necessarily think you're wrong. You know, I would say that it's definitely a lot further in pop culture than a lot of people realize. Do we have any Dragon Ball Z fans in the chat?
Of course there is.
No, there's got to be some. There has to be some. This intermission, this is so where are we at percentage wise on the boss? 84. So we're going to be seeing the intermission now. So when this intermission comes in, here it is. So you'll see a bunch of these arrows spawn. All these domination chains will come out on the raiders, and take a look at their health bars. You'll see just bottom center. They've got the barrier down, and just look at all those explosions. Look at the health bars dropping. But the healer's doing a fantastic job. Scaris, their 13.2k sustained HPS. Once they get these chains down, there's really not much in this phase that can kill them. They just have to dodge the swirlies, just dodge the swirlies 5-head, and they have to make sure they are dodging the giant chunks of the Sanctum of Domination that are being thrown across the raids. You can see Sylvanas there. You can see the shadowy clones of Sylvanas also throwing those chunks, which, again, is brilliant to see. You can see that being ripped off the Sanctum of Domination and thrown across the whole arena. It's very aesthetically pleasing. And again, the design team, and you know, not only the design team but the sound team, doing an incredible job. Looks as though we do have, we did lose somebody. Is that deep? We did lose Deep Shades.
Yeah.
So we are going into phase 2 with 19 players. It does mean that one of the sides is going to be a player down. For those that don't know, that haven't quite caught up yet in the race phase 2, in normal and heroic you all follow the same path, whereas in mythic it does split up, so you need to split half of your raid. Actually, no, it looks like we got Deep Shades up. How did we, I didn't think we had a battle res up, unless
Soulstoned himself.
He may have. Maybe that's the big play from Deep Shades. Soulstoning himself. So we're gonna have everybody alive, or maybe they were saving. Maybe it was potentially a res totem. I'm unsure. That could have been popped down. But we're gonna have everybody alive.
Use the tank trinket.
Yeah, just use the tank trinket. That's easy. But we are going to have everybody alive for the first time. And as I say that, Gingy does unfortunately drop. So we are losing one of the druids. So again, we're back to 19 players. But we would love to see phase 3. We'd love to get 19. If we can get 19 players into phase 3, that would be huge, because then we could make some serious progression on the boss. The team's going to have a lot more information available to them for their Gingy's resed up as well, so we've got even more res available. Fragments, don't do it. Abort.
Wow,
Mission
look at the timing.
abort.
Look at this, both of them at the same time.
Yeah, so they're able to get across. That is one of the best things we've seen. Kanex unfortunately dropping. Whether or not that was because of the interrupt and an instant melee, or there was something else happening there, I'm unsure. But again, if we can have all 19 players going into phase 3, we get some fantastic timing information. We get some fantastic weak core information, as well as a new best on the boss. So I want everybody in chat. Let's see those. Let's get those emote spams out. Let's see exactly what happens. Go left, go right. Res Roger. as Sylvanas is dropping pretty quickly. I believe our current best attempt was somewhere around 81.3%. 81.3% was yeah, I think it's around that. I can't actually remember.
It's right there.
Oh yeah, so it is right there. 81.3%. That was an actual guess. I didn't see that.
That's pretty good. Good memory.
That was a good guess. But we've been able to pass. This next phase is obviously one of the more difficult phases. We will hopefully stick with the team on the left because they will be dealing with this new ad. This is a mythic only ad called the Colossus, and this is the one that does the ability called Filth. Which again is pretty perfect for exactly what this phase here represents. Here it comes. There's the Colossus. There is a lot of damage here. They obviously need to deal with it. There's the Filth cast. It is a conal, so just spewing filth all over the floor, making sure they're dodging these veils. And here comes the big expulsion cast. Everybody needs to be super stacked up. Whether or not there'll be a cooldown, there is darkness drop there by Fragments, so that'll be a helpful one. Filth going out. The conal, they need to avoid it, which they've done perfectly. After they've done this, if everyone survives and they're able to interrupt the next Ruin cast, then we will see them possibly going into phase 3 with everybody alive. We do see clicks dropping super low. In goes Fragments. Able to get the interrupt. Yes, of course, Fragments is able to get the interrupt. Of course, Fragments gets the interrupt. This
is it. This is their new best. It's got to be, right?
This is their new best. This will be their new best. Everybody seems to be alive. The healing is super intensive. Rev is dropping down. Unfortunately, Koenig's dropping down. Roger does survive. So it looks as though we're going to have 18 players going into phase 3. This is a new best attempt from Echo. Oh, that is unfortunate, RNG. Having to soul shape out of that one. But once again, everybody surviving that cast. This is just getting the timer down now. So this isn't a health-based percentage. This is the timer gives you as much opportunity to deal loads of damage to Sylvanas Windrun. It looks as though we are going to be getting sub 80%. Obviously, we believe the fight does end at 50. So we're looking at about another 30% until the boss encounter eventually ends. There we go. That was the Banshee's Wail. We will be moving into phase 3 with 18 people alive. And there is a really, really nasty new mechanic on this one that I want you to keep an eye on. So what does happen in this, phase in normal and heroic is Sylvanas will throw daggers out. It will be in lines out from Sylvanas. However, on mythic, it places it on a player, and that then shoots out of the player, and they need to make sure that they are not overlapping with anybody. So in comes these pools. These pools will drop on the ground. If you pick these up, you step over them, you do gain a debuff. However, you can then get dispelled and drop all the pools in one location, which is almost perfect for you. Daggers cast probably not too far behind, so keep an eye. There's the Banshee's weapons, so keep an eye on the players. They need to make sure they're nice and spread. That doesn't seem to have caused them too much issue. So once again, they are blasting this boss, and once again, don't forget, this is a race now to kill Sylvanas before they run out of room on all these platforms. They're now going to be moving over. There comes the Ruin that will destroy that platform. Sylvanas moving over here, and again the whole phase now repeats. So we're looking at 77.3 on the boss. There we go. The Wailing Arrow coming out. People that have the Wailing Arrow need to move over to the other platform. They all see, so there you see the knives. You see the knives. You see that arrow, those lines coming out of that player. That does need to be dodged by everybody. This part of the fight is one of the most hectic parts of any fight I've seen for the longest time. But Echo have handled this masterfully, considering they are now in phase 3.
That is, yeah, absolutely incredible. By the way, what a cast. Well, Jesus, Kex, what a masterful casting. Claps in chat. 76%, 76% on Sylvanas right now. This is a brand new best. They are smashing through that previous 81.36% that we saw before. But as you said, this is going to be every single platform here. Soft in rage in regards to the amount of space you have on these platforms. But the guys are doing absolutely masterfully right now. A couple dead, though, unfortunately. But this is all learning. They're getting information right now because this is a part of the fight they've not been to in Mythic.
Yeah, they'll take a look at the logs after that one. So here are the knives. Look at that. You have to make sure that you are spread so that nobody else gets hit by those. They do go off and it will do a large amount of damage. It's very, very difficult. You have to make sure you're soaking these on every single platform as well. So you see those 2 grey circles that we had appear on this one. Those do appear on the other platforms. So it ends up being super, super nasty. But again, 74%. It looks as though we have blasted surpassed our previous best pull. And I mean, you take a look at how many are dead now. This is, I believe, the third platform. Yeah, that was the second platform. Moving on to the third one now. To give you an indication of where they are boss damage wise, they would now have to do 24% of the boss's health between now and the end of the next platform. So they would almost need to do triple the amount of damage they have done on 2 platforms on the last 2 platforms. So that is a pretty scary thought.
Do you think it'll get to a point where they kind of look at it and they're like, right, this is literally mathematically impossible? Do you think they'll jump into like Mythic Plus or something like that?
There is that possibility. I mean, again, you can. There is obviously the meme that happens every single race where people say, "Oh, it's mathematically impossible." You know, it happened on Denathrius. It happened on Fetid Devourer in Uldia. It's one of those memes that does happen. That was a fantastic pull. I imagine that the information they gain from each pull will be more valuable. If they get to a point where the information they are getting from the pulls is effectively the same information every single time, they might turn around and say, okay, the information we've got, because they will have somebody working in the background. You know, Grim will be analyzing all of the data, taking a look at the weak auras. You'll have Misery on the spreadsheets as well. They will have effectively done a spreadsheet that will look at every single player's DPS and the maximum amount that they can do over all of the pulls. They'll pull their average DPS, and then they will apply that to the boss's health. And they will say, if we have all 20 raiders alive for the entirety of the fight, where will we get to? And you know, they will take a look at phase 3 and say, we could probably get pretty deep into phase 3. We want to see more timings. We want to see more information for our weak auras. And you know, that will help them then decide what to do. If Sylvanas survives to the reset, they could turn around and say, we're only 5% off. If we get X, Y, and Z items during our mythic reclear, we should be good to go. Or they may turn around and said, we're 15% off looking at all of this. We're going to have to do maybe some Mythic Plus. Maybe we'll have to do some heroic splits when we do get the reset. Only time will tell.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If it is such a tight DPS check, then obviously Limit having their reset on the Tuesday will definitely put them in ahead. If Limit don't kill it Tuesday, and obviously they wait till Wednesday, then the race will be back on, and it'll be kind of even playing field again in regards to the gearing situation. But I mean, here's the other thing. I mean, if they obviously haven't done any Mythic Plus, will they do it? You know, if it gets to Tuesday, for example, will they do it anyway because they need to get that extra kind of choices on the vault?
They may do. It is. I mean, the vault is one of those really weird situations because doing Mythic Plus is really nice because you can get some really nice trinkets, some really nice weapons. You know, it is worth doing, but you could also end up in a scenario where you have an item that comes in your vault that you can't equip because of a domination socket.
Right.
You know, you could turn around and this is one of the reasons why the domination sockets are so controversial. You could end up having an item that is 252 that will not replace a normal piece of gear because that domination socket on that gear activates the bonus.
Yeah.
If that does happen, you know, it's not gonna be replaced.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's kind of obviously a problem in regards to design-wise. It just seems a little bit silly, unfortunately. But that's the way it is. I guess, obviously, having... I mean, they defeated, what, 9 bosses, right? So they're going to have a vault that will contain some Mythic Raid loot, right?
Yes.
With the, so...
All three slots will contain Mythic Raid loot.
Right, so they... Yeah, I think you're probably right. I mean, there's probably maybe no point in doing the Mythic Plus or PvP because those pieces of gear will potentially just not be worth it, you know? So
it can happen. I mean, the other side of it is there are some certain slots, for example, as I mentioned, trinkets, you know, even weapons as well. They will help. But again, you know, they are the best geared. You know, they are the best geared guild in the world, and they're putting that to good use as we head into phase 1. And taking a look at some of the abilities that we see here, and thinking back to, you know, some of the previous races that we've seen, N'Zoth, side Denathrius, even thinking back to Jaina and Gahun, obviously in BFA and even further beyond. How do you feel this stacks up, sort of ability-wise, compared to some of those bosses?
Like what the boss does, essentially?
Yeah, kind of like the difficulty behind that and the variation on it. Do you think this is?
I think the pacing is wrong on this fight, man. Like you have like such an intense first phase, and in the second phase you kind of have a few little parts where you're kind of stopping at least, waiting for the RP to kind of happen and stuff like that. I think that's kind of rough. And then you get into the third phase where it's a little bit better, but yeah, I don't know. I think I like a boss fight that has like a, essentially kind of happens in one room. I think Denathrius was a pretty cool fight. I did enjoy that a lot, but again, it's I don't know. I don't like a fight with too much movement, Yeah, it's fine dodging and stuff like that. I think one of the best fights to probably cast over and watch was probably Eternal Palace, right? That was a very small boss area, a lot going on, different mechanics that were just like kind of fun, like the stacking on the runes and bits like that was a great boss to cast over, and I casted for like 2 weeks over it as well. So it was, that was rough. But I think Jaina as well, a great fight. But yeah, I don't know. How do you feel about the fight?
I quite enjoy it, actually. I feel as though there is... I think phase 2 is definitely more of a downtime phase, as you mentioned, but I think it works well in the story of the raid. And the fact that at the end of this, even though we can't even say that we beat Sylvanas. At the end of this, we technically lose. We technically lose this encounter against Sylvanas and the Jailer. So obviously there's a slightly different feeling there because sometimes you will see, fortunately we do see Phil going down there, obviously to the swirlies, which is one of those cheap deaths that you really don't want to have happen early on this fight. So a battle res has been used. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, I quite like Sylvanas. I think it has a really nice feel to it. I enjoy the abilities going off. And again, this does look like a fun encounter. I can understand why some people don't like it. I wouldn't necessarily say that you'd be wrong for feeling that way. But for me, I do enjoy the encounter. I think it looks really nice. There's a lot for pretty much everybody to do. Healers are going to be pumping, DPS are going to be pumping, tanks are going to be doing everything they can to stay alive, even though it's not necessarily directly engaging, because I think the best tank encounter we've ever had was Alice Razor in Firelands. This definitely does seem up there because you're having to deal with so much going on in the encounter. It does mean that you are actively engaged with your class, your active mitigation. It is really nice to see. And it's really nice to see Echo making some pretty solid progression here in phase 1. We will be getting the intermission soon. As soon as all of these sentinels go down, there we go. There's the intermission. So watch for the stack and look at the amount of damage that comes out, because obviously the mythic mechanic here, all of those chains, every time they hit, will be doing a burst of AoE. That is a huge amount of damage. And the first time I saw that, I thought to myself, how are they going to be able to do this? And once again, just showing, looks like somebody did hit one of their domination arrows. If you are chained to an arrow, there is a small circle around it, and if you get inside that small circle, it will just explode and take out the entire raid. You obviously mentioned, you've done a little bit of progression. Do you think, taking a look at this, and obviously it's there are so many different sort of like viewpoints on a fight like this, were you expecting more from Sylvanas?
The fight, they hyped it up. Blizzard hyped it up a lot. I think that was
they did hype it up.
Yeah, I don't know what could make it better. I guess there's some interesting ideas here for sure, right? And it's just so hectic. I mean, as we just saw with the arrows and stuff like that, just getting real crazy. But I don't know what I was expecting, I'll be honest. But we obviously never... I think last bosses in general shouldn't be tested on PTR at all.
Yeah.
I feel like just not even normal or heroic. Let it be a surprise, the whole thing, on week 1. It'll just be so cool. It'll hype up everybody to finally see the fight, see what's going on with it and stuff like that. Obviously, they need to... If they were to do something like that, they need to pretty intensely test it internally, and they obviously have a really good internal test team that do all of that kind of stuff. So I think... I don't know. I kind of like a good surprise in WoW. And as we mentioned before with the Mythic phase, I love stuff like that. That stuff is a great talking point. It's a great thing to get people hyped up. It's a great thing to look forward to and kind of predict that it's going to happen. The fact that they have come out and said that there isn't one, I don't believe. I do believe them. I genuinely think they have come out and said that there isn't one, just because they know that people will want that, and it's not happening. And I don't know. I feel like, as you said, like the Anduin stuff would have been cool. Add Anduin to the fight. He's standing there doing what? Nothing like the whole time anyway. So yeah, just give us surprises, build hype and excitement and things to look forward to. and knowing everything that's going to happen is not fun. You know.
Yeah. I have the feeling that there will be something, even if it isn't necessarily like it's the last 5%. You know, something just a little bit extra just to spice it up. And especially, you know, the first group that gets to that stage, it's going to be really interesting to hear their reactions. Somebody in chat saying, I keep thinking that Kexman is grabbing a Stein. Well,
oh no.
For that, I can grab a Stein if you want. So, you know, we'll make things a little bit more interesting.
Steincam? What do you got?
Steincam
It's the one from BlizzCon.
This is not the one from BlizzCon. This one's even better than that. Next time we're on cam, I will show you why it is better than that.
All right, lay it on me.
So,
tell me why it's so
Steincam.
good.
Well, I'm not going to. You'll just have to wait and see. It's a surprise. You've just mentioned that you like to be surprised, so I'm going to surprise you.
So that I don't speak British. Oh no, I don't like that surprise. I don't like it. It's not a fun surprise. It's not a good one.
Stein denied. Steinide.
Steinide. Sounds like a.
Steinide.
Sounds like. You know what? It doesn't matter. Oh man. All right. Cool. We're going to another pool, Kexman. We're on to another pool. How many pools have we had at this point?
I believe we're up to about 65 pulls. I think we're about 3% off Limit's current best when we're looking at progression. So Limit were effectively at the exact same point of the fight, and they're going to run into the exact same roadblock that Echo will, in that having to deal an extra 20% of the boss's health in, you know, 2 platforms when they've dealt 5% or 6% of the boss's health in 2 platforms is having to more than double your damage on the last 2 platforms is, I don't see that happening unless there is something that will increase their damage. Again, that is maybe Khadgar shows up, as you mentioned. Who knows?
Magni and Khadgar, they're coming in.
Magni and Khadgar, it will happen. It will. The dream team.
Why have they lusted? Is this just what's the reason here? I swear they were lusting here before.
Yes, they were. So they will lust pretty much every single time because the fight is long enough that by the time you get into phase 3, and especially towards the last 2 platforms when the burn is really hard, your bloodlust is actually back up. We are expecting this fight to be around about the 15 to 14 minute mark. So, you know, the talk of why this could potentially have a mythic phase does mean that will be extended out. I mean, we could be seeing like a 17-minute fight, which is pretty rough for the raiders, especially when they're raiding 16 hours a day. However, you know, at the same time, we have seen it before with Imperator Margok. Obviously, you take a look back to Warlords of Draenor for something along those lines. We're using the Warlock Gateway here to bait the Veil over into the corner, which means they have a little bit more room to use for the next Wailing Arrows. These chains coming out, they're baiting the chains in a certain position. These do spawn in very specific locations, which does mean that they can deal, obviously, with that pulsing AoE a little bit easier. And now there is a slight bit of a burn because we will be seeing chains coming in around about 30 seconds. They want to get the boss to below 84% within those 30 seconds, because if they don't, then you can actually double up on the chain. So you can see how painful it is when we go into intermission with all of those chains going off, all of the cooldowns. If you add another set of chains to those, it just ends up being far too much to heal. So there is a slight bit of a push to beat these timers, and they've actually managed to succeed in doing it almost every single time. So there's the Veil. We do see chains coming up in 6 seconds, so you've got to hope that they can beat that. Dark Shade's getting out as quickly as possible. There's the intermission, so they do once again beat that chains cast. Here's the group up, and just take a look at the damage that comes in here. This is sickening when these chains hit them. Every single member of the raid will do an explosion. That is just so painful. But once they've dealt with those chains, it then just becomes a game of dodge the effect. So they'll be dodging the swirls on the ground. They'll be dodging the rives coming in. There are 9 rives that are cast in total. And once again, just take a look at Sylvanas' model. Sylvanas will move to a corner of the room, attach chains to one of those, and will throw them. Unfortunately, we did see an explosion there, so it looks as though one of the players got a little bit too close to their Wailing Arrow, not killed in time or not being able to run away, or even caught in a bad position between the swirls, the rive, and the chain at the same time. But it does unfortunately mean that we will see 5 of those raiders go down, and from there it is effectively just straight called a wipe. because they want to be getting into that phase with pretty much everybody alive. But for those of you that are wondering, whether or not I did have a Stein, I do have a Stein, and it is beautifully marked.
You got Cherry
so
Aid in
cheers to you. No, this isn't Cherry Aid. What do you think I am, 12?
Take your socks off and do some skids. Skidding around the dance floor.
Do some skids.
Yeah, take your shoes and socks. Well, no, keep your socks on because it might be some slippy ones you got on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, take your shoes off
liberating.
and do some skids. I mean, admittedly, if you could do, if you were the cool kid, you were usually the one that was best at doing the skids on the dance floor.
It's true.
Usually at some place like Butlins or something like that.
Oh yeah, of course. Kexman knee slide.
It's very random. Why would I want to be doing a knee slide? One thing I do like is the fact that they have all the information they need for phase 1. They have every single piece of information for their weak auras, for their add-ons. They don't need to be seeing phase 1. They don't need to be seeing phase 1 for their information. Now it is almost all focused on that second phase and getting into the third phase. The more information they can garner from that, the better. So don't be surprised if we see, if we see a player die during phase 1 or 2 players die, that they just jump off the edge, because the quicker they can do that, the quicker they can get another pull in, the quicker they can see some phase 2 action and phase 3. I imagine even at this point, phase 2 for them, they have everything they need in regards to, timings down, how quick they need to be, the damage they need to have. It is now all phase 3 based. And this is one of those moments where the argument for having fights be shorter definitely comes into play. You immediately think back to Blackrock Foundry and Black Hand as a fight. I think Black Hand even on Mythic was around about 8 minutes. A relatively quick fight. So if you wiped on something or you needed to see something in phase 3, it was very, very easy. It was a very, very quick turnaround. Fight like Sylvanas, that's not the case. We're obviously seeing by the time they get into phase 3 and the point where they have all the information they need, you're looking at about 10 minutes, which is that is a long time to be raiding, especially at this level.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, when you can get 2 lusts out in a fight, that seems like a bit much, I'll be honest. But we were talking about obviously like the best, kind of raids that we've seen, mythic fights and stuff like that. So I'm going to take it over to the chat. Chat, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. All 27,000 of you have got a question. This Race to World First event has been happening since Old Deer, at least it's been happening streamed, of course. As a viewer, what mythic final boss has been the best for you to observe? Now, someone said that Sire was really fun to watch as a viewer. I'm very curious what people think. I'd say, in my experience, probably Jaina. I think Jaina was probably one of the more fun ones to watch, along with Ashara. But I'm curious what the chat says to this question. Wow, look at the Jainas! Look at the Jainas!
I will say Jaina is one of the better fights. I would like to say though, and I don't know if he's watching, but Preacher's call with Ashara during that race is legitimately one of the best casting calls I have ever heard. It was, every time I hear it, just hearing that, Queen Ashara is melting, it was such a good call, and that to me has been, one of the peaks. There it is, exactly as Waj put in there. 1% and all alive. Queen Ashara is melting.
That's incredible.
That was a great call from Preach. And I don't know if you're watching, but yeah, that to me is probably one of my favorite moments of all of the casted Race to World First we've seen.
I hope we can bring Preach on for next one, man. Preach is an absolute god tier caster. He's a galaxy brain and a great guy, and obviously just the voice of the 1%.
Yeah, the voice of the 1%. I think the first time I ever did the race was obviously Castle Nathria, and I remember there was a moment where we weren't on screen and I was talking, and the chat was just full of, "Is this Preach?" And again, me and Preach sound completely different, so I don't know where they were getting confused with
Preach is a Manc and you're a Midlander. Is that term?
Yeah, sure. Midlander, I think.
Midlander from the Midlands.
From the Midlands.
Around about
farmer.
There. A farmer.
Farmer.
Yeah, no, you couldn't sound anything. Yeah, you literally sound nothing like Preach. So this the chains mechanic. Can you Windrush totem that?
I don't. I think you can. I think movement speeds do help. It's it's one of those situations where in this phase it's not so much a problem. It's going to be quite easy for them to get away because the arrows go in very specific locations. They can just move away from those. The chains will pick the closest players, so you will see a group of them will just stack near it. And taking a look at it, you'll see a little weak aura that goes off. The next time the chains happen, you will actually see a bunch of little bubbles that will come up and say 3, 1, 2, and that is the amount of stacks. So right 3, right 1, and it will tell them exactly where they need to go. So you'll see everyone that says right 1, right 3, 1, and they will go to that section. The chains will grab them, and again, it picks the closest players. The problem you then have is when you get to, if a melee gets one of those chains, obviously they have to focus, the range have to be the one to get the chains down. But in the intermission phase, you have 4 or 5 of those little areas with the chains going off. And you're also having to deal the little splashes on the ground, the rives that are being thrown across. And you can actually get yourself in a really unfortunate position where you don't have the space to avoid the rive because you don't want to get one shot by that. You don't have the space to avoid the circle, the swirly on the ground, because once again, you don't want to get hit by that. And you're also too close to the chains as well. So RNG is one of those moments you just have to effectively just pray to the RNG gods that does not happen to you.
Yeah, it's so tough, Kex. Like, I don't know. Like, and with this fight as well, like, you want to go into phase 2 realistically. I mean, the cleanest you can possibly do it, let's be honest. No deaths phase 1, full battle res is going in. Like, and realistically, if you want to get that, really good phase 3, you've got to be going in, like, fully battle resed up and everyone alive, surely. Like, that's gonna, like, when we do get the kill, that's got to be it, right? There's no like, I don't know. I really think you've got to be as clean as anything to get into that phase 3 and try and get it down, because it's so tight with the timings.
Yeah, and also it means if you have one player down going into phase 2, it sounds really odd just saying, oh, just one player down going into phase 2. That doesn't seem too much of a problem. That does mean then that your split is there's an imbalance there. You obviously want to make sure that you've got 10 players going left, 10 players going right. Once again, the damage incoming from these chains. Take a look at the health bars. That is with all of the cooldowns being used. Oh. I believe we have an aura mastery. It looks as though we've also got 2 bubbles going down, a darkness from Frag on the DH as well. So yeah, once again, a huge amount of damage. Making sure these chains go down. And again, RNG, you've got to be careful. You don't want to end up in a position where you have to dodge the rive, you have to dodge the swirlies, and get too close to your arrows, because they will be pulling you in. Looks as though we've actually cleared up all of the arrows. So now this just becomes a pure phase of just dodge mechanic. Don't get hit by anything, which, when you're not dealing with the chains, should be relatively easy. There's no damage going out. They don't need to focus on their rotations. It is just pure survival. And I don't know if you can notice, but we also have a battle res up, and we will have a second available in 10 seconds. Ooh. So going into phase 2, we will have 2 battle reses available. Gingy there doing a little bit of a stretch, getting the neck warmed up, making sure that he is fully loose. We will have everyone available. It looks as though we do have quite a few cooldowns. We've got a couple of roars. Looks as though I don't think we've got any Ashen Hallows up. You can see in the top of Gingy's screen there, all of the cooldowns, the bars showing exactly when they will be coming up. Looks as though Revis's Rallying Cry is coming up in about 2 seconds. So that'll be another cooldown they will be able to use. Yep, there it is. It is now available. Moving over to Frag's POV, and I love looking at Fragnance's POV during this phase, just watching all the fun things that he can do as a demon hunter, hopping off the platform, coming back on, getting these ads down as quickly as possible. There is still danger here in this phase though. These ads will do some nasty abilities. You do still have to be avoiding the darknesses. They do appear on the platforms. They're smaller than we see in the first phase, but again, still dangerous. However, with everybody alive, there is no imbalance on any of the platforms. Nobody's going to be falling off, and they should be able to get through these ads quite smoothly. They will now group up on the next platform, so they've split the raid onto left and right. They're now waiting for Journey to make the ice wall. They need to get across and interrupt this ruin cast. 5-second cast is really, really important they do, because that is the wipe mechanic. And everybody is still alive, apart from Roger, who does unfortunately go down, but they do have the battle res. I'm not sure if Roger fell off the platform or what happened. Ash and Hallow going down, making sure that everybody is nice and survives. You see the melee getting away because we do have the really nasty AoE going out there. This is basically free damage on Sylvanas. There's the Veil, making sure everybody steps away from those. They'll probably use a Roar, and this is looking really solid. Really impressed with the way that Echo have handled this one. If they can get into the next phase with everybody alive, they can battle res Roger. Here comes the Haunting Wave. This is that AoE that you see. You don't want to be near Sylvanas while that is cast because you will not be able to avoid those. Banshee's Wail coming out, big spread mechanic, but dealing with it beautifully. And I don't want to jinx it, Mr. GM, but this could potentially be our best phase 2 yet so far for Echo.
Yeah, this is clean as heck. They are doing so well. I mean, I'm just watching this fight just thinking, wow, Blizzard really hate melee classes. This fight is not melee friendly at all. Like, the amount of stuff you have to dodge in such a quick succession, it's not good. But I think they are probably going to get Roger up just before the as they transition into phase 3. Going to get this guy down. As you said, he does that horrible move called Filth, which is just, let's be honest, pretty filthy.
Filth.
Yeah, it's filth. But yeah, they're going to do the there it is, there it goes, easy clap. But yeah, Roger is down, but that's fine. They're not going to worry too much about that. Battle Reses, I think Frag has his Battle Res underneath the Logitech sponsor thing, one of our sponsors here at the Race to World First. But yeah, as it switches over, you're going to see there, do have one up with another one coming up very shortly, and that has got Roger's name all over it. Res Roger again, Push Boss. And once
Here
again,
comes the Ruin. And
here we go.
Interrupted. Yeah, this is once again another one of those damage phases on Sylvanas. Everybody coming over. Lorgok does unfortunately drop, but once again the res almost immediate on Lorgok, so they will have everybody pretty much available. Here comes the Haunting Wave, dodging that one. We do want to keep an eye out for the Darkness, Veil of Darkness. Here it comes. Here's the big spread mechanic, making sure people aren't hit. Fragments. Oh, look at that. Fragments are able to get back on. Cool as a cucumber. Again, just Demon Hunter things.
What a god. How did he do
that? Was huge.
Oh my goodness, just bouncing around like it's a trampoline.
Yeah, exactly. Just it's incredible. There's the immune. Here's the Banshee's Wail. So this, once again, this is the oh, we do lose mirrors, so I think we're probably going to see the battle res used on mirrors rather than Roger Brown. That is unfortunate, but again, one of our cleanest transitions into phase 3. This is just a little bit of free damage they can pad on these ads.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Here comes phase 3, and once again, keep an eye out for all of these abilities going off. They do have a certain amount of time. We've moved back over to Gingy's point of view, seeing if we can get some blasters in chat for Gingy. They want to be very careful here, obviously, because you have to deal with so much at one time. You have the pools that are spawning, so those need to be soaked and placed into one location, so you've got sort of like more room around the platform to move. We do unfortunately lose Revers and Minis there right at the start, so that is unfortunate. Merez isn't being battle res, so unless they've used both of them, but I don't think I saw anybody going, so it looks like we've got 10 seconds on the battle res. Merez will be pretty much coming straight up. There it is, straight away. There's the Banshee's weapon, so they want to make sure they are avoiding that. They don't want to get hit by any of it. There is the Ruin. So moving over to this platform, and again, you can see these puddles. These will immediately get soaked and placed into one location, so there is a lot more room for the players to move. You can also see the Banshee's Wail, which is the arrow coming out. They have to jump that over to another one of the platforms. However, when you do go into phase 3, into the last platform, you actually have to soak the Wail on the platform you're on, which is just a huge amount of damage. Spreading out for the Banshee's Wail. There's so many Banshee abilities in this. It feels like you're saying Banshees every other sentence. Mr. GM, unfortunately dropping there on Gingy. This phase, you know, we spoke about how difficult phase 1 seemed to be. This phase seems even crazier.
Yeah, look at the state of that platform there. That is just,
that is unfortunate. That's I believe, taking a look at what we see there, I think that was Roger Brown's point of view, which is
floor POV.
Floor POV.
Well, at least they get to push him to the next phase, even if he's not alive. You know, he gets to watch what's happening, I guess.
Yeah, it's nice to see that they still have the ability to push Sylvanas fairly hard in this phase with, you know, bunch of people alive. We are currently looking at 74% on the boss. Look at those arrows, making sure that you are really neatly positioned so nobody else gets hit by those. Kanex getting targeted by the arrow, so you'll see Kanex getting out of the raid, seeing it in Zuo. Oh, looks as though Kanex unfortunately died and got hit by the arrow, so you saw how much damage was done there. Now, most of the time you deal with that that Banshee's, the Banshee's well, that big arrow in phase 3 by jumping over to a different platform, because it does have a distance, a distance part of the damage. The further away, the less damage you take. So you jump over to the platform. The 4th platform you jump to, you have no platforms to jump to. So you just have to soak it on that platform. And with the amount of damage that ability does, you are somehow going to have at least 2 cooldowns available in the final platform to deal with that. And that will go off on 3 players. So you will have 2 cooldowns that will probably be able to cover the first 2. And then maybe a strong cooldown to cover, the 3rd one. But again, still looking at about 23% off going through 3 platforms there. So the damage check on this phase is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. I mean, realistically, like when they move from each platform, is like kind of, do you think they're looking at a percentage that they want to be on as they progress it through it?
I mean, it all depends. They will be taking a look at the sort of like how much they can do per platform. They will know how long it takes. I believe it is 50 seconds per platform.
Right.
Until that ruin cast comes out. So you're effectively looking at how much damage can we do in 50 seconds? How much of that, you times that by 4, you take that off the boss, and then you go, okay, so we will need to be pushing. If we get everybody alive and it is a perfect pull and the stars align for us, this is the magic number that we will need. And I imagine taking a look at that, you would, I mean, on normal and heroic, you would generally push Sylvanas into that phase at around about 76%, 78%.
Yep.
So you're looking, 8% per platform, which is similar to what we would see from these. But again, being able to do 8% worth of Sylvanas' health, or the effective health that we see in that space of time, is, that is just an incredible amount of damage. As we do see, it looks as though they are taking their lunch break. Looks as though we've got a 40-minute break here. So still some really good progression today. We have seen their best pull. Looks as though both Echo and Limit are almost neck and neck on their progression phases. Limit slightly ahead on the percentages, but again, we're looking at a four horse race now, because we know that BDGG late last night were able to kill Kel'Thuzad, and then early this morning, within about an hour, we saw Kel'Thuzad go down for Method. So 4 teams now racing for that top spot, and this is the situation we all want to be in a race to world first, because the more guilds that are going for Sylvanas, the more exciting is for everybody else.
Absolutely, yeah, it's amazing, and we've got all these different POVs as well from all the guilds are obviously streaming their own POVs as well. It's great to see. It really is. Like, essentially the top 10 or pretty much the top 7 or so are, they're all, you can observe their POVs, and that's what makes these races so interesting. Whereas like you can have people from like Method or whatever could be watching different POVs and just kind of figuring out from there, whereas it's something that we didn't have before the race was streamed. They're absolutely going to be looking at different guilds and what they do in the strategy wise. Do you think there'll be much of a, do you think there is some sort of big brain play they can do here, or essentially is it kind of going to be a pretty cookie cutter strategy going across the board?
I think Sylvanas is an encounter where you can't really do anything crazy. It is just, we've seen a couple of bosses in the past, previous Race to World First, where there have been some, massive strats for those ones. This one, I don't think that's going to be the case, because it is such a linear fight, because you have, these are the abilities coming in. Unless somebody finds a way to really manage to cheese, say, the domination arrows, or, potentially even able to, cheese one of the mechanics in phase 3, I think it is just going to be one of those encounters where it is just mechanically and, a HPS check, a DPS check. You just have to play perfectly. We are on a break, obviously. They have gone for lunch, which is a perfect time for you to take a look at, our charity donations here. So !donate in the chat for Rise Above Disorder, a phenomenal charity. We've already donated over $16,500. We want to keep pushing that one. Our next goal is that 20k mark, the Roger and Scripe IRL fishing stream. We have already hit the global goals, because obviously this is in collaboration with Complexity Limit, or Complex Limity as it was called this morning, I believe. So again, take a look at all of that merch. There is a very, very special t-shirt and hoodie design that you can grab, all for a great cause. Please consider donating, and if you already have donated, thank you very, very much.
Kex, we've got an exclusive here. You ready?
I'm ready for an exclusive.
Chat and Kex, get ready, because we have shortly, very shortly, Ariana, right now, Ariana and Scripe on the casting couch. Let's find out what's going on. Here we go.
Hi. Hello. Hi. There we go. Hi. I did get Scribe on the couch, luckily. Scribe, you're already at Sylvanas. That was a bit early.
Yeah, I actually every boss after Painsmith was way easier than we had planned for. So yeah, it is definitely early, but at the same time, Sylvanas, I don't know if it's hard or not sure yet, depending on the timer on the next platforms, but it seems like it's gonna be hard. I don't know though.
But like, how hard are we talking? Are we talking about like 150 pulls, or are we talking Jaina style with over 300?
I think it's gonna be at least 200. That's my expectation. Yeah.
At least 200. So do you think it's going over the reset then?
Not necessarily. I think we can do 200 within this reset.
Okay, so you're gonna kill it. That's what you're aiming for.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that is the goal, right? Because obviously we lose a lot of advantage if it goes to the next reset, but we'll see.
Definitely. So I had a question about the trinket that you used yesterday. Like, who came up with that brilliant strat?
I actually don't know. I mean, we just saw the trinket. I don't know who came up with it. We saw that the tank had, when the tanks die, that they disappear. So we thought of ways. We knew that this trinket existed. Honestly, like, a lot of brainstorming happens when we do our tactic discussions. So I don't really know who comes up with things in the end.
As long as you can tell them to do what they need to do.
Yeah, the goal is to find the tactic, not necessarily getting credit for it. Yeah.
Fair enough. It's a team thing anyway. So I've noticed that there's a lot of add-ons with all the cooldowns on every single screen. Is that so that you can see it on every point of view?
Yeah, I'm actually in the game, logged in myself in the raid, and I'm getting the cooldowns to my screen, and I'm making everything green in the background on my screen, so I can overlay all the cooldowns through OBS and have the same cooldowns in the same places that I want, so I don't have to change the player's UIs that much.
That's really smart. So the Sylvanas kill is hopefully coming super soon. The casters are currently fighting on who gets to get that kill, and they're fighting for that pillow that you're sitting on right now. And we were wondering if you could pick a color and actually sign the pillow. Would you want to do that?
Oh yeah, sure.
So what is the color?
Let's go with black.
Black, yeah, because blue is alliance, and we don't want that. Pulse Chub, Scribe, it is signed. Now we'll absolutely know what the pillow is. It just gone up in price by so much. Thank you very much, Scribe. You really deserve your food now. So have an amazing lunch break. And is there anything else you want to say to chat right now?
Just thank you for watching, thank you for the support, and thank you so much for the crazy support for the charity. That means really, really a lot to us. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Scribe. Have a good lunch. Have a good lunch. Kexman and Mr. GM, you're still here. Yes, you are. Hello.
You know what?
What?
Not only is that pillow just gone massively up in value.
Wait, I'll show
because
it.
it has been signed. You now no longer need to sniff it.
I am so happy about that. So happy. I now know which one it is. Yeah, it look. Can we have maybe like full screen so we could properly see the
enhance
the sign?
Yeah. Enhance.
Look at that.
There it is.
Scribe signed it. This is Scribe's autograph, guys.
Wow.
Huge.
Yeah,
Get my
it's
autograph
huge.
book out.
Oh, handwriting. Yeah, beautiful. We should probably like
Have you ever? I was just gonna say, talking of autographs, have you ever had that where somebody has asked you like for your autograph, and your autograph, like my autograph is different from, because obviously I'm not going to use the name Kexman on legal documents because that isn't my name. I apologize, chat. It's not my real name. I know. Maybe I should get it changed. But it's really weird because I've had one person exactly in the world ask me for my signature, and I was so confused because I was like, well, I can't use my real signature.
Oh,
Like,
you had to
'cause
come up
that's-
with it still.
I had like on the spot. I had to come up with something, and it looked awful.
Yeah, man. Whenever I go to Tesco's, I'm just completely mobbed by fans. I'm like, look, guys, calm down, right? They come to me with their little Mickey and Goofy autograph books. They're like, hello, sir, could you sign it? And I just sign it. S-Fan TV. That's what I do.
I have been asked multiple times to sign something, but it has never been anyone my age. It's always been children who don't watch me and that just know that I'm a streamer, and that's why they wanted an autograph. But I have a beautiful autograph with like I can't do it. There's nothing to sign here, but it's like an A.
Sign the pillow.
Sign the pillow.
No, I shouldn't sign a pillow. That will decrease the value. This Scribe's pillow right now.
No, you're involved in the race. You have to sign it.
All right. I'll sign another one. Wait, I don't want to ruin the player's pillow. Okay.
You should absolutely sign it.
Yeah.
There was another race I was at. We signed a PC, and they asked me to sign it. I was like, really? So yeah, you should definitely do it.
That was what happened to me. I was at an event and they said, "Can you? We're auctioning off a jersey. Everyone that's part of the event is signing it." And I was like, "Okay."
You know what?
Let's
ask chat. 1 in chat if you want me to sign it. 2 in chat if I should not ruin it and just keep it with the players only. So 1 or 2. I can't see chat, by the way, but you can probably see what they're saying. Do I sign it or not?
I think it's mostly ones. It's tough to say. We should set up a poll at some point. Maybe on Twitter.
Okay.
Maybe on Twitter we'll have a look.
Oh yeah,
we'll
a
figure
Twitter
out.
poll. That's a really good idea. We'll do that.
Just sign like.
This is actually going to be really bad for my mental state if like the poll's just like, no, don't ruin it. We hate you. It's not gonna be good. Oh no.
It's okay. I want you to sign it.
Okay, that means the world to me. Thank you. No, what I wanted to say was that one of my moderators has made a logo with like an A on it that has like a heart. There. Okay, I don't know if you can see it. This is my.
That's kind of cute.
So I use that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry, it just went off. I use that one, and then I just write Rihanna behind it, and then boom.
Boom.
That's
nice.
my autograph, yeah. But I get to only use them with children, apparently. But maybe, maybe after I've been
How do
hosting...
they know you're a streamer, though? You wear, like, a Twitch t-shirt.
No. So, I used to be a babysitter. I used to be a babysitter before I was, like, a proper streamer. I did some, like... I was really, really poor. So, I studied, and then next to my studies, I was doing, like I was living in a garden somewhere, and I was like babysitting the children in return for my place of garden house where I was allowed to sleep in. It's really sad, actually.
But they had like kids. A Wendy house.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had children, and obviously they knew, and they were like coming to my door for an autograph while I was live. I at that time I was like, I think I was a streamer for maybe 1 or 2 months at that time, so I wasn't really like,
Look at you now.
Yeah.
Hosting the Echo Race to World First.
Holy heckles. I did not expect to end up here. Big thank you to Echo for reaching out to me and asking me to do this. That was absolutely amazing.
You're doing great. Honestly.
Amazing. Honestly, have you seen me on day 1 versus now?
Yeah.
Because I was so nervous. It's my first time hosting. So nervous. Luckily,
Holy heckles.
Holy heckles. Yeah. That was honest. I was happy that chat was nice to me. I think that's the reason I'm not sitting here shaking anymore, because I was scared chat was going to be so mean, but they're all actually all really, really nice.
Yeah. We get the bestest people in the morning. Like, they're so nice and friendly.
Yeah, you're all very a big heart. Steve, put a nice heart in chat for all of you.
Yeah.
Give yourself a pat on the back. You're
also handsome as well.
Great job. Yeah, they're really handsome and
Your names
knowledgeable.
look so good.
Oh, unbelievable.
Unbelievable knowledge from chat.
We're so lucky.
Definitely. I have to ask you, GM and Caxman, we just got a whisper from production. I didn't hear it, but I think we have to do something. Did any of you pick that up?
No, it was just a noise.
Oh, it was just a noise. Oh, I was like, secret information. I missed it, but it was okay. It was just a noise. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, it was just obviously, just want to talk about what we do have this break as well. Some of the fantastic sponsors for the event as well. Logitech, Blue, doing a great job. Look at those lovely headphones. I currently have my Logitech headphones on. I've got the G9 35s. They are the wireless ones, and I honestly don't know how I managed without these. They've got an incredible battery life. The range on them is huge. I can be listening to some music and I'll be gaming and I'll just go, go make a cup of tea or go grab a drink. I can keep these on and go to the kitchen and still listen to my music.
Yeah.
So if you are looking for a new set of headphones, I cannot recommend these enough.
Definitely.
Yeah, they're really good. I've got I don't know what one it is, but it is a Logitech one. I think they're super great. Like, honestly, I don't use the mic on it because I'm obviously using a Logitech mic, but a Blue mic, in fact. Look at that, Blue. Also, one of our wonderful sponsors here who teamed up with Logitech recently, right? They joined forces to create the ultimate brand of things. But yeah, I mean, we got a ton of sponsors here. We're so lucky to have them. And Ariana, they're behind you on the board. You got the cheat sheet right behind you.
I do.
Got the cheat
Actually,
sheet.
there is something that we haven't properly shown yet, so I'm gonna walk away for a moment. I'll be 1 second. Because they're right here.
The bags.
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen these. These are incredible.
Yes.
These are incredible.
This is actually what the players have been using to get their gear here, because obviously they are used to their mouse, they're used to their keyboard, they brought that all with them. And these backpacks from, I'm so bad at pronouncing it, Catarix. I don't think it comes with this logo. Oh,
look at those.
Are we selling this? I want this. Sorry, I just got distracted. They've put everything in these backpacks, and I even heard that Gingy was walking into the plane with this massive thing on his back. And yeah, that's how they got all their stuff here. And honestly, I wish I had one of these as well before I traveled here, because I have all my gear in bubble wrap and everything, and then I had to put it in a suitcase, and it's a lot of bubble wrap and stuff. It wasn't very pleasant. I have so much plastic. It's terrible.
Yeah, those Kylinix bags are they are brilliant. I think they've got an actual section where you can put your laptop,
they have so
all your
many
gaming
side
gear, and it is nice and secure as well, because you see sometimes some of these they'll turn around and they'll say, hey, this is a bag that you can put your laptop in, and it rattles all over the place. That is well padded, and if you get one of those and you are looking at traveling all over the place, which, let's face it, after the last 18 months, who doesn't want to travel? I recommend going and checking those out. Yes, traveling safely, obviously, very, very important.
They did a chat poll for the signing of the pillow, and the vote was 42% yes.
Okay, then I'm not gonna do that.
No. But then because they had 3 options, right? They had yes, sign something else, and no. So the highest percentage was yes. So you got to sign the pillow.
Yes, you've got to sign the pillow. Chat has spoken.
Oh, okay.
You've got chat has spoken.
Okay, here we go. Can we do this on full screen, because I'm gonna show you exactly how to do my autographs if you want to steal it. Don't steal it. Actually,
no,
I don't know why I say that.
Show that. You don't show that.
Sorry, I needed both hands for that, apparently. Okay, so I'll do a little bit smaller than Scribe. This is awkward. I shouldn't have worn a dress when I do this.
I'm wearing one too. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'll just be hiding behind. There we go. Here we go. So you start with the A. Yeah. Here we go. The
easy.
A. And then you make the heart. How did I forgot. Oh wait, you want to make the heart out of this part, and then you do Anna. Boom.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go. Perfect.
There it is.
Perfect.
Yeah, that was my autograph, guys.
I really want to win that pillow now. I really want to win that pillow. Although apparently that pillow was punched by Gingy.
Yes, really hard.
If that pillow was punched by Gingy,
yeah,
I want to know, how is it still there? Surely that thing should be in pieces.
So the pillow is whole. It's a really good pillow. I mean, everything from Curse Forge is great. However, the couch took a big hit. It was shaking when I sat on the couch while it got punched.
Yeah,
and
I was there. I saw it. It happened.
That's quite terrifying.
Yeah,
It's quite terrifying.
We will cut to a few commercials, and after that, I hope that the players are going to play again. If not, then GM and Kexman, it's all up to you again.
Beautiful.
Hey, we're Marcelian and Flame from Marcelian Online, and we've been using the CurseForge client for like 6-7 months now since its launch with no problems. Get new cool add-ons, we update all of our existing ones with one button. I mean, it is the add-ons manager of our choice.
And it's also the choice of the Echo players who use CurseForge app for their add-on needs. And it's really cool that Curse gives 70% of their revenue to the add-on developers.
So you know what you have to do?
You gotta check out curseforge.com/echo to get the CurseForge app and see the add-ons that all the players use and get them for yourself.
Are you struggling with staying focused when gaming for longer periods of time? That's exactly why we developed the ELX Energy Elixir, the perfect companion for those long gaming sessions when you want to stay sharp and focused from start to finish. The ELX is a crash-free energy drink optimized for high-level gaming. It's specifically designed with the best vitamins and nootropics to ensure the best performance for gamers. That's why everyone at Echo uses ELX to stay ahead of the competition during the world's first race. Do like everyone at Echo and get your own ELX today. Use the discount code ECHO10 at the end of checkout to get 10% off your purchase. But hurry up, the offer is only valid until we kill the last boss on Mythic.
Hey guys, I'm Tags from Complexity Limit.
And I'm Roger Brown from Echo.
And we're here to announce that we're teaming up with Rise Against the Disorder.
Links to our joint donation campaign will be on both the Echo and Limit streams, and 100% of those donations will go straight to Rise Against the Disorder.
And we're also co-releasing merch so you can pick up t-shirts and hoodie where 100% of the proceeds will go to Rise Against the Disorder.
Keep an eye out for donation goals because we have a lot of cool things planned.
And we'll see you in the Sanctum of Domination.
Thank you for sticking with us, folks. Production there, unfortunately, trying to get a couple of things working, but it looks as though they too have been, they too have been charmed by Sylvanas. Roger Brown has been getting into their ears. They just don't quite know what buttons to be pressing. No, all jokes aside, though, production's been doing a phenomenal job. Let's get some hearts in chat for production, because without them, we wouldn't be able to do this, and you folks wouldn't be able to watch these fantastic Race to World First in Sanctum of Domination. Obviously, we heard Scripe there. Scripe sounding pretty, on that interview, Scripe sounding pretty confident. Doesn't seem to be too worried about Sylvanas, and I don't know. It's that big question. Will we see Sylvanas go down before the reset?
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
Yeah,
I think this
looking
is,
at it,
realistically, I think this is going down Thursday or Wednesday. That's my prediction.
Okay, so you're thinking it's going to be sort of at 24 hours after the reset. You imagine we're going to see heroic splits as well, or do you think they will just be getting that mythic gear from the clear?
It's tough to say, man. They're gonna get like quite a lot from the mythic clear, I'd imagine, if they get lucky, But yeah, some people. Oh, wow, do you think it's gonna be dead tomorrow or Tuesday?
Wow.
Chat, do you think this is going? Chat, we didn't even ask the chat. Chat, what's up? You're looking good today, chat. Wow.
Yeah.
When's it going down? Is it going before reset? I just think that I think we're gonna get some very close pulls, but I just don't think they're gonna hit the damage check.
We'll have to wait and see. I don't know. Looking at it, it's still very, very far away. You're obviously still looking at, like we said, about 20%, 25% extra damage. That is without any extra little special things that are added in for Mythic. So that is a lot to get through. But once again, any information they get is golden. I do just want to bring out, we've obviously had a couple of donations. Let's take a look at some of those. A great job. A great job that Echo and Limit have teamed up for, obviously, Rise Above Disorder. A fantastic charity. Exclamation point rad to find more information about that one. And also, exclamation point donate if you do want to donate. If everybody in chat right now donated $1, we would absolutely blast through every single target. So we have a $20 donation from Anonymous saying keep up the good work. Nobody was taken, $25 saying mental health pog. Hell's Bells, $5. Says this race has been awesome and this cause is very close to my heart. Wish I could give more, but things are a little tight right now. Thank you, lovely casters. Again, all it takes is $1. Even if you are donating $1, you are helping people in need. It doesn't need to be hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
Hula Hoops.
Hula Hoops, the big one.
Wow, missing hanging out in the morning due to a migraine, but cheering on the Echo Boys. Cheering the Echo Boys on. Let's get those donations in. Hashtag bench the rule. Hashtag follow Kexman. Yeah, I recommend you definitely do that. And hashtag bald Grant is my hero. $100 from Hula Hoops. Thank you so much. We wish you could join us.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Hopefully you feel better soon. And we've obviously got another $100 from Pucker saying, let's go Echo, let's beat NA. And we've also got a $1 from Reserve saying for the cause. Again, that is all it takes, $1. $30 does give somebody a week's worth of, 1 week of therapy to help them. So again, $1, it might not sound like much, but for somebody, it could make all of the difference for them. So that is something you need to check out. I think that we're potentially hearing news just before we came back that they may be coming back from lunch early. We were taking a look at them all around their desks. Looks as though they were taking a look at some of the tries previously, obviously trying to find some things. You're turning green, Mr. Gem. Is everything okay?
I'm just really angry.
Just really. Oh, you wouldn't like him when he's angry.
That's that's the secret, Kex. I'm always angry.
You're always angry. Makes sense. I just thought you were going full Zug. I thought,
No, absolutely not. Goodness gracious.
Mr. Smork.
I'd sooner quit the game, man. Oh, man.
Ooh, that's harsh. That's harsh. We were seeing them heading back to their PC, so they're going to be taking a look at some of their previous tries. I imagine they're looking through, obviously, the Twitch clips, see if there's anything they can change. And I imagine Scripe as well has about 87 different spreadsheets open, taking information from all of those to make sure that they are getting their absolute best out of the Raiders during this encounter. And you know, you've got to say 4 guilds currently working on this boss. We obviously have Complexity Limit and Echo, with the first ones to reach Sylvanas, or the first 2 to reach Sylvanas. BDGG closely followed behind last night, and then this morning, after only about an hour's worth of attempts, Method were able to take down Kel'Thuzad. Now, looking at the way the fight is actually, you know, the fight is actually made, and the way that it progresses, would you say that there is a big advantage to obviously Echo and Complexity Limit because they got here kind of a lot earlier compared to the other guilds, or do you feel as though pretty much any guild that is on Sylvanas now has the chance to take the world first?
Yeah, I mean, essentially at this point, because we're at what 72.69 dies or defeated at 50%. Of course, got to remember that. Have we seen the entire fight? Really, mechanics wise?
It's true. It's true. I mean, as far as we know, we have seen every mechanic. Whether or not we've seen all of the crossovers that happen, because that's one of the key points, is every mechanic itself isn't necessarily that dangerous. You know, you've got to say that for these raiders, it's going to be fairly easy to deal with. The problem you have during that phase 3 is when you have, you know, you've got the daggers coming out, you're also having to move away from the veils, and you've got the wailing arrows. There's a lot of moving parts. So we've seen the first part of phase 3. I don't think any guild has been able to get over to the 6th platform, but once again, we don't know if there are any additional abilities that will appear at, say, 60%. That is something that could happen. We don't know if Anduin joins the fight. We don't know. Again, people talk about the secret phase. Probably not going to be a secret phase considering how long the fight already lasts for. And I think, again, you know, the fact that we haven't seen all of those timings and all of those crossovers is a you know, I think that's pretty big, and it does mean that necessarily you're not going to see every single, you know, you're not going to see Echo and Limit racing away with this one, and there's definitely a world where BDGG and Method catch up to them, and we could have all 4 guilds on the same percentages, or roughly around about the same percentages and progression wise, going into that first set of resets.
Absolutely. I think we're going to see more people going over the precipice as well. I mean, at this point, looking at the leaderboard provided by our good friends at Raider.io, of course, we're looking at, obviously, as you said, Method, BDGG, Complexity Limit, and Echo all on Sylvanas. Obviously, below that, we've got Pieces at 7 out of 10. Instant Dollars Aversion, Fat Shark, yes, Impact, and Halcyon. Now, to be honest, most races, we always end up with a few guilds there on the last boss, and I realistically think we're going to see Pieces go over. Instant Dollars Aversion, probably the whole top 10 will be probably on Sylvanas by the time it goes down. I'll be honest. That might be a bit of a stretch prediction, but realistically, once you get Painsmith down, then you've got Guardians, which is kind of a bit of a pushover. Then you've got, obviously, the cheese strat with KT.
Yes.
I think we're going to be seeing, as I said, I think my prediction right now is that we're going to see 10 guilds on Sylvanas by the time she goes down, maybe even more. I mean, that 5 out of 10 right now, we need hula hoops for this because she's always coming in with the
big facts,
the amazing facts. But we've 24, right, quick maths, 24 minus 5, 19 guilds right now at 5 out of 10. So yeah, there's a guild called Mate.
Mate. Are Strawberry Puppy Kisses part of that?
They are 4 out of 10 currently.
4 out of 10. Strawberry Puppy Kisses, one of my, I think that's, they kind of came up the ranks during Castle Nathria, and I love that name.
It's a great name.
They also have one of the best logos as well.
I bet
you know, you obviously see all these really serious logos from a lot of the various different guilds, and then Strawberry Puppy Kisses is legitimately just like a corgi and a strawberry kissing the strawberry. It's really cute.
I'll be honest.
Pretty cute.
Number 32 right now in the world is a guild called Sloth. Now, if you look on Raider.io, you'll notice something very different about this guild, and it's the fact that their name is blue. Now, if you're not aware, there is 2 factions in World of Warcraft. And so Sloth is
are there, though?
Currently a 4 out of 10. Don't sleep on Sloth, ironically enough, right? Don't sleep on Sloth. Sloth could push over to 5 today. They could push to 9 out of 10. To like within the next couple of days or a couple months, but you know, you never know. Don't count them out just yet.
The speed of Sloth is going to be impressive to see over the next couple of days.
Exactly.
With seeing this many guilds on Sylvanas, and seeing that 2 of them from the US, obviously they're in the NA regions. how big is that reset going to be? Do you feel as though, I mean, because the one conversation that obviously, I think I've had a couple of times with Athelos is, Athelos has said, I want to see this die before the reset, because it kind of puts to bed the reset question, which is obviously something that happens so often.
Yeah.
Is it going to be an issue?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's an interesting one. It really is at this point. The thing is, like, you look at a boss like Painsmith, right? Painsmith was not a DPS check, it was literally a tactics check, whereas Sylvanas, especially in that phase 3, it's a damage issue, right? That's the fact that's kind of holding them back. Obviously, there is a ton of mechanics going on. You can't deny that. There's still loads and loads of stuff going on in that fight, but at the end of the day, it's still an issue with the amount of damage. As you said, it's, what, 3 times the amount of damage they need to really get that kind of clean kill and move on to those phases nicely, because you will otherwise just run out of platforms and that'll be it. That fight will be over. So yeah, that reset's going to be huge. You're going to obviously have the Vault. You're going to obviously have a fresh amount of heroic splits, which more than likely they're going to do. I think if we're really not seeing a ton of progression by Tuesday, when the NA have their reset, like progression through the EU region, like with Method or Echo, I think NA will probably sit pretty and just do heroic splits all day and just chill out and just kind of be like, right, they're not going to get it. We know that for a fact because they're not going to hit this damage check. We could just, relax. We can do heroic splits. We can do whatever we need to do to get that damage ready for Wednesday when EU inevitably do get the reset. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. But Athos, yeah, completely right. Like, if they do get it within a reset, then that does put the thing to sleep. It definitely puts it to sleep if EU win it as well.
Yes, that would be massive, and that would be the absolute dream. A late Tuesday night kill would be perfect. Obviously seen that before the reset, and it is one of those, and again, I think someone pointed it out in chat, is, if it does end up being an issue, there's nothing you can do about it. It is obviously, it will just end up that continuous circle of conversation of, we need to have a global reset. They don't want to do the global reset, but it is, I don't know,
doesn't make sense to me. Like, they do the global expansion releases. That's what doesn't make sense. So they do the global expansion releases, which is fine. So why not just, I don't know. It's every single time, man. We talk about it every single time. And if they're able to do a global expansion release, then why is, a global raid release not something? And it was like the perfect opportunity to do it on a new expansion release as well. Fresh expansion, fresh, resets. I know a lot of people obviously base their raid days and stuff around resets. There's different things like that. But at the end of the day, just evolve and change. Like, it's something that, especially with these races becoming bigger and bigger each tier, with more people broadcasting it and everything like that, come on, it's such a, I know we're beating a dead horse at this point, but come on, this is just getting silly at this point. Because I know it's a topic of conversation. I think it'd be funny to see a worldwide release at some point. I think another thing that I would love Blizzard to do, and then this is like really a kind of a stretch goal that I don't think will ever happen, is the ability to let NA and EU play together. We obviously recently had the global friends list with Battle.net, so we're kind of getting to that point where, yeah, we're kind of seeing some sort of linkage there, but obviously playing together is the next step. But I don't know, and even just the ability to be able to copy your characters. Like, the PTR is NA based, right? And I can go on the PTR right now and copy my EU character with everything that my EU character has. When you get people like, I don't know, like Now, for example, right? Was Now in Limit? I feel like he was in Limit for a little bit. I believe so. Yeah, so and he had to obviously fresh start his characters, which is super annoying. Having the ability to copy between regions would be huge for Blizzard. It's 2021. People don't just have friends in their own region anymore, Blizzard. It's a worldwide community. Yeah, I got NA friends. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry to say that.
Is what it is.
Cross-faction raiding, cross-region raid grouping. Please, Blizzard, I need those two things.
Yeah, exactly. I feel as though it is one of those situations where it's available in the PTR. You can do it in the PTR. So, again, bring that into what we actually see on live. I imagine if you could see the ability to copy your character from one region to another, if they don't want to just break down all the region barriers, at least give us that character copy option. I think you would actually see a much more active player base. They can play with who they want to, because I did have, there was a period where I had a couple of friends that did want me to play over in NA, and I just said, look, I've had the same character for 15 years. I don't want to just lose everything. I don't want to,
Yeah.
ignore that. So, again, it is something that I think we would all love to see, but whether or not it happens, again, we'll have to time will tell. I think we will see a global release, though. I do believe that we will see a global release. If it isn't for this raid coming up after Sanctum of Domination, if we do have a raid coming up after Sanctum of Domination, I truly believe the next expansion, because there will be another expansion. I know there's obviously all the talk about, it's, game's dead. There's going to be no more expansions. This is going to be it.
Game's dead.
Yeah, exactly. The game's dead with 20,000 people watching the Echo stream. Game is dead. I think the next expansion we will 100%. We will 100% see a global release because again, they said they didn't want to do it because they didn't want people to miss out. But if that was the case, why would you then do a global release for the expansion? More people would miss out on the start of an expansion than would miss out on the start of a raid.
Mm-hmm. Even just Mythic, even if it's just Mythic, just for this, I guess. Like Blizzard watch these races, they absolutely do. They watch it with an eagle eye. They've probably got people around the clock maybe watching us, Kexman. Maybe Ian is in the chat.
He's hiding.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah. Hi, Ian. How's it going?
But anyway, I digress. It looks like we're going to get a pull very, very shortly here. Here is Mirrors' point of view, obviously the tank point of view. This is a great POV to watch. I really do like this one. This one, tanking and healing are two things I've never really done in World of Warcraft. I don't know about you, Kex, but they stress me out too much. There's a lot of it's just too much. I can't deal with the pressure.
I have never healed, but I have tanked. I've tanked a lot of bosses before. It is one of those point of views where, again, I think you have to be. It's similar to, there's one of those. I can't remember what the exact saying is, but it's almost like to watch a certain sport, you have to be a fan of that sport. Otherwise, it just, like there are some sports that even if you're not a fan, you can watch and be entertained. I think. But I think for some you do have to be a fan to watch those and understand what's going on and be entertained. And part of enjoying a tank POV is you've got to enjoy tanking, because nobody wants to be just looking at a boss's knees for 5 minutes, because that is generally what happens when you are a tank. You just end up looking at a boss's knees and taunt on 2 stacks, and congratulations, your job is done.
Taunt on 2 stacks.
Taunt on 2 stacks, your job's done. There we go. That's all a tank realistically does in Shadowlands, and has done for quite a while, which is unfortunate. But it's all the little nuances that go into tanking. When to use your active mitigations. When to make sure that your movement is correct. I think movement's a big part of it. And Mirrors is definitely one of the best tanks in the world, and goes to show that the strength of the monk class as a tank.
Yeah, it's truly just just great to watch him just kind of do it. It's intense, and yeah, it's just one of those POVs that again makes no sense to me, but it's incredible to watch. I think out of everybody, Jimmy's probably my favorite one. Frag is his POV. Yeah, it's a little bit motion sickness, but I can deal with it. His movement is impeccable. It's honestly unbelievable the amount of control he has over that crazy demon hunter movement, and the timings he has when he gets to the bridges and stuff like that. He'll jump just before they spawn. Sometimes we have seen him miss it, but I mean, the more you do it, the more you learn, the more you get better at it, right? And that's kind of the thing, especially with a fight like this. I feel like a lot of the abilities with the movement and stuff like that, it's very scripted in regards to where to be in this fight. So I think the more they do it, the cleaner this phase 1's going to get, for sure, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you've mentioned it there. The scripts of the abilities and the way that they go, the timeline is pretty linear. I don't think there's any major surprises. We have seen a couple of bosses. I think Painsmith was one of them, and I believe we saw it on Kel'Thuzad as well, where if you were able to push the boss to a certain percentage for the overlap, we'd see a pause on some of the abilities. We would see some of those ones change around. Oh, we're taking a look at look at that. We're looking at the mission table on Mirrors, which is as we know the true ending content in Shadowlands.
I got a mount from it the other day.
You got a mount from it? Wow.
Yeah. I've been like low-key doing it. I've been playing BC a little bit, right? And I still logged in every day to do my mission table stuff, and eventually a mount popped up. And then I didn't have enough XP to do the mission, so every day the mount would rotate to a different mount. So there you go.
So you could almost choose which mount you go for.
Yeah, and there was an add-on. I got an add-on called Covenant Mission Helper that just tells you if you're going to win or not. So
nice.
There you go.
How do you update that add-on? Because I'm imagining like in every single patch, there's a couple of different changes to that.
I, like many people, enjoy add-ons. I also think add-on development is quite a thankless job, and our friends at CurseForge make it so the add-on developers do get a financial benefit from creating those add-ons. And using the CurseForge client, of course, super great support to add-on developers, which I think is very important. It's extremely, as I mentioned, thankless job, and they do such great work for the community. I mean, you look at the screen right now, the amount of add-ons that are on there, and using CurseForge is gonna be able to support them, and I think that's super important to do that. Yeah, so please, you know, our great sponsor here, CurseForge, and not just a sponsor, but something that I think is very important, because I have add-on developer friends who, you know, have been struggling financially, and trying to get those add-ons to kind of like be, you know, a source of income for them has not been, you know,
helping them out, because again, the amount of people, I imagine it's one of those situations where, you know, the amount of people that do use these WoW add-ons, you take a look and you'll see like something that will say downloaded 4.6 million times or whatever it is. You know, if they can just get a fraction, you know, fraction of a little bit of money every single time they are downloaded, it helps them out massively. So once again, you know, CurseForge, the CurseForge app is absolutely fantastic. I use it myself, and it not only does it update my retail add-ons, it also updates my my Burning Crusade Classic add-ons as well, which is which is quite nice. So that is one that you do want to check out, and we're going to be checking out hopefully one last pull on Sylvanas before myself and Mr. GM do take our leave for today. However, coming up after us, there's a couple of very, very talented casters who I believe you've had the pleasure of casting with a couple of times. I have yet to have the pleasure of casting with either JB or Nagura, but it is, you know,
what a combo.
Yeah, JB and Nagura, a fantastic combo there. Once again, I'd love to get the opportunity in the future to cast with them. You know, I was watching some of their casts over the past couple of days, and just an incredible amount of skill between both of them.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a big brain cast. They're going to talk about all sorts of metas and stuff like that, things that we have not been... I mean, you probably know about it, but me, look, I'm just a dumb boy, right? I ask silly questions, and we make silly jokes. But yeah, they're going to be coming in with some big facts about different things. And yeah, some of the stuff that JB and Nagura come out with is honestly, like, amazing. They're fantastic casters, and teaming with Nagura the last couple of days in the mornings has been super great. She's, yeah, as I said, galaxy brain. When it comes to World of Warcraft, so yeah, it's super fun. I haven't casted with JB this time, but I did over in previous races, and it's a pleasure. Honestly, it really is. And that chest IRL, oof.
The style on JB is impeccable.
Yeah.
I do have to say. I just want to point out as well, we are super close to our goal, to our next 17k, which is a huge point in our charity drive. 20k is obviously the Roger and Scrope IRL fishing stream, which we do want to see, but 17k is so close. So let's see if we can get to that one. Hopefully within, you know, the next half an hour. I would love to see 17k before. If we could get to 18k before the end of the day, that would be massive. That honestly would be huge.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the people have been saying, like, if everyone in the stream donated $1, which I think is true. Yeah, I mean, we have 28,000. Hold on, it's going up. 28,600 people there or thereabouts. Every single one of you, all 28,583 of you, all of your hair looks really good today. Like, so good. And if you were to donate $1, if you were to open your hearts and also open your wallets and donate $1, then we can hit that beautiful goal for an absolutely amazing charity, Rise Above the Disorder here. So yeah, even me.
Not only is your hair looking fantastic, but your eyebrows are indeed on fleek.
Unless you're steak loins, where you don't have any.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Yeah. So they're obviously having a big conversation between all of them here. They want to make sure that they are getting this phase 1 nailed down. So that is it for us today, Mr. GM. It has been an absolute pleasure. If you want to let the folks know exactly where they can find you when you are not casting here during the race to World First. Yeah, you.
Me? Wow. I'm on the Twitters, twitter.com/MrGMYT, twitch.tv/MrGM. Probably YouTube as well. I got some subscribers over there, like, I don't know, just a few. Make some videos and stuff. But yeah, if you just Mr. GM, it'll probably more than likely pop up. But chat, thank you very much for being amazing today. You've been super great. Honestly, like, just, I don't know, the morning, as I said to you before this cast, Kex, the morning chat, they're the best chat. Unbiased opinion. They're a wonderful, wonderful bunch. But Kex, where can they find you on the interwebs?
Well, you can find me on Twitter at Kexman. You can also find me on Twitch occasionally at twitch.tv/KexmanWCR. And after this Race to World First one, this is all over, I will be doing a lot more streaming over there, so make sure to check me out. But for us, that is it for today. You know, great progression from Echo on Sylvanas in the Mythic Sanctum of Domination. But after us, I know 1 p.m. this morning, technically it's still morning here. No, it has just passed into afternoon. So yeah, that has been a great, you know, we're going to say good afternoon and goodbye. But don't go anywhere because JB and Nagura are coming up next. But for us, we'll see you tomorrow.
TTFN.
Slow. Hello.
Hi, guys.
Well, welcome back, everybody. It's JB and JB. Two JBs today.
Oh, you shaved, JB. You shaved. Wow.
I did. I buttoned up my shirt too. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is a bad version of JB. Shaved, buttoned up. Get rid of this guy.
Agreed. Alright, there we go. Now it is JB and Akira. Alright, so we're ready to cast some Sylvanas progression. I'm super excited because I haven't casted Sylvanas just yet, and the boss looks pretty cool. To be fair, I personally did expect, or I hoped that phase 3 was quite a bit different, but I do like the way they changed phase 1 and phase 2. I think the boring parts kind of aren't as boring on Mythic, right? Like the arrows are stacked up, which is like a lot better for some classes, and then phase 2 is like split, which is nice, right? What do you think about the fight?
Didn't we talk? We talked about that, right? Like the arrows on this. It was like we actually joked. It was like, do you think that they would make the arrows less spread out just so that like the cleave wasn't so obscene for boomkins compared to other classes? And it was like, how would you fix that? It's like, oh well, you just make all the arrows be like one, like one arrow in the middle. And sure enough, it was like Blizzard was like, yeah, it probably would be kind of wild if we dropped these everywhere.
Surely they just hotfixed that when we said it.
Exactly.
We were like watching, it's like,
wow, that's a sick idea. Nobody's seen the fight yet. We can still get away with this.
You're welcome, Blizzard. You're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome. You guys are welcome. So, well, I think the comp that we're looking at is pretty much the comp we were expecting. A lot of orange on the plates. Actually, based on the way the fight works, in theory, this is probably more melee than I would have anticipated bringing, just because this seems like a fight that is hell for melee. And I saw there's a clip that I think it was Wowhead put up last night, and it was something like, here's how Fragnance deals with
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
with like melee space. It just shows him as Demon Hunter just like gliding off the edge of the bridge because there's like nowhere else to stand, and he just floats around in the air and waits for the mechanic to end. And it's like, yeah, that feels exactly like what you have to do as a melee. It's just like, oh, there's some extra space over here. I'll just walk off the bridge real quick.
Yeah, that looked really beautiful, and it was needed too, because I think there's nowhere for him to go, so he could have just killed somebody. He was like, yeah, I got this. But then I saw another clip where Roger Brown was like disengaging somewhere else, and then he fell down, unfortunately.
And then he fell down.
He saw the Fragrance clip, and he was like, I can do this too. But then unfortunately, he's a hunter and not a demon hunter.
Yeah, he forgot the demon part at the start, and yeah, that was that bridge part is definitely very hectic, and it's and here's the thing is, as watching this fight, I actually, because one of the comments that, I check the Reddit threads for this thing occasionally to see if there's anything big that happened that I'd missed somewhere. And I saw somebody commenting on the Sylvanas fight, and they said that they didn't like the way the Sylvanas fight worked because it just felt like basically Sylvanas' dungeon journal was a bunch of abilities that are like, does a bunch of damage to your group, you can't avoid it. And in some ways it's like it feels kind of like that on this fight, where it's like, what is hitting us? Is there any way to stop all of these like dots and stuff hitting us? And it's like, nope, that's how the fight works. You just take a ton of damage. And it's a fight that, we talk about, like I have made mention in the past on this broadcast about how the healer meta feels very stagnant, and that there are certain things that some healers bring that other healers don't. And one of the common rebuttals to that is that every healer should have a niche, and that it's okay for some healers to be able to do something that other healers can't, and that's not a problem, and that it's just that's part of the game. Is that some classes can do things others can't, and you just need to get over it. The problem is, in my mind, that this is a fight that was almost tailor-built to not be a Holy Paladin fight. I cannot think of a fight I would less want to do as a Holy Paladin than this fight, where you're chasing Sylvanas around all the time. Melee range is super cluttered. There's just like, in concept, this should be like as anti-Holy Paladin a fight as has ever existed. And then you have like this bridge phase where you're constantly moving. You don't always have uptime on mobs to hit them. Like, one of the things as a Paladin, you want to be hitting something all the time. And there are long stretches in this fight where you are dragged away from enemies. You can't hit them. This seems like a perfect fight for some of these classes like Resto Druid, where you're constantly moving, you can constantly be hodding and moving, and you don't need to be hitting anything. And if we're still not seeing healers show up on this fight, it's never going to happen. There is no niche that can get you to bring a not Holy Paladin, not Disc Priest to these fights.
Yeah, and it seems the same with Disc Priest, right? Because Disc Priest, they also want to be hitting something all the time, even though they are ranged. But when you're getting dragged in by the chain, it's not like you can stand still and like cast or something, right? So during the chain dragging, you can't really cast on anything. While you're like running from bridge to bridge, there's nothing you can cast on either as a Disc Priest. And just like this constant movement, generally is not that great for them either. So the fact that they're played on this encounter is pretty telling, I would say, for sure.
Like there's some classes, like when we see 5 Moomkins in here, it's like, that makes sense. Like this seems kind of like a Moomkin fight. Like this seems like a thing that they would excel at. So
Even
that
though,
part.
I personally just think that Moonkins are really good, like in phase 1, obviously, right? Like you see all of these chains and whatever. But I think they're, like, Echo is definitely in phase 2, as we can see, the best percentage is 72%. And in phase 3 is full single target, right? And it's like a DPS race. It's like a really tight DPS race. So I do think that it's possible that we're going to see some Moonkins being cut slowly. You know, like if they manage to get phase 1 down without the Moonkins and phase 2 as well, then I do think that there will be other classes who are actually doing more damage than a Moonkin would in like that duration of the last phase. So we'll see how many Moonkins they'll keep until the end.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would expect to hear from the Moonkin community. Well, okay, look, they're bringing 5 of them now, but we'll see. We're not really that good in phase 3. We'll see how many end up on the kill. Watch it be 7. Watch the change to the comp be that, like, wait, you know what? We don't have enough Moonkins in here. Let's recruit some Moonkins real quick to slam this kill. Now we have heard that the Raiders are aware that they need to do significantly more damage than they're doing in phase 3. That's now the obviously the phase 3 has the sort of enrage. I don't know if you'd classify it as like the soft or hard enrage of Rays destroying platforms as the fight goes on, and so you have to be you have a timer basically that you have to have Sylvanas dead before you just kind of run out of room. And at the rate the guys are going, I think it's like they have to do like double the amount of damage they've been doing in phase 3 to kill this boss. And you know, at a certain point in Race to World First, I get sort of told by Raiders like, here's what we have to do to kill this fight. Or it becomes obvious that here's what the Raiders have to do to kill this fight. And there are times where there's certain things that need to be done where you're just like, there's no way. On God, there is no way that they could possibly figure out a way to do this much more damage or like take this much less damage and kill this fight. And it seems like every time, if you give these guys enough attempts and enough time to strategize, they'll figure it out. But doubling your damage output, an impressive feat.
Yeah, doubling your damage. That sounds like impossible, right? Because these players, they're really, I mean, they're amazing players, so they know how to press their DPS rotation. It's not that hard, right? Just press your buttons, and they know how to do it perfectly. So whenever they get into the last phase, even though, because the way they are approaching like a part of the fight they have never been to, right? Like if they reach phase 3 for the first couple of times, they're not gonna say, oh, completely min-max your damage and like try to min-max the mechanic as well so you can just like do as much damage as possible. No, right? Like they're definitely gonna say, you know what, let's just completely focus on the mechanics, and then later on we're gonna figure out how much damage we need to kill the boss, right? Because they don't expect to first time kill the boss as soon as they reach that certain phase. So I think there's a lot of damage you can find in some places here and there after the first couple of tries that you enter the last phase. But at some point, these players, even if they're looking out for mechanics and try to play the mechanics perfectly, even then they're still gonna be doing a lot of damage, right? They're not gonna like go off AFK and like not touch their keyboard anymore. Like they're obviously they can completely focus on mechanics and still just do a lot of damage because of muscle memory and whatever, right? So I do think getting double the amount of damage is gonna be really difficult. But I mean, if anyone can do it, then they can, I guess.
obviously the elephant in the room on anytime you do like a mythic end boss, that there is potentially a secret phase. Now, Blizzard has said, I'm pretty sure that there is no like secret phase, but there may be a secret mechanic of some kind. And so I guess that, and this is like a thing that I was, when we were doing, I think, N'Zoth progression, you would see how much more damage they needed to do. And it was like, that seems undoable unless the fight actually ends at like 15% or something. And then maybe they're actually really close. And you could see in progress that they would like the raid, you could tell it's not, you can't necessarily let yourself believe that, but you can hope. And you would see each time that like somebody would progress down lower and lower, they'd hit some breakpoint, like 20% health, and everyone would like hold their breath for a second and be like, she's still alive. And so, who knows? Like maybe Sylvanas on Mythic, maybe she dies at 55% or something, and then there's like a last 5% that's different. I would certainly not count on it, but there is always that possibility. But as a raid, you have to prepare for what you've seen on Heroic, which is that she dies at 50%, and we got to figure out a way to get her there.
Yeah, very sure. I also think, like, for example, if she would live for longer, like if she would die at 40%, that would also not count as a secret phase, I would say. But still, it would be in the realm of possibilities without counting it as a secret phase. And I do think that theoretically there might be something with like the middle platform, right? Because even though like Anduin is standing there on the normal mode and the heroic, he just like instantly kills you if you walk there. But I guess theoretically there could be something on the last platform that you can somehow jump there without Anduin immediately killing you because he's distracted by, I don't know, like a fly in the air, well, who knows? And then you can somehow like play a little bit more there, who knows? That could be something that I think wouldn't be considered a secret phase, but still would make the fight longer or more interesting. We'll see.
Well, it definitely raises some interesting possibilities, because if you believe that there's something you can do on that middle platform, the only way to find out is to basically throw away a phase 3 attempt to like try to test it out or something. And I can tell you
they probably already tested it on a wipe that someone jumped into the middle. I would assume they have already tested that. But what I'm saying is that maybe when she reaches like a low percentage, like on the last platform, that then it's not the same anymore, Which it's like far-fetched, but
But hey, what are mythic bosses for if not, when you're anticipating doing hundreds of pulls, one of the easiest things to do is pretend that this fight is something else. And so it's like, wouldn't it be great if instead of watching us run across the bridge for the 700th time, we could imagine a world where this boss does something interesting that we weren't expecting?
Exactly. I just really would have wished that the race mechanic that is destroying the platform wouldn't have been a thing on Mythic. Because this image that I had in my mind, where you're in the last phase, and you have to jump like across all of the platforms constantly to pick up like the pools. Like I just thought that would be really cool. Like you just have to organize players like, oh, you have to go to platform 1 and you have to go to platform 2 and you pick it up and then you drop it over there. Like I just thought that's like a cool idea. But
instead the mythic mechanic in the last phase is you need to do 200% of the damage that you're doing right now.
And you have to like soak some pools.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of positional requirements. Like I think everyone, upon getting to phase 3 of Sylvanas the first time, will notice that there's just not a lot of room. These platforms that you're on, like there's platforms you can jump to, but each platform that you're on is pretty condensed. Not a lot of wiggle room. And then the platforms start getting cluttered with stuff on the ground. And then you start getting people with debuffs that need to jump to other platforms. And then there's things that you have to soak on the other platforms. And then the fan of knives things just seems like spiteful. Like the knife thing is just, it's real nasty.
I personally think though that maybe they thought it would be a more difficult mechanic than it actually is, like Blizzard, because I do think that like the way they handle it is that the knives get applied and then they shoot out from, or they shoot a line through the players, right, in like a cross. If you guys haven't seen it yet in chat. And the way Echo is playing it is that they are just saying, okay, the first 1 or 2 seconds of the debuff you can move and then you stand still. So you just like get the debuff, you move immediately, so you're not like overlapping with another person, so you don't get hit by another person's line, and then you just stand still. And by the way, this really reminds me of Archimond again, because Archimond both had like the Hellfire that they had to pick up and drop on a different location, and they all, like Archimond also had the beams that would cross through the players, and that's where we had this whole like radar weak aura where it told you where you have to stand, right? And that's actually like the same or a similar mechanic to the daggers. So I assume that whoever designed this fight really took some of those Archimon mechanics.
Yeah, maybe they're
was
like,
a good boss, so that's
yeah, maybe they're like, hey, it's been long enough. People probably forgot how the fight worked. We'll just
yeah.
we'll just rotate this one back in. Also, nobody knows how the actual mechanics of like how Archimon's mechanics actually work. They just stared at their weak aura.
True.
Which is to this date probably the best like WoW add-on for a boss fight that's ever existed. I remember when I first saw that, it was just like, did they hire someone from NASA to code this weak aura? Like, this is unreal. Am I even playing the same game right now? I didn't even know that I didn't even know WoW could do this. Like, these lines telling you where to stand. This is insane.
Like, I remember because it was Potom that raided with me in Method back then when we were progressing on the fight, right? So we were getting to Archimond and we realized, oh, every single person has the beam on them? What are we gonna do about that? And then we had like, we discussed strategies, right? We tried to like stand in a circle, and we tried to stand in like 2 lines, and then we like tried to just like FFA and whatever, and we just wiped over and over to this mechanic. And at some point Potom says like, okay guys, I have an idea. And he was like, I'm gonna write a weak aura. And I'm like, and we're like, okay, sure.
okay.
He's like raiding with us, you know? And then like in between every pull, every like wipe, he would like write this weak aura, and he's like coding. And we're like, so this week are you talking about? Where is it? And he's like, oh, just, you know, it takes a while. There's like a lot of code. And we were like, okay, sure. And then whenever there's like a lunch break or whatever, he would always like go to write this weak aura. And then like one day later, he like linked this weak aura, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna just paste spin this because it's really huge. And we're like, okay. And then we have this like huge radar. It's like, what is going on? Potom. And it was just absolutely crazy.
And then you saw what it did, and you were like, Potom, you're a god.
Yes. Actual genius. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff like a lot of times the hardest part of making a weak aura is knowing what weak aura to make, right?
Yeah,
and so
exactly.
to even think of that, to be like, I bet I could make a weak aura that like shows where the lines are going and tells you where to stand. It would never even occur to me that you could do that in a weak aura, let alone that you could code that. And so that is really a lot of times like that there is value in just having somebody who can even imagine what a weak aura could be.
Yeah.
So, and there's plenty of those guys in Echo that, you know, you start getting in on these progress attempts and you see a problem and you go, I don't really trust my DPS players to make that play every time. Is there a way we could write a weak aura that like tells them how to make that play every time? And there is a lot of guys that write these weak. I mean, there's a reason that the top guilds have these like dedicated weak aura guys, and a good weak aura can be, you know, more important than a lot of players on your roster.
Definitely. I think Nagi in Echo is the person that writes a lot of weak auras, writes scripts and even add-ons as well. I mean, Nagi is the person who wrote MDT, which is like really crucial in the whole Mythic Plus community, right? So Nagi definitely really smart when it comes to figuring out add-ons and weak auras that you can write, and also the one writing them as well. I think he also wrote the add-on for Echo that they had on Fate Scribe, where it basically would assign the positions for everyone, which ended up not being, you know, needed, but the idea behind it was really cool and probably very difficult to like put it all together as well.
Yeah, and they picked up, chat's remind us, they picked up Grim, who's, I think, if I remember right, he was like a mod in Nagi's chat or something, and I saw the two of them working together quite a bit in, I think before Grim had sort of an official position. I saw the two of them working together a lot when I was at the Nyalotha race the world first, that Nagi would be consulting with him a lot between pulls. And so definitely, I mean, the more brains that you can put together for weak auras, the better, because a lot of times it is sort of an iterative process where someone can say like, well, what if we try to do this? And then there's people out there that have, you know, knowledge about Lua that's just insane, and some of these guys know that, you know of certain capabilities in weak auras that like nobody else does. So, but yeah, definitely. And this is why, you know, going back, you see this donation goal under the stream. one of the donation goals, which we're creeping up on, at $25,000, they actually publicly released their weak auras. So if you guys manage to hit $25,000, Echo will open the vaults and gift their weak auras to the rest of us peasants. And it's even outside of the goals, it's a fantastic charity. It's Rise Above the Disorder, and you guys have been slaying it on the donations. I think we started yesterday at like 10,000 or something, and we're up to 17 now. So it's just we're progressing faster on the charity goal than Echo is on their bosses.
Yeah, that is very true. Actually, there's also like quite a few donations that just came in, so I'm just gonna like read some of them. Thank you so much to all the people donating. I really appreciate it. It's for such a great cause as well. So we have a $20 donation coming in from Nodaron, a $5 donation coming in from Noel Mercy, another $90 donation coming in from Manu, and they say, love what you're doing, keep it up, especially during those times. Cheers from Singapore. And then we have a $100 donation by Josh. Josh is saying, mental health worker from Sydney here. It is so important. Keep up the great work. Keen for a fishing stream as well. Thank you so much, Josh. Really appreciate all of those donations.
Yes, thank you guys. All right, so one thing, I see chat talking about percentages. One interesting part about this fight is I don't think the community has yet kind of settled on a way to determine exactly what progress you're on percentage-wise, because obviously this boss kind of weird in that it ends at 50%. And so there are some people who will just tell you the flat-out percentage of the boss when the raid wipes. So somewhere between 50 and 100%. There's other people that want to convert that percentage to make it more relatable to other bosses. They want to convert that percentage into a 0 to 100 value. So if you were to wipe at 70%, for instance, some people would say that was a 70% wipe. Some people would say that that was the equivalent of a 40% wipe. So keep that in mind, that when you see percentages get thrown around, that you may need to like kind of translate that. I'm actually not sure which way that we are. I think, okay, so.
It says 72%.
Okay, actual boss
health, yeah. 72 is their best try in the last phase. And I do believe we saw, so I personally was watching Limit a little bit yesterday when Echo was already asleep. And they got some pretty good tries therein as well, but in the last phase, I think they got to 70%. They're asleep at the moment, so they got like 70 was like the best try yesterday, as far as I'm aware. So Echo is actually pretty close to that best try that Limit had, and Limit is not gonna start raiding for another like 3 hours, I would say. I'm not sure exactly. So Echo definitely has a chance to beat that best percentage that Limit had. And I just want to say just how close this race is at the moment, right? Like it's so close, and I just love following it. I sometimes have like, multiple different streams open where we just like look at, oh my god, they're having a good try, oh my god, they're having a good try. And it's just amazing to follow it, and I'm such a huge fan of the whole race.
Well, certainly this tier, I think, resembles BOD quite a bit in that you had a few bosses before Jaina that gave some troubles to guilds, but mostly speed bumps. Now, obviously, this tier had Painsmith, who was a very legitimate wall, but otherwise, all the bosses fell down extremely quickly. And then the BOD race became simply a Jaina race. I think we had like 20 guilds or something working on Jaina by the time she died, and it was just about who was furthest progressed into it. Now, this tier's a little bit different. We are getting guilds onto Sylvanas. I think we got Method with their kill here within the last hour that puts them. So we have a 4-horse race on Sylvanas, but there are a ton of guilds stuck on the Painsmith wall. Once you can get that down, then you just kind of, hop, skip, and a jump your way to Sylvanas, apparently. None of the bosses have really given anybody considerable trouble after that. But this may be a race similar to BOD in that we're going to have a lot of guilds working on Sylvanas simultaneously, but there's also going to be a lot of guilds that are nowhere near Sylvanas because they're stuck on Painsmith.
Yeah. Yeah, I I'm definitely a little bit disappointed. I think a lot of people are that some of the later bosses were too easy, right? And I guess they could just be cheesed, right? Fate Scribe was the problem that you could just like go one direction with the runes, that with the rings, made it a little bit too easy. And then of course we had the whole fiasco with Kel'Thuzad, where you're just ignoring basically all of the mechanics by just like using some clever use of game mechanics and just like dying. So yeah, I think it's a bit disappointing. Even though I do like Sylvanas so far, and it seems like a really good fight. But it's definitely, and Painsmith as well. Like Painsmith was absolutely great, and Painsmith could have just been like replaced by Kel'Thuzad and it would have been greater, right? Like if you would have had a race where Painsmith would have been the second to last boss, then the race would have been great, right? So it does happen sometimes though that they're just missing a certain way of how the guilds could deal with the mechanic. And once they see it, they're like, oh, well, it is what it is, you know? Like, we can't really fix this now. So it's just gonna happen.
Well, I mean, in some ways, I feel like Blizzard, like the Kel'Thuzad, I mean, historically, Kel'Thuzad's got to be maybe, what, the easiest second to last boss ever. In terms of how many attempts got put in on it. And it's not, you know, I thought when I first saw Echo kill it, I thought maybe that Echo just played out of their minds and that other guilds would struggle. But no, as soon as every other guild started using Echo strat, every guild kills it within like 20 or 30 attempts. So it's just a boss that can be, I think, very easily, like, you know, you said cheesed, and that's, I think, really what it is. And there's any number of mechanics on that fight that people figured out how to straight up avoid or mitigate heavily. And, you know, another part of that fight is that if you manage to hold Kel'Thuzad at a low enough mana or a low enough health percent at the end of the fight or end of each phase, that it like causes him to skip a glacial spike cast. And so where you should have, I think, been having to deal with like 2 glacial spikes each phase, now you only have to deal with 1. So you just throw all your raid-wide damage reduction out, and you can survive each one of the glacial spikes without much issue. And so it was just kind of mechanic by mechanic. Echo figured out how to remove those from the fight. And in some ways, I feel like Blizzard kind of shot themselves in the foot there, because sometimes they try to get pretty cute with these fights. They try to introduce a lot of mechanics and add a lot of moving parts to the fight in order to create a sense of spectacle, and that you're dealing with a lot of things, and it's like, ooh, cool, look at everything this boss does. And if all those things work together in harmony, then it can create a really cool boss fight. But if you sort of miscalculate, or a guild figures out how to start breaking parts of it, like it feels like the whole thing stops working because all those parts were interconnected. And when you figure out how to make one thing stop working, it makes another thing stop being as lethal, which then makes a third thing stop being as lethal. And it feels like the whole thing just comes apart really quickly.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think, I do think that generally certain mechanics have been like cheesed in the past. And at that point, I'm just wondering that maybe mechanics like this shouldn't be in the game, because I personally don't think suiciding a person to get rid of a mechanic is like a cool way of dealing with a mechanic. I don't think anyone likes that, right? You do have things like Ankh Totem that he can use for these kind of things, right? Which is theoretically, it's like, oh cool, we can use this Ankh Totem and then this ability doesn't happen. But then it's like too OP as well, right? I would say if Ankh Totem completely like negates an ability, then that would be, in my opinion, that would be like bad, because then all of a sudden either you're stacking like Ankh Totems or you're stacking some other way to have people die, and otherwise, oh no, Roger Brown going down. But yeah, anyway, I do think that these like avoid the mechanic by having the person die is a bad thing, and it has, like, they know this, right? This has happened in the past. And again, I'm gonna mention Archimon, because we talked about Archimon earlier, and there's 2 mechanics where you could have the tank die and the ability would be gone. There's like an Et in phase 2 that would spawn out of the tank when the debuff runs out. So if you just have the tank die, the Et doesn't spawn. And in the last phase, there was this like crystal that spawns that would push everybody back, and you would have to soak it, because the more people are in it, the less pushback there would be, and then you just kill it, right? But if the tank dies, it also disappears. So there's like multiple abilities where you just have the tank say, oh, I'm just gonna die now, bye. And then it's just all of these battle rests being used for them, and all of these like Ankh Totems and whatever. And then I'm just wondering, like, that really like it's a good thing? I personally don't think so. I think we should just generally not have those kind of mechanics at all. And you saw how it worked with Kel'Thuzad. Like, of course, we have this trinket as well, which is another thing where Blizzard is like, oh, we're gonna have this fight where if you die, the ability doesn't happen. Oh, and we're also gonna make a trinket that lets you die and revive.
Well, yeah, I would say the big issue here was the fact that dying removes the ad from the game. Like, if that was changed, if it was just simply that when you died, the ad like refixates somebody else but stays alive, then the entire strat would have been pointless. Personally, I thought that the trinket was really cool. A trinket like that, like a lot of times, tanks get the most diverse sort of set of trinket effects. Like their trinkets do all kinds of stuff. And I feel like that it gets underappreciated a lot because there's so few tanks in the game. You know, when you look at a raid, only 2 of the 20 people in there are going to be tanks. So the tank pool is naturally sort of limited because the ecosystem can't survive having a lot of tanks. And so there's a lot of trinket, because there's like just as many tank trinkets, I think, that get like put into the game as like other types of trinkets, but there's many fewer people that use them.
Yeah.
And so I like seeing tank trinkets end up on players using them for ways that weren't necessarily intended. And one of the things I actually like about the strategy is that using tank trinket is very democratic. Whereas, you know, if you want to do something like use Aura Mastery or use a barrier or AMZ or something like that, which is locked to your class, the tank trinket could be used by anybody. Anybody can have that job. And so if they're like, we need somebody that can eat this mechanic and die, as long as you have the trinket, you're like, I can be that guy. I can do that thing. And so it's kind of nice that I always like when they give effects through items that fill a hole in the kit of certain classes. And that item allows you to do things that would typically be done by other players, or in this case, give you functionality that no class has, and that you can choose who has that by who uses the item.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. Like, sometimes it is really interesting and creative to use these kind of trinkets or whatever to make the fights easier. I just think it was, like, way too extreme in this case, and it just made the fight too easy, perhaps, right? There's also, like, a lot of other mechanics that were just completely ignored. It's not even just, like, the tank suiciding, right? Because a lot of people are focusing on that. A lot of people are saying, oh, the trinkets and the tank suicide, like, that's, like, the biggest problem, which is true that it's creating, like, it's a lot easier. But I think in my head, the thing that was even more interesting or, like, made the fight even more easier was the fact that you could just, like, let all of the fragments explode at the same time by just, you know, using priests.
And how could you do that? What allowed you to explode all of those things at the same time?
Yeah, I think that should never be a thing. Like, I personally think that stacking so many defensives on top of each other should just not be possible. Because negating mechanics like these, where you just have like 5 to 6 fragments explode at the same time, like, that should not be a thing, right? And then I looked at the logs, the echo logs on the kill, and I just wanted to check how much Ryzen healed, because he played Spirit Shell, which is like an absorb, basically like a mechanic where you can just put up a bunch of absorb on people, and he, like, 78% of his healing was absorbed, and it was 3.11 million damage that he had absorbed, which is just absolutely crazy, right?
Like,
so that's just, yeah.
This is part of the issue, I think, with the healer balance right now is that not only do I think everyone's aware that, like, Disc Priest and Paladin have a lot of tools that are very good in raids, and especially good in the Race to World First. But it's the fact that both of those classes have, like, multiple things that other classes would kill for, and that those get stacked on those two classes. Both of them do very good damage. Both of them have raid-wide damage reduction. Disc Priest has Spirit Shell, which is an absorb, which you can't get from anything else. Paladin has an immunity. It's the only healer class that has a true immunity. And there's just, like, each of these classes has, like, 2 or 3 things that the other healers would love to have that would be potentially a thing that might get those healers brought. You know, like, maybe you'd see Resto Druid or Mistweaver or Holy Priest on some of these fights if they had damage. Not even like raid-wide damage reduction, maybe if they just had damage, they'd show up on these fights. Or if they just had raid-wide damage immunity, or raid-wide damage reduction, and no damage, maybe they'd show up. But the fact that Disc and Holy Pally bring both of those things, and other healers bring neither of those things, is like, why would you ever bring the other healers?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I totally agree with the healer balance being completely off, obviously. I think we can totally see that. But I think generally, even if Paladin and Priests like would not have these abilities and other healers or all of the healers would have them, let's say all of the healers have absorbs and all of the healers have damage reductions, I still think it just shouldn't be in the game, right? No matter who's got them. Even if like a damage healer has it. Like that's why AMZ by the DKs was so OP in a tier before, and that's why they nerfed it. And I think just generally having so many defensives that can be stacked, that's the issue, right? Because if you have like, let's say you have an Aura Mastery, which is of course really, really good, but Aura Mastery by itself is not going to let you survive through like 6 fragments exploding, right? Like a 20% DR is not gonna make you survive. It's the fact that they're stacking it all on top of each other and just all works out that way. You know, like you stack a bubble with Absorb, and then on top of that you have own defensives, and it all just like, it all stacks together, and all of a sudden you have this huge, like you have so much more effective health than you would have, right? I think it goes up to like 300% effective health at some point or something crazy like that, which is obviously, how are you going to balance around that? Like Blizzard could never tune a boss properly around 300% effective health of all players, right? Like you can't do that, especially since not everyone is going to have these classes available to them. So you have to tune the damage around you know, normal people's health, like without these effects, and then whenever players get them, then yeah, it's just going to look really bad, and you can just ignore the mechanic. What happened? I think somebody got hit by a chain. Was it Celia? Was it the no? Did they try to wipe on purpose? I'm not really sure. Either way, it looks like Echo is struggling a little bit at the moment to get back to like phase 2 progression. It seems like they have a lot of like early wipes. But yeah, phase 1 is definitely really difficult. And it reminds me of Jaina, where phase 3 was the thing that they wanted to progress, but a lot of guilds really, really struggled to get to phase 3 because phase 1 was actually pretty difficult, and you lost players here and there all the time. It was always like, player died to this mechanic, player died to that mechanic, and then you always got into the intermission with like a player dead, and if not, then someone died in the intermission to like an ice block or whatever. So I think phase 1 here is still not really on... Like, they're not 100% safe in phase 1 just yet.
Well, the big issue with Jaina was that the phase 1 was so RNG. She had, I think, notably super difficult spell queuing, where she would overlap different spells and you had no idea what was coming. You know, every phase 1 looked different. And a lot of times it was very difficult because it would be mechanics that if you got, you know, this set of mechanics together, you needed to do this thing, but if you got this set of mechanics together, you need to do that. And so you couldn't just, at a certain point, you want to be able to go kind of on autopilot on these fights in the early phases. You know what your job is, you do your job, and you survive and advance to the next part of the fight. But on Jaina, you had to be constantly paying attention to the first phase, like, okay, which set of things is coming, and when you can never be super sure of what you're doing, then it's essentially like progression every pull. You have to learn the fight every pull, and you're going to keep making mistakes because you're not really sure what you're looking for. And so I agree that when you have a really long fight, you need to it needs to not be RNG at any point in the fight. A fight that's this long needs to have consistent phases where once you've learned how the mechanics work together, you can repeatedly move through the fight, because it is super frustrating to know that you're going to have like a 12, 13, 14 minute boss fight and that you're constantly dying in the first like 3 or 4 minutes of it.
Yeah, that's definitely incredibly frustrating. That's why I like the fight like Avatar. Even though like a lot of people didn't like it and it was really hard, but the fact that you could just skip phase 1 to progress phase 2, I thought that was incredibly interesting. And I think that's a concept that I would want to see more, because that allows Blizzard to actually make fights overall incredibly hard, just because you don't have to progress through like a certain phase to get to the other difficult phase. But if you don't have that, right, if you cannot skip the first phase to get to the last phase, then all of a sudden you're kind of tied in how difficult the last phase could be, because on a long fight, as we just talked about, if you die a lot in phase 1 or whatever, then it's gonna be really frustrating, and it's gonna take forever for you to get that last phase done.
Yeah, so we've seen Echo get down to 70, I think, 2%? 72.69, nice. And we're seeing them struggle, to consistently get back into phase 2 right now. And this is where, we talked about you're bringing 5 Moonkins, presumably at the very least because they help a lot in phase 1. We see these arrows. They're more clustered up on Mythic than they have been in Heroic or Normal, where they are actually just spread out everywhere. But that's still clumped up enough, or they're spread out enough that Moonkin still has a very good damage profile for this phase. But even with all this Moonkin stacking, yeah, I guess, when you have that much movement to do on the bridge, it's not often that we do get to celebrate the other utility that classes bring, but having something like Roar that you can use, Stampeding Roar that you can use 5 times over the course of a bridge phase, and especially, there's some conduits that you can put in there that make Roar last for like a really long time and increase the duration of it. And so having that kind of, it's like, okay, you roar, okay, you roar, okay, you roar, okay. Now the first roar is back up after we've used the 5th roar. You can make a lot of that movement very quick.
Yeah, and I think we also see, I'm not sure if this has been, like, if he's swapped earlier already, but as he is now on his Blood Decay, and he has been playing his Paladin before, right? So that is also a decision they made, maybe for phase 2 reasons, like having maybe an extra grip, or it could also be phase 3 reasons, because you do have AMS, but to be fair, Paladin also has like bubble and other immunities, so maybe not, but yeah, they definitely thought something about that Blood Decay choice, which is interesting because Blood Decay has been a tank that people didn't think are gonna be that great this year, except on is it Ner'zhul where you have to grip all of the ads?
Yeah.
So,
or no,
yeah.
Wait, no, it's
Soul Render.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh god, names.
Yeah.
Names. But yeah, anyway, on that boss, people thought DK is gonna be really good, but on other bosses, they were like, DK is maybe not so needed. And it looks like on a lot of bosses, DKs were actually really nice, and they were played by most of the World First guilds.
Well, I think if I had to speculate, one of the things I think Blood Decay is really good for this tier is that it does a ton of self-healing. It's a very self-reliant tank. And the healers that get brought now, with like Holy Pally and Disc Priest, those are not the highest HPS healers. And especially like on a fight like Kel'Thuzad, for instance, where you'd see one of the Holy Paladins go downstairs. At least the Holy Paladins can like keep beacons on the tank and do healing through the beacons. But, we had phases like in Kel'Thuzad where one of them would go downstairs, and now you're trying to keep a tank alive with like 2 Disc Priests and a Holy Paladin, and like that, that's nobody's cup of tea. And so Blood Decay's ability to be sort of healer independent and just say like, as long as I've got something to Death Strike, I'm set. It may just be a survivability thing, because certainly this fight hurts. I mean, there's just a ton of damage that comes out on this fight. As we move to phase 2 here, you'll see now that there's just a lot of unavoidable. Some of it is avoidable to the extent that you can avoid all of these waves, but there's just dots that get thrown out on this fight, and they hurt a lot. And if you have to be focusing on your tank, keeping the tank alive as well, it really splits your attention as a healer.
Yeah, that might very well be true. I also looked, as I said earlier, I looked at the logs on Kel'Thuzad on their kill, and the DK, Blood Decay, was actually the one that healed the most out of all healers.
Yeah.
And of course it was all self-healing, but that's crazy to see that the Blood Decay is actually #1, which happens a lot in like stuff like M+ or whatever, but in a raid encounter, having the tank on #1, just that means something for sure. So yeah, lots of self-healing coming out.
Well, and you see that like on this phase 2, for instance, that the group splits literally in half. You're split up from each other, and yeah, when you get down to just having like 1 Disc Priest and 1 Holy Paladin there to heal you, as a tank, you're maybe not feeling super comfortable there. Especially as a Paladin. Like, I think that's one of the big knocks on Paladin. People have said in the past that Paladin is a fantastic tank in terms of, you know, the kit that it brings. That it, you know, can off-heal your raid, and it's got good damage and great utility. But the one thing that it's not good at is getting hit. And Blood DK is an exceptionally good getting hit tank.
As we say, that now goes down.
Yeah, and this, I mean, like, that's the thing is if you have those kind of issues on, now one thing I did see was, and I'm curious where this comes in on this fight. I saw Nagi complain on Twitter last night that Death Strike doesn't account for environmental damage. So for anyone that's not super familiar with how Blood DK works, essentially the class is balanced around the Blood DK doing a ton of self-healing via Death Strike. And a portion of the damage that the Blood DK has taken, when you Death Strike, you essentially refund that in the form of health to yourself. So you take damage and then you Death Strike and heal yourself, and that's just you use your resource to continue healing yourself. The problem that sometimes you'll have is that the game doesn't respect all damage taken the same way, and if you receive environmental damage instead of damage from a boss, the game doesn't credit that towards your Death Strike. And so when you Death Strike, you don't heal as much as you would expect to heal. You know, you've just gotten hit for 50% of your health, so you expect your Death Strike to heal a chunk. But if it was environmental damage, your health doesn't move when you Death Strike. And so I don't know if there's something, I don't know what's flagged as environmental damage on this fight compared to other things. And it may be that there's portions of this fight where the DK doesn't get to heal himself in the way that he would expect. And if that was at any point in the fight, I would probably expect it to be on this phase 2, where there appears to be a lot of environmental things.
Yeah, probably. Maybe it's... I mean, I wouldn't assume that the daggers don't count, right? Like, the daggers are like a personal, like, debuff, so they would count, right?
Yeah, well, that's just it. Sometimes there's things that you would swear clearly, like, originate from the boss, and the game's like, no, that's environmental.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Also, there's, like, a lot of abilities that there's, like, that's for sure physical damage. And then it's like magic damage, or the other way around.
All right, so you're seeing here phase 2, or excuse me, the move to phase 3. We've got some deaths here, so it's probably not going to be the cleanest phase 3, but we are back, and that's what's important here, is to get comfortable, because I think the players said that, you know, napkin math, they were going to need about 200% of the damage they were doing the last time they were here. And the only way to start doing more damage on these fights is to get comfortable in these phases, and to just be able to focus on DPSing, because the rest of the fight's muscle memory. And you're
so good.
And you're seeing here there's a lot of for a phase that has small platforms. There is actually quite a bit of movement required here. There's mechanics going off on all the platforms. You're not allowed to just kind of stand on one, and so you need to be moving around, soaking things, collecting things as the fight goes on. And then periodically, Sylvanas says, well, this fight's been too easy on you. I'm just going to destroy one of these platforms. Just going to cover it in crap, make it unusable from that point on. So you are on a timer here that Sylvanas is going to be casting Raise, which will eliminate one of the platforms for you to use. And so you need to have her dead before all the platforms are eliminated. But we are seeing the positional requirements of this very strict.
Yeah, and then the extra mythic mechanic is that, like, on heroic and normal mode, she will throw out these daggers from her position, like, in a line outwards. So it's like a straight line outwards, and it's pretty simple to dodge. And you have a couple of seconds to dodge it normal mode and heroic. But then on mythic, it's actually the players that are being targeted by these daggers, and then the lines are going through the players instead. And that creates this problem where they might be overlapping each other, so they get hit by someone else's dagger if you have a dagger on yourself. So they just take a couple of seconds to position themselves, and then everyone else is dodging. And yeah, you can see just there's so much stuff going on. There we go. There's the arrows happening right now. You can see the mechanic being dodged. And then the wailing arrows, of course, are the ones where you have to jump to the other platform, as now is just demonstrating. He had the first arrow on him. He jumped over to make sure the fall off damage is not going to hit the raid too heavily. And then you just stagger these arrows. They're exploding one after the other, so you just jump over in in a good time. And there we go. That's a really good try. They are wiping it up now. But yeah, that was 72%. So very similar percentage to what they got to before. And they just need to get there more often. They need to get there with everyone alive. I think they had like 2 or 3 players that. So they could definitely be a lot lower in percentage if they have everyone alive from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still one of those fights where, like, it's getting to 70. If you have to get the boss to 50%, getting to 72% is not especially close. You don't get done with that pull and be like, man, 1 or 2, more good phase 3s, and we've got this. This is definitely going to be a fight where they're gonna have to spend a lot of time in phase, unless they just come up with some, monster brain strat for phase 3. You're gonna need to spend a lot of time in here, just fine tuning your raid, and this is the kind of fight you expect to take a long time. Whereas when we saw Kelty's odd progression, it became pretty clear that like when they hit the last phase, that it was sort of like, it's this fight's free. Like this is, we get down here, as long as everybody's alive, we'll blast this thing. It's gonna die really fast. Phase 3 is not gonna die really fast. Phase 3 is gonna take a while. You're gonna have to play really clean throughout, and you will be punished for making mistakes. And unfortunately, that's going to require the players to get back to phase 3 a lot, which is going to require them to get really good at phase 1 and 2. And we've seen that phase 1 and 2 are still not cakewalks. So I expect us to have a lot of pulls on this boss. This boss will not be like the rest of the bosses in this tier. This one will take a while. And in fact, I think we saw that Limit put up 91 pulls on this boss yesterday, which was their first day of progress on Sylvanas. Not even a full day. It was a pretty full day of Sylvanas, but not even a full day, and they put in 91 pulls on this fight. And this is going to be a long boss. So when you consider that you get 91 pulls in a day, and I guess in Echo's from Echo's perspective, I think best case scenario is this boss dies this week, because if this boss goes into the reset, it's very likely that it went into the reset because there was a gear check that nobody could meet. When each of these guilds has several days to progress on this boss, I think if we see this boss go into the reset, it's going to be because the eye level just wasn't there to consistently push through the phases on this fight. And that opens the possibility that it just becomes a race to see who gets to the reset first to get their next round of eye level infusion from the re-clear, and then we maybe see this boss fall over pretty quickly after that. That's, I think, a worst case scenario for Echo here. They, I think, want to see this boss die this week. I think they feel this boss can die this week, and that gives them the best opportunity to kind of maintain this lead. We say lead in that they were technically not the first to progress on this boss, but based on the way that the release works, they got here earlier from the point where the patch launched for them than Limit did. So Echo sort of in the lead at this point, based on how you slice it. But if we go into a reset, all bets are off.
Yeah, and they theoretically have just like 1 extra day of progressing, right? So if they, like for Limit, on Monday is their last day of this reset, and then on Tuesday they have to go back and re-clear everything to get to Sylvanas again, which if Echo doesn't kill it in that time, then of course Limit is going to have the lead again, where they are going to be on Sylvanas again with like all of this gear, with this extra gear. While if it's Tuesday and Echo actually manages to kill Sylvanas before the reset, then obviously that's going to be their moment. So they definitely want to make sure they get as much progression done until Tuesday as possible, and hopefully kill it before that reset to not have that scenario happen where Limit is there with more gear earlier. But yeah, it is looking good, and Scribe, in the interview earlier, Scribe said that he thinks that it's gonna die this reset, and he thinks it's gonna be like a 200 pull boss. So he seems to be very confident that this boss is not gonna take them too much longer, which, I mean,
I'm less
definitely is
confident.
promising.
I'm less
You're
confident.
less confident? Okay.
Looking at the pull count, looking at phase 3, I feel like phase 3 is going to take, and like I said, unless we see the unveiling of some strat that trivializes some element of phase 3, that just looks like a phase that's going to take a long time, require a lot of damage, and very easy to die on. Like there's a lot of damage coming out in that phase, and I think it'll be hard. You know, that's really the big psychological part of fights like this is that you have to stay focused while progressing through phase 1 and 2. And at a certain point, you're going to get so bored of phase 1 and 2. And it'll be hard to stay kind of zoned in. And then when you get to those, essentially players have to train themselves to like sit up in their chair when they get to phase 3. And it's tough to do that. It's tough to have that, you know, like a sort of a 2-part fight. One part where it's like, okay, we've done this 150 times. I don't care. Let's just get to the part that matters. But you don't get there every time. So there are stretches of the day, 30, 40 minutes at a time, where your brain's just kind of whatever, you know, thinking about other stuff. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're back to phase 3. Everybody, you know, you sit up, and it's tough to do that. It's tough to maintain that kind of focus over, you know, a 14, 16-hour day or whatever they're doing.
Well, that is definitely true. And I think it's also difficult because like they're trying to, because I heard them earlier, like just trying to, like they're muting their comms, right? And they're discussing the last phase to make sure that they are as prepared as possible when they get there, because that's what they want to do. Like every single try they reach phase 3 in, they want to make it count. They want to see as much as possible. They want to test as many things as possible, and they just want to get further. So they definitely like have this like drawing board where they like figure out exactly where they are. And earlier they were talking about even assigning quadrants as well, where they say, because the space is really important, right? You need to spread out for multiple abilities. You have to spread out for the silence. It's not the fury. It's just the circles around your character. And then you also have to spread out for the veil as well. And the veil is really crucial that you spread out in, but then the platform is smaller because there's pools all over the place, which you cannot pick up. And then you also have the daggers. So very, very limited space. And then they were saying, you know, let's assign like roughly the positions of players, which in my opinion was like a good thing. Like I heard this and I was like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. But then they basically said that might not be so, like that might not work, because, you know, like one quadrant is like then covered with things like with pools, and then you can't go there, and then it's just like gonna create too much like movement for you to go to the position where you should be. And they would rather just do it, like make it happen naturally. Like sometimes when you're progressing a fight a lot, you just have a position that you always go to just naturally because you're used to that, right? And they said they'd rather want to have that happen, where they just say, you know what, just like let's get there a couple of times and just always try to go to the same position, so it just, you know, naturally happens for everybody involved.
Yeah, big fan of having a spot on a fight, which is actually one of those things that's kind of interesting if you ever start playing with like a different guild. Like the way that a fight, the way that you experience a fight, a lot of times you don't even realize how particular it is to you until you start playing with a different guild, and then they do a thing and you're like, wait, I didn't even think about the fact that you could do it this way before. But yeah, you'll be so used to doing a fight, and you're like, you run to a spot, and then if you play with new people, there's like somebody standing there, and you're like, hey guy, this is where I stand, bud. So if you could kindly not be here in the next 5 seconds, I would appreciate that. And yeah, it gets to a point in the fight where you just know exactly. You don't even need a marker anymore. You just have a point and you run to it, and you know who your buddies are near you. You know if the person to your left starts doing something weird, you know their name and who to yell at. And you definitely get into a pretty good comfort zone doing it that way.
Yeah, I agree. And I think they just want to get this like the practice, and they want to get people to experience phase 3 a bunch of times to get exactly that what we were talking about, to have everyone have their position, everyone get more comfortable with it. So hopefully they can get through phase 1 and phase 2 very cleanly a couple of more times, and then we can see some more phase 3 progression being done. But yeah, this is difficult. And I think they also have the thing in mind where they say, oh yeah, we need to squeeze out a lot of damage in the last phase. How are we going to do this? And then they have to reassign their cooldowns, possibly. You know, maybe cooldowns that they have used for the acts in phase 2 to get them done quicker. Maybe eventually they're gonna have to like pull some of those cooldowns off and use them on the boss instead. And that will always create some more difficulties in the previous phases that you would be comfortable with already, but without those cooldowns, all of a sudden you have to reprogress it, and it's just gonna become a lot harder. I don't think they're at that stage already. Like, I don't think that they can already say we're gonna pull off cooldowns here from the ads, because right now phase 1 and phase 2 is really not like as stable as it should be. So I do think they're probably not gonna try to do any of that, but eventually they probably have to, just because of the huge amount of damage they are missing in that last phase.
Yeah, and it will be, you know, if we'll keep an eye on the comp, certainly, whether this all stays the same throughout the fight. We've already seen them make a tank swap, with now moving from his Paladin to a Blood DK, which is a bit of a tankier tank. And it's probably not, you know, if that's one of those issues where if a damage check on the last platform is going to be a big deal, then moving from Paladin to DK is kind of going in the wrong direction. I think you're going to be dealing less damage on a DK, I believe, than you would be as a Paladin. Now, I did say that, and I spent a lot of the time on Now's POV in the last phase 3. He was like moving around to different platforms, soaking up the goop on different platforms before he came back. So maybe his uptime on the boss isn't high enough for it to matter one way or the other. I'm not sure. Like, there may be other considerations there.
Maybe, yeah. But I wonder why a Blood DK is even good at all to jump the platforms, right? Because if you don't have anything to hit, then you can't really death strike, right? So at that point, I'm wondering what exactly makes DK good for that.
Well, it may not be phase 3. It may be that they were having issues with like phase 1 or 2 or something.
Yeah, could be.
Because we saw him die, even on the Blood DK, we saw him die here on phase 2 when the group splits in half. You know, there's a lot of damage coming out in this phase. Like, this is a very damage-intensive phase, a very movement-heavy phase. As we mentioned earlier, you were running with healers that are not especially, I think, like, good for this.
Yeah.
This is not a damage pattern and a movement pattern where Holy Pallies and Disc Priests excel. And so if you had more of the throughput healers on this phase, you might feel more comfortable keeping people alive. But these tanks are taking a good bit of damage. The group is taking a lot of damage, so your focus is split as a healer, and we've seen that it's easy to have one of the tanks drop if all the mechanics aren't handled perfectly.
Yeah, definitely. I think earlier Miras was also dying to like the Goliath. Apparently Goliath does a huge amount of tank damage, and then it also depends on how much. Like, basically he was saying that he was struggling because they just didn't have enough damage to get it down faster. Like, he was just running out of defensives. So obviously the more damage you have available for these kind of big ads, the easier of a time the tanks are gonna have. So yeah, it's really crucial to assign cooldowns here. And another thing to note as well is that, at least on Heroic, the phases where you can DPS Sylvanas, it will basically carry over to the last phase. So if you're looking at boss damage and how, like, if you die to Enrage, right? Let's say you just don't have enough Sylvanas damage. Then at that point you shouldn't be looking at phase 3 damage only, because the damage that you do to Sylvanas in phase 2 actually matters. So you have to look at like phase 2 damage to Sylvanas and phase 3 damage to Sylvanas. And at that point, it depends on which kind of classes can do a lot of damage to Sylvanas without offensive cooldowns. Because obviously everyone is going to have to use the cooldowns for their ads in phase 2. And you might not, at least on Mythic, as it looks like right now. So you're not going to have too many cooldowns to hit the boss. So that's definitely something that they're going to have to pay attention to. So maybe classes with like longer cooldowns that are not doing that much damage outside might be a little bit of a problem.
And we're losing people here now. And again, this is a very heavy damage, like, taken phase. And it's not necessarily really avoidable. Like, there are parts of it that you can see that are avoidable, like the waves that Deep Shades' UI is calling out here. These waves, if they hit you, they'll push you back a little bit, but more so they'll leave a dot on you that does a ton of damage.
Yes.
And so you want to make sure that you're not getting hit by any of those. There's a white circle that you'll see occasionally form around players that needs to be soaked. But then there's just like dots that come out on the player, like damage that's being periodically casted on the group where everyone's taking damage, regardless of how well you play. You can dodge all the waves you want. You can avoid all the frontals you want, but the entire raid is taking damage, and so it's just tough as the healers that they have here. There's not a lot of throughput coming out, and the raid needs to be very, very good about minimizing the amount of effort that the healers need to expend.
Yeah, and it depends on the combination of ads, right? Like, Phase 2 has a lot of ads, and I would assume that most of the people watching right now don't know exactly what all of those ads are doing, myself included, but the big ads, like the named mobs, basically, those are the crucial ones, and some of them just do like a lot of AoE damage depending on how fast you kill them. Like, for example, the summoners, they're summoning these orbs that they have like, they're almost like explosives. If you don't kill them fast enough, they will detonate and basically kill you, so you have to kill them before. And even though, like, even then, like, even if you kill them instead of them exploding, they still do AoE damage to the whole raid. So that is like a crucial moment that you kind of have to skip. If you have enough damage on the summoner, they will not cast more orbs again. And I mean, let's talk about Phase 3 real quick, because they did manage to get there. As you can see, they still, again, have a few people dead. They have 2 dead players, which is okay for them to progress. They're obviously not going to have enough damage at this point, but just getting some progression then is really crucial for them in Phase 3, and it's looking good so far. Phase 1 cast race pretty quickly, actually. So they already have to jump to the second platform, and now they have to deal with the arrows. You can see the arrows being applied. They go close to the edge, getting ready to jump over. AMG being popped to make sure they can survive. The Fury cast that is probably going to happen soon. The daggers as well coming out. Just lots and lots of abilities that you have to pay attention to. And is this circle bigger on Mythic, or does it just look like it?
You know, I'm not sure. I never really paid that much of attention. I haven't seen Phase 3 that many times myself on normal or heroic, so and usually I'm staring at the health bars when we're there. But you can definitely see that the goop on these platforms, and this is another element of Mythic. One of the Mythic only mechanics is that several of Sylvanas' abilities are empowered, essentially, to on normal heroic they don't apply this Banshee debuff, but on Mythic now she gets like these empowered abilities that not only hit harder but also leave you with stacks of the Banshee something. There's a lot of Banshee things on this fight. Banshee Bane, I think. And so that's now going to be even more pools that get dropped on the ground, and even less space that you're going to have. And you see here we got Frag's POV, and it's a great POV for watching mechanics on the other platforms. Occasionally you'll see like Frag there had the arrow over his head that indicated that he had the wailing arrow incoming, and that cannot go off near other players. You need to get that out of the raid. The only way to do that is to use the edges of these platforms to teleport over to another platform. Once you're over on another platform, there are mechanics that need to be soaked over on the other platforms occasionally. As like you'll see, this is one of those fights where like it just felt like they just threw damage in just to throw damage in. Like I was reading the mechanic, and it's like the jailer throws. It says battery. I don't actually know what it says. The jailer's battery rains down, and you have to soak it, or it explodes and deals damage to everyone around you. And it's like, why is the jailer throwing batteries at me? And secondly, why do I care if I soak it or let it explode? Like, it seems weird that you try to catch it. So, yeah, but we're seeing again here progress on the last phase.
Oh, they're having a really good try, yeah. So that's a new best, actually. That's, yeah. I mean, they're going down here at the very end, and of course they already had like 2 dead players coming in, but definitely like to see those new like best. 69%.
69.
Nice.
69. Nice.
That's nice for sure. Let's just hope they're gonna stay here for like a while, so we can have that nice number up on our.
There has to be somebody. There has to be a streamer out there that has an emote for nice, right? I don't know how I've never seen somebody spam a nice emote. Somebody's got to be subbed to somebody that has an emote for nice. And if not, maybe I need to make a new emote, because every time we cross the 70% threshold now, I want to see nice emotes in the chat.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah,
in fact, I want to see that for every boss now. Every time a boss drops below 70%, nice.
But yeah, I mean, that was good. Last phase of this boss just so chaotic, right? Like so many things going on. We saw Jimmy, jump over with that arrow, and then the problem is, like, you have like all of these pools that are on the other platforms already as soon as you get there. Like as you get there, there's already like pools that are spawning everywhere because of the arrows, or the ability that spawns them is spawning them on all platforms, not just where you are. So you get the pools on like all the other platforms too. And if you are like, whenever she casts Race and you have to jump to the next platform, you don't want that platform to already be covered in those pools, right? So that's why you see now just jumping around, picking them up all over the place. And that's why Fragnance just tried to save the raid, because for whatever reason, the person who was responsible to pick them up didn't manage to do it. So Fragrance was just saving the try by, he knew he's going to die, by the way. Like, he picked him up and he jumped over to the other platform, and of course there's no way he can survive that. So he just tried to make them progress a little bit longer by, sacrificing his own life to move the pools to the third platform away from the raid. So that was like this hero moment of the Demon Hunter, just making sure everyone else is fine.
And that is what Jimmy really is, just a hero. Jimmy just makes hero plays all the time.
Very true, actually, yes. Yeah.
I actually think that's part of the reason why he likes Demon Hunter as much as he does, is that Demon Hunter is a very like hero play capable class. There's a lot of stuff you can do on a Demon Hunter to like make a play. It can move very fast. It can float. It has some good personal defensives, and so I think the best players in the game like to have the responsibility, like to know that they have the capability to make those sorts of plays, and the classes that Demon Hunter is a class that facilitates that kind of thing, and I think Jimmy likes having that option of being like, okay, look, if I know that something needs to happen or we're gonna wipe, like I have a class that will let me fix that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's totally crazy to see. I mean, all of the raiders as well, right? Like all of the raiders in these World First guilds, they're definitely just like completely focusing on playing for the team. They know exactly what they have to do, even if it costs them even if they have to sacrifice their life for the
And they
rest
do
of the race
frequently.
to progress a little bit longer than they're gonna do that. But yeah, one more thing I wanted to explain that I guess maybe not everyone knows is that the pools that you see, the ones that Jimmy just picked up, they're incredibly crucial about the whole phase 3, and I think that's what's the most important mechanic, almost, I would say, in that last phase. Because when you walk through them, you basically pick them up on your character, and depending on how many pools you picked up, you have like a debuff that stacks up, right? So if you picked up 5 pools, you have 5 debuffs. And this debuff is a magic debuff, and it does damage to you, and it does not have a duration, so it needs to be dispelled. It also cannot be immune. You cannot use Netherwalk, Bubble, whatever to drop it off. It will not drop. It needs to be dispelled. Cloak actually used to work to get rid of them, but I'm not sure if they fixed this by now. But other than that, no immunities actually drop it. AMS doesn't work either. So you have to like actually have somebody dispel it off of you. And the reason why you need to dispel this, like if someone might be asking, hey, why doesn't just a tank pick them all up and then you just heal them? Well, the reason why that doesn't work is because she casts this Fury cast, where there's just like a huge AoE raid-wide damage that is happening for like the channel of it. If people still have a debuff from the pools while that is happening, then they explode on the whole raid and it kills you. So at that point it needs to drop, and then afterwards you want to pick it up again to make sure that you're like carrying the pools around. But you definitely don't want to have any of those debuffs whenever the Fury cast is happening.
Yeah, so it's a, kind of a game of hot potato, where you need to be able to be holding it when you want to move it around, and then drop it when she's gonna cast the thing that'll make it explode on you. And so that that is a big part of the positional requirement of this fight, is making sure that the Banshee goop is well positioned. And I'd say that you said you thought that might be the most important mechanic, and I would agree that it's maybe the most impactful mechanic on sort of the gameplay, but I think really the mechanic that'll be determinative of killing this fight is the raise timer. And
Mhm,
regardless of how well you play on the rest of the fight, of how clean you keep your platform, or how well you do mechanics, the boss is simply, you're going to run out of space. Like she'll keep annihilating the platforms one by one until you're out of platforms, and that's essentially the timer that we're hitting on this fight. Well, I don't know that we've actually made it to the point where all the platforms have been destroyed yet, but we're clearly not on pace, I don't think, to beat that timer with the rate that she is destroying the platforms. And so that's really where the players will need to, at a certain point, we will get clean phase 3 pulls. Like, we will get to the point where we're getting into phase 3 with everybody alive, everybody knows how to do the mechanics, and we're progressing through the fight and getting her lower and lower. And I suspect that we will start hitting the point where we just run out of platforms. She raises all of them, and there's nowhere left to stand, and we all die. Which has been, actually, you know, as much as anything, I feel like this raid has had a lot of hitting and rage checks. Maybe more so than I remember, where it seems like a lot of the bosses that we've had to progress on have been getting to the end, hitting the enrage, and then dying, and then working backwards from that to beat the enrage check. And I think this will be another one of those.
Definitely. I definitely think that it's very similar, where, you know, they might be reaching the end range a couple of times after they have learned how to play the mechanics properly, and then they're like, okay, guys, we've reached the end range. The boss is still on 60% HP. Let's figure this out. And then all of a sudden, as you said, they're gonna have to progress backwards and relocate their offensive cooldowns and make sure they somehow get through the previous phases by using just less offensive cooldowns, or maybe even change the setup as well. You know, it's very possible that they have to remove some of those classes that are good for the earlier phases and get some more classes in that are good for the last phase. I do believe that the last phase, at least in Heroic, lasts, I do believe, like 4 minutes approximately. Might be wrong on this one, but like definitely more than 3 minutes. I think it's like 4 minutes something on Heroic. It might be different on Mythic as well, but depending on the kill time, that's always incredibly important. Whenever you have a boss where there's like an execute or like an enrage phase, like the same thing happened inside Anathrius, right? Inside Anathrius, you reach the last phase, and all of a sudden it was this like enrage part where you needed to have enough damage to be able to kill a boss before the last ability went off that just covered the whole platform. So at that point, the kill time is so important. Like the amount of time you have from the start of phase 3 to the end of phase 3 determines which classes are actually going to be good, because some classes have 3-minute cooldowns, some classes have 2-minute cooldowns, and depending on the kill time, you're going to be doing a lot more damage or a lot less, right? So if you have like a kill time of 3 minutes 30 and you have a 3-minute cooldown class, then they're going to be incredibly good. And that's why we saw a lot of Moonkins, a lot of Warlocks as well on Paintsmith, because Paintsmith had this downtime, the intermission phase, where you basically can use 3-minute cooldowns on the boss, and then like there's an intermission at the end of it. Like at 2 minutes you get an intermission, so the people who have 2-minute cooldowns, it's the same value as the 3-minute cooldowns, because whenever the 2 minutes are ready, you're the intermission and you can't actually use them. You can only use them once the boss comes back, and at that point the 3-minute cooldowns are ready as well. So that's why 3-minute cooldowns were so much more valued on this boss, and that's why it's the same thing is going to happen on this fight as well here in Sylvanas, where they have to figure out, okay, which classes have the perfect kill time here, and which classes are going to be doing the most damage.
Now, a moment that warms my heart, Gingy throwing Innervate on Zalia, and you do love to see it. It's a feel-good moment anytime you watch a Boomkin take some precious time out of his rotation to innervate one of the healers.
Yeah. Thankfully, it's not a global anymore. It used to be a global.
Yes.
city,
God, that was bad.
Like, oh no.
Yeah, that was real bad. Yeah, it's not often I think that you get a fight where people are like, "Yes, I have 3-minute cooldowns." Usually, that's not. It's usually like a pejorative term, like oh, they're a 3-minute class, and that rarely is that like a good thing. Usually people just complain all the time about having 3-minute cooldowns because they never seem to line up with anything, and you're sitting on them. Like a 3-minute cooldown very frequently turns into like 3.5 or 4-minute cooldown, because by the time it actually comes back up, there's nothing useful to use it on. And so trying to, a lot of times if you've got 1 minute, 2-minute cooldowns, there's something that's valuable enough to use your cooldown on, that you'll just slam it on cooldown. It's like, yeah, it'll be worth it in the end. But with 3 minutes, you feel like you have to make it count for something, and you can't necessarily just pop it as soon as it's off, because if you're not doing anything particularly impactful, that's a big chunk of your DPS you've just wasted. So certainly a fight where the 3 minutes actually just line up nicely every time is gonna feel really nice.
Yeah, it's definitely a feel-good moment. And one thing to note though about the Echo Moonkins is they are Night Fae, and they actually can use cooldowns every 2 minutes. Okay, unfortunately they're going down here in phase 1. Too many dead players just decided to wipe it up. But yeah, so the difference between like the Venthyr Moonkins that Limit has versus the Night Fae Moonkins that Echo has is that theoretically they can use their cooldowns every 2 minutes, because Convoke is a 2-minute cooldown, and they're running this legendary like Pulsar that basically allows you to have your Incarnation up more often whenever you're spending like a certain amount of Astral Power. And whenever you get this like short window of your Incarnation from your legendary, you can use your Convoke in there. So you can like use it with your Incarnation, with your 3-minute cooldowns, and then you can use your Convoke again with like a legendary proc. So that allows them to, if the kill time would be more fitting for 2-minute cooldowns, then that would be pretty beneficial to these like Night Fae Moonkins that Echo has. And we might even see some switching of Covenants. Like, I was already expecting this to happen earlier, to be honest, but apparently none of the Moonkins decided, okay, Venthyr is better, or okay, Night Fae is better. They're still just like sitting on their Covenant, and they're just like sticking to it. It's like, we are gonna see and wait. We're gonna wait and see what happens in Sylvanas. So yeah, there might be some point at some point where they say, okay, you know what? In the last phase, this is better or that is better, and then either Limit is switching to Night Fae, or maybe Echo is switching to Venthyr. We're gonna have to see, or they just stick to their guns. But
yeah, it's well, by the way, we've gone full screen on our faces because Echo is taking a break. So we'll entertain you guys in the meantime.
Hopefully.
But yeah, you do kind of wonder at a certain point, is there an element of pride here? Because I know that a lot of the Echo Boomkins have stuck with Night Fae in the face of all, the Sims that say that Venthyr is like clearly the better pick. And I think there was a lot of, sort of whispers among the Boomkin community when this happened. When people saw Echo progressing with Night Fae Boomkins, it was like, do these guys, have they ever looked at a Boomkin sim before? Like, what's going on here? And so at this point, I kind of wonder if the Echo Boomkins are like, nah, man, I'm going to show you why Night Fae's good. And if you maybe have Limit Boomkins that are like, nah, these guys are just, they're off, in their own world. This is insane. Like, clearly Ventyr's better. And if you now just have, if guys get kind of like stuck in their Covenant because they're like, I'm gonna prove to you why it was better for us to stay Night Fae.
Maybe, yeah. And I guess for a lot of the bosses, it didn't actually matter that much. Like if you can get it done, no matter which Covenant you are at that point, then you might as well just like stick to it. So I think they're just waiting for the moment where it actually does matter, and it's crucial to be one or the other. Again, I don't think this is affecting any of the rest of the player base anyway. Like it really doesn't matter what the world first raiders are playing. You can, you stick to whatever is good for you in that case. But for their case, I do think once they reach that last phase and they're like min-maxing the damage on Sylvanas phase 3, and they try to get her down, at that point, maybe they have to reconsider, one or the other guild has to maybe reconsider on like switching if one is better than the other because of kill time, right? So we're gonna have to see about that. But yeah, they're taking a break. Probably like a quick snack break, and then we're also gonna do a giveaway while they are on a break. Of course, we didn't forget about you, chat, and we have things for you. So definitely do ! giveaway to get more information about it, and make sure you're winning all of those awesome prizes that we have for you.
All right, so if you type ! giveaway in the chat, that'll be a link to Nightbot that will automatically enter with posting the command, and the command only works for the specific boss giveaway. So there's like two. So here's the thing. Here's how nice we are. We actually have multiple giveaways in this event. We have boss-specific kill giveaways. So every boss that we've killed, there's been a giveaway for each of those kills. And hopefully we have another giveaway coming your way very shortly with Sylvanas. But then there's an entire race giveaway that we'll be doing as independent from the bosses that has a different set of stuff. So as you can see here, for the individual boss giveaway that hopefully we'll be able to do on our shift, as I expect a Sylvanas kill within the next couple hours, there will be 3 lovely winners, and there will be 3 different sets of stuff that you can receive. One of them is the ESN package of different supplements and nutritional stuff that comes with shakers and Gingy juice. Is it, whatever the actual name is? I hope they just change it to Gingy juice.
ELX.
ELX, yeah, ELX. And they probably bristle every time one of the casters is like, Gingy juice. It's like, it's not called Gingy juice. It has a name. So you can get the ELX, you can get some shakers, and it's a good time. Get your drink on and also get buffed at the same time. And we've also got a package of peripherals here with Logitech and the Blue microphones. You got pretty much everything you need there to get set up aside from the actual PC itself. And then lastly, we've got Catarix making this big heavy-duty backpack for you that you can fit everything in. So, yeah, if you stick around for the Sylvanas kill, get yourself entered for that. And I'm sure, the chances are really good, right? Like, that you're going to win something. There's three there's three opportunities.
I'm going to join as well.
I like free stuff, too.
Yeah, I'm all for this. All right, so yeah, make sure you're joining the giveaway, and good luck, of course, everybody. I do think that the break is a little bit of a shorter one, in case you're wondering. Like, it's not a long lunch break or anything, because they had that before already. So at this point, they're just gonna do like a shorter break, maybe discuss some stuff, maybe get some snacks, get up,
second lunch,
some fresh air, second lunch, yeah, get an ELX in, get some ginger juice, and then get back to it. So apparently they're continuing now already. There we go. Some very quick break.
They actually just took a break for us to be able to do the giveaway stuff, didn't they?
Probably, yeah. That must be it. Yeah.
Someone's been paying attention to the stream, like, they haven't talked about that giveaway in a little bit. Let's take a 3-minute here. All right,
they have a shaman now. That's new, right?
No, they've had Mini in for a few polls, at least. I don't know how long he's been in there, but somebody else, because I've seen some people pog in the chat
okay.
over the last few polls with the shamans. So we are seeing, certainly if you look at the frames, you'll notice a lot of orange classes. So I would say the balance this tier, no pun intended, the balance of the classes this tier, I think, is like fairly decent, except for the fact that you see a lot of it seems like all the other classes, you're seeing pretty good representation of it, but then obviously there's like one enormous overrepresentation here.
I do not know what you're talking about,
yeah,
and I do not appreciate this kind of stuff here in the broadcast.
Well, look, there is some justification for it. It's like Druid has 4 specs, so there should be more Druids in a raid.
Right.
No other class has 4 specs. In order to make it fair for the Druid players that have so many specs, there needs to be more Druids in the raid.
Exactly.
To account for it. And the problem that you have is, like, Demon Hunter only has 2 specs, so you should have less Demon Hunters in the raid.
Yeah.
That's just how that works. And honestly, some of the pure DPS classes, like, they have 3 specs technically, but they're all damage dealing class. Like, they're all damage dealing specs. So they shouldn't really get more spots if it's all damage dealing specs. But the hybrid classes that have, like, tanking and healing and DPS, like, they should get more spots to account for all the different people that play the different specs.
True.
And it just so happens Boomkin took all of the Druid specs. No Restos, no Guardians, no Ferals, just the Boomkins making up for the rest of them.
The thing is, right, you're saying that Druids should cover more spots because they have more specs, right? And it is true, right? But the thing is, we have something called, like, a talent row that is like affinities. It gives you, like, Rest affinity or Feral affinity or Guardian affinity. And, if you can just have those be different for all of the Moonkins, then you're kind of representing the other specs
that's a really good point.
Right?
I'm the Feral Boomy.
Yes.
I'm the closest a feral druid will ever get to a raid.
And it's actually really funny because not only is feral like the least represented spec, I would assume, in like raiding and also in plus, but it's also the least represented affinity because none of the moonkins ever, like you never play feral affinity. It's so bad. It only gives you movement speed. It doesn't give you like a good CC like utility because you get Vortex if you have Resto affinity, and you get Typhoon if you have Moonkin affinity, and you have Incab Roar if you have Guardian affinity, and you also have like defensives, like more Frenzied Regions with Guardian affinity, more damage reduction. With healing affinity, you have like more healing and Swiftment and whatever, and it's all really nice. And Feral just gives you like a bunch of Feral abilities that looks like, why would I need that? What am I gonna do with that?
I actually cannot imagine a thing that must be more like soul wrenching than having a Boomkin main on the World First broadcast telling ferals why their class is bad. Like and like a Boomkin just being like, let me, in case you guys weren't aware, let me list all the reasons why nobody plays that other spec.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
Right. So we're still struggling. Like, this is a problem with Sylvanas progression now. And it's one of the reasons why I've seen some people ask in chat, do you guys think this lives until the reset? It is my personal opinion that is based on very little of substance other than a few, you know, like I wouldn't necessarily trust my opinion here. It's just a gut instinct. I think we hit the reset before Sylvanas dies. Now, we've heard from some of the raiders that they think that Sylvanas dies this reset. But I am always skeptical. Raiders they may not appear so, but raiders are full of boundless optimism.
That is
when
true.
When it comes to bosses, like it doesn't matter what kind of a check, whether it's a gear check or a skill check or brain check, they're always confident they can do it if they have enough time to work on it. It doesn't matter how insurmountable it seems. If you ask a raider, you think you can do this, they'll say, yeah. Like, no problem. Well, we got it. So, like if Roger says this is a 200 pull boss and we're gonna kill it before the reset, I'm like, okay, well, there's probably nobody out there that has a better idea of what they're talking about than Roger. He is certainly the most credible expert, but he's also a raider, and that makes me suspicious of any of his opinions. So I personally think this is more than a 200 pull boss. I think that phase 3 is going to be real nasty and take a long time to learn. And I think that it may well require the next reset. Not that it would require the next reset to do it, but that it would require the next reset's worth of gear to have enough stamina and enough damage to consistently get. Like, I think the problem with this fight will be, it's just hard. It's, if not impossible, to play the fight cleanly start to finish. It's so long. The fight is so long that at this gear level, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just, you know, sort of statistically, you're gonna lose a few people at every point in the fight that you wouldn't lose with next reset's gear, and that you can't string it together for 15 minutes to kill the boss.
No, I think I agree as well, and especially with the players being like super optimistic about stuff, because I was actually watching Limit progress on Soul Render before it got nerfed, because it has gotten nerfed, and like all of the abilities got nerfed to do less damage, because it was just like absolutely crazy how much damage like they changed it and whatever. And I saw them progress, and they got to the Enrage with like 6 healers and like stacking defensives for all of the chain breaks and whatever. And they got to the Enrage, and the boss was still on like 30% HP or 40. Like the boss was like super high. And the whole chat was like laughing, and you know, so like heck W's and blah blah blah. And then Max was like, "Oh wait, why are you laughing? This is totally doable. Like we're just trying to survive. Like we can totally do this."
Yeah.
And then like 2 seconds later, the boss got nerfed. Like every single ability got nerfed. So.
It was one of the things. So you know, I played with Lighty for a very long time in the MDI, and unfortunately he exited the scene this season. But one of my favorite parts about playing with Lighty was that he had developed, in his time raid tanking with Limit, he had developed this attitude of like everything's fine until literally the entire group is dead. And so you would be limping through this poll with like 2 people dead, no cooldowns. The like the boss is still at 60% HP, and Lighty would be like kiting him around, being like, "It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We just got survive for another 3 minutes, and we got a battle res back, and we're good." And it's like, dude, we are in the middle of wiping. Stop saying it's fine. He's like, "It's fine, it's fine. Just stop being such a baby about it." And like that's just the way that you have to start treating all these encounters when you're doing world first progression. Is like, until we are actually all dead, it's fine.
Yeah, I agree with that mentality, and I'm definitely also a player who does think that way. And it's funny because I'm in a guild that is not like incredibly hardcore, right? We only raid 2 days a week. We're, you know, we're up there. We're like world 100 usually, so it's not bad at all. But the players definitely do have a little bit of a different mentality than what I had when I came in. And multiple times when we were in a difficult boss, where we would get to a phase that we're progressing on, multiple times everyone would already be like giving up and like, I'm gonna jump up the platform, you know, like this is over. And I would like start making calls because our raid leader stops making calls. And I was just like, do this, go over there. Like, I can soak, I can back up, you know?
I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? We're wiping.
We're already jumping off. What is
all right, now we are seeing what I think is our best phase 3 transition yet.
Yes, this is really good, yeah.
So this is what you need to be seeing to progress on this fight, is like no more of this like 2 or 3 people are dead when we get to phase 3. So we're seeing our first, I think this might be the first clean phase 3 where everyone's alive. And you can instantly see the damage that comes out on this phase. Like this is insane how much damage everybody is taking.
Yeah, so we see Phil go, oh no. Okay, so what happened there was, I believe there's a Fury going off, and people just had picked up debuffs, unfortunately, right? Yeah, this is how fast you can wipe in that phase.
Yeah.
This is how fast everything can go wrong. But yeah, so one crucial thing about the debuffs here under the pools is that during the Fury cast, no one can have the debuffs. But the problem is if you're min-maxing the Dispel, like let's say your tank picked up a bunch of pools from like other platforms or whatever, and it came back, and if the Fury cast is already happening and you just then dispelling the tank, then depending on how many pools or how many debuffs the person has, it drops off of your character, right? And if you have like 10 stacks, there's going to be 10 pools appearing all of a sudden out of nowhere. So the players, if you're not in perfect position, they might be dropping pools underneath your character, and then you're picking it up, and then all of a sudden you have a debuff that needs to be dispelled, and then another person picked one up, and another person, and so on, right? So the timing is very crucial, and the positioning as well, to make sure you're not standing in a location where the tank is getting dispelled either.
And dispels are maybe one of my least favorite mechanics as a healer. I almost as a rule, I hate fights where dispels are a central part of the mechanics of the fight. I still remember people ask me, like a lot of people have, I think, in their mind, if somebody were to ask you what your favorite boss is, I think a lot of people have a favorite boss queued up pretty quickly. I think it's less common that people have a like definitive least favorite boss that they've ever progressed on, like the worst boss you've ever done. But for me, worst boss, hands down, Guarm progression. That was...
I was just about to say, you must be talking about Guarm.
So bad. Like, it was so bad. And
I love Guarm.
I could, yeah, I'm sure if you weren't a healer, Guarm was just like, I just stand in the pile and I DPS, and then people tell me when I need to move around. Like, yeah, it's like for everybody else in the fight, it was, you know, the fight was kind of like, I don't understand what's so bad about it. But from a healer perspective, the entire fight was played on your unit frames. Like, you just had to watch this like debuff bounce around and know when to dispel it, and you needed to have like add-ons to tell you when to do it. It was so aggravating, so annoying. I hated that fight so much.
Man, that just reminds me of this like one single clip where basically I had the wrong debuff, and I needed to be dispelled because the breath was happening, and I needed to go into my colored breath, right? I was fire, and I had like a purple debuff or whatever. So they needed to dispel me so it bounces to the correct person. And I'm just standing there next to, like, in the purple breath, and I was just about to die, and I was like panicking. I was like, guys, dispel, hello, guys. And then Ken, like Zalia, was like the calm, it's like, what? Just calm down, you know? Like a millisecond before the breath actually went through, he dispelled it, and I managed to go back to my position. And I was like having a heart attack, and he's just super calm. It's like, yeah, I mean, I got you. I don't know why you're doubting me. Like, I would have dispelled this without you telling me.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know why you're so worked up. I saw. Yeah, no, it was definitely one of my least favorite fights ever. And the fights I think that are maybe the most annoying is any fight where the dispel isn't just a like if I see the magic debuff go up, I dispel it instantly. If that's the only thing you have to do with the dispel, then yeah, whatever. It's the fights where the dispel like jumps around or the debuff like jumps around to other people, or you have to dispel it at like a certain number of stacks, so where you have to pay attention to it or pay attention to people's positions, and it just feels so pointless when you know that if you're going to dispel it, it just jumps to like somebody else, and you're like, why am I? Dude, just go away.
There's a similar like that's the phase 2 mechanic, right? With I'm not actually 100% certain on how it works because it does jump over to a different target, and I think it just stacks up the more there are, right? Like the longer it is on you. I mean, like, the longer the debuff is on you, the higher it stacks, and then when you dispel it, it does jump on a different person, but it like resets the stacks, right? That's how it works.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not the greatest mechanic for sure, but I think there's also like, at least we think that, like my guild thought that there might be like some hidden mechanic with the debuff that if you master spell it, you actually get more of them. So that might be a thing. I'm not certain if it's just like, you know, maybe like the mob applied more debuffs whenever we're master spelling, and it's just like an like an unlucky kind of thing where we think it's the master spell, but it's just like the mob actually applying more.
Yeah, that's master spells usually is a spell that makes me uncomfortable because I'm like, there's something's gonna go wrong when we master spell. Like, I feel like Blizzard takes pains to try to make mechanics like anti-master spell as often as possible, knowing that if there are multiple dispels and you can master spell it, it just trivializes it. So I always go into a fight where I like wince the first time there's a lot of debuffs, and it's like, let's try master spelling it, and I'm like, hey, here we go. We're all gonna die.
Yeah, master spell is definitely, I think there's just quite a few mechanics in like the game in general that Blizzard somehow has to like work around, where I'm just wondering, okay, why do these mechanics exist in the first place if you have to like work around them with every mechanic that he creates?
Yeah.
And I think master spell is like one of those things where, oh, we cannot have this debuff because they're just gonna master spell it and then it's pointless. So yeah, you have to like rework it. But at the same time, master spell has been such a staple like ability that has been in the game for so long. I don't think it would fly to just remove it. Like, I'm pretty sure the whole priest community would just be like, whoa, wait a second.
Yeah, they're a big fan of master spell. Now I think I'll be curious to see what kind of progress we get from other bosses today. We saw both BDG and Method kill Kel'Thuzad very quickly.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, like, this is, well, first off, Method's a name that's been around for a long time, associated with excellence. They had obviously a pretty big roster reset here in the last year, and so to see them get back into the world first race this quickly has been very impressive. But as a member of Golden Guardians, I would be remiss not to say that I've been super impressed with BDG.
Me too, yeah.
And I'm not just saying this because I accidentally left Sloot off my tweet talking about world first tanks, but
oh no.
But
oh no, JV.
BDG has definitely been like right there in this. Somebody actually asked me on stream the other day whether I thought, or like who I would have considered a world first guild, because a lot of times we throw around the term world first to mean sort of like guilds that are at the high end of progression, but when we mean literally which guilds have a chance of getting world first, it's always a very small group. Oftentimes literally like 2 guilds.
Yeah.
And in this race I would have said that it was a 2 guild race before the race started. I would have said Echo, Limit, and I don't think there's anyone that's really yet in that same conversation. And to be fair, I would still probably say I would be shocked if one of these 2 guilds didn't win. But to have both BDG and Method on Sylvanas within essentially the same day that Limit and Echo got there is incredibly impressive. And it makes the race more fun when you have multiple people Partly because, one of the things we see in the Race World First progression is that one guild will come up with a really innovative strat, and other guilds will copy from it. And unfortunately, that usually only happens one way. It's whoever's in the lead at the time comes up with a cool strat, and somebody else yoinks it. You don't typically yoink strats from people that are behind you because you've already killed the boss. So when you have multiple guilds at the same time working on one boss, there's much more of a chance that one of the guilds is going to do something during progression. Especially when you're working on the boss for a few days, if one of the guilds comes up with a really cool solution to a problem, the rest of the guilds have a lot of time to see that and then potentially fold it into their strat. And it's probably kind of annoying for the guilds to feel like stuff's getting copied from their strat, but for the rest of us that are planning on copying whoever wins the Race to World First strat for our Sylvanas progression, it is the best of all worlds. Because I essentially get 4 guilds brainstorming their way through Sylvanas, and each of them incorporating the best practices of the other ones. And by the time we're done, we're going to have some super strat that's better than what any individual guild would have come up with on its own.
Yeah, that is very true. That's also like the way my guild feels like, for sure. Oh my god. Okay, that looks so...
Ooh, Jimmy!
Yeah, Jimmy's just like flying
That's
over
Demon Hunter confidence right there. That's I'll jump out there. The bridge will be there eventually.
You really just gotta have that confidence, especially when you're playing the momentum build, right? He's playing the build where whenever you Fel Rush, you're getting the momentum buff, which gives you more damage. So you have to Fel Rush to do more damage, which is like a very sketchy thing to do. There we go, another Jimmy dodge. It's like jumping off the platform and vengeful retreating back in to make sure that he's not gonna die. I love this. This is his like play style, right? I think Jimmy absolutely loved this kind of stuff, so that's why he's also like just Fel Rushing barely off the edge right there. But he knows, like he definitely knows exactly how long Fel Rush is, where he can use it and when he cannot, and yeah, it's beautiful to see this kind of play style as well. But it's also nerve-wracking because you're like, oh my god, he's gonna fall off any second now.
Well, I think somebody fell off. I think following Jimmy, which is the problem when you have a guy like Jimmy, and it's a problem I have in dungeons a lot with rogues. Where like rogues will be stealthed and they'll go running into a pack because they're stealth, but I'm not paying attention enough to notice that the rogue is stealthed, and I just follow them in.
Oh,
and then I pull everything, and I'm like, why didn't you tell me you were stealth, dude? And Jimmy does it. Jimmy will just jump off the side, and somebody not paying attention will just follow him and jump in too, and then he'll be like, what are you doing, dude? I have glide. You don't have anything.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like Jimmy definitely is picking up some more of these pulls to get it over here. And now he's positioning them. He's waiting for the dispel. There we go. And let's see. We're gonna get a Fury now. All right, so at this point, no one can have any more Dark Bane stacks, which is the stacks from picking up the debuffs. Looks fine, but unfortunately, there's like a lot of people that were already going into the phase. So that's like kind of a big problem, both of the warriors being down. And I'm pretty certain the warriors are just there for like boss damage. I mean, they do a lot of cleave as well, actually, like AoE cleave. So that's pretty nice for first 2 as well, I would assume. But the warrior is just insanely good generally this tier with damage. And then on top of that, they brought the Enhancement Shaman to just buff the warriors, right? Like the Enhancement Shaman is there to give the warriors Wind Fury, realistically. So having the warriors that is definitely not something you want to see. Because like the buff is alive, the Wind Fury buff is alive, and the warriors that he's supposed to be buffing is that, unfortunately. But well, it's still looking good with the less people here.
The one nice thing about entering this phase with people dead is like, God, there's so much room on this platform.
Yeah, exactly.
We should just go into this. We should go into this phase with people dead every time.
Yeah, that reminds me of this. Oh my God, what was the boss called? Like, there's a 2 boss raid, and this was in let me think, Cataclysm. It's like one of the first. There's like 3 raids that got released all at the same time. And one of them was like 2 bosses, and it was like kind of like Bastion looking raids where you were like flying around.
Yeah, that was the Throne of the Four Winds, right?
Exactly, yeah. Throne of the Four Winds, the last boss there. We had Paragon killing that boss with like half the raid not being on a platform in phase 1. Like they were just standing at the entrance waiting for the rest of the raid to kill the boss or to get the boss into phase 2 because there was like limited space and it was just easier to not have everyone there. So they were just like They were just like completely AFK chilling on the main platform until the rest of the raid was done.
All right, now we're seeing here the value of Blood DK. Like, they are cockroaches. Everybody else in this raid could die, and Blood DK will look around and be like, weaklings. Like, he'll just sit there and tank. One of the iconic memories of Blood DK for me was back in Legion, with Now on his Blood DK, and they were doing, I think it was a 27 tyrannical Halls of Valor, and I think the rest of his group died when Herja was at like 40%, and Now just like, he's like, I don't know what the big deal is, and he just soloed the boss from like 40%. It took him like 3 minutes or something to do it, but he just soloed the boss from 40% because Blood DK, you just, as long as you're not getting one shot, you're like, yeah, it's just a flesh wound, I'll heal it back up. And that's what, I mean, I think tank players really like when Blood DK is in the meta because it is a super self-sufficient tank. You don't have to rely on pesky healers to keep you alive. You can feel safe all the time with just your own abilities. And so I think tanks really enjoy Blood DK, and they don't like these other tanks that have better mitigation but require external healing, because now you have to trust, you know, those brain dead healers behind you to keep you alive, and that's a lot less fun.
Yeah,
Oh, and it turns out we actually have a montage for Jimmy. I know you guys have been thinking like, okay, not a montage. Sorry, I overpromised.
there's two different players, right?
Well, I got to imagine it's,
Fragoji or Fragnance?
we're being told. Okay,
Fragnance.
so we got a highlight clip for Fragnance, because why wouldn't you make a highlight clip for Fragnance?
Yeah, right?
And so here we go.
I don't know how he dodges and plays. Look, here it comes. Go, Frank, go, Frank, go. Oh, look at that.
He didn't even need the bridge. He jumped out and he was like, I don't even care.
He was too good. He
Like
got there
the
too
cast was
quickly.
almost, or was it? Did it go through anyway? It might have went through anyway.
Wait, this is an awkward end to the highlight clip. Hey guys, I got to Sylvanas first.
Yeah, I think the cast might have went through anyway. Like, he almost made it, I think. Because Demon Hunter interrupt is like 20 yards, I think. So there's a little bit of a range on it. I mean, yeah, in case you guys are wondering if this cast goes through, the whole raid wipes. So that's why he was doing this hero move. Like, they saw that they're too late with the bridge. So he was like jumping over, saying, I got this. And then he like jumped over and tried to get it. I think he didn't quite manage to get it, but the fact that he even got there is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like watching like long jump champions in the Olympics where they take off and they just keep going and going. You see the length of the sand pit that they're given to jump, and you're like, why do they have that much room? Like, and then they hit like the edge of it, and you're like, oh. And that's what Demon Hunter's like. They jump, and you're like, okay, I know they have a double jump, and then they just keep like jump. It's like, oh, I didn't know they had 4 jumps. Like, when does this class ever come back to the ground? And yeah, that was like, I don't think actually that Jimmy needs bridges on this fight. I think he could make every one of those just with his class abilities.
I think so as well. I think he totally does not need any of those shenanigans that Jaina is providing.
Yeah, like the biggest crutch, biggest crutch bridges of all time. So it is certainly a class it's fun. Like I know a lot of the player base swapped to Demon Hunter when it first came out in Legion because it's a fun class, like just jumping around on it. And I think people that play Demon Hunter a lot, when they swap over to alts, I think there's like palpable disappointment because they'll like try to jump off things and they can't float and they just fall off and die. And they're like, this class sucks. Why did I ever swap off my Demon Hunter?
Yeah, I agree. I feel the same way whenever I have to do like gathering quests on a like non-druid class, because you know when you can fly, you have like the travel form and you can actually click on like objective things that you have to pick up in travel form, so you never have to dismount. You just always on your flight form. And then you see those other classes who are like flying, then they have to dismount, then they're in combat, so have to like kill some mobs, and then they pick up the thing, and then they can mount up again. And it's like, what is this?
And then they made the item that lets other people do that on their mount, and I was like, that's druid utility. You can't give druid utility to other classes. That's part of my fantasy. My class fantasy is urbing in flight form. You can't let other people do that.
Exactly. Agreed.
So yeah, we got hopefully good phase 1 progress here. Like really, I think you'll start to see, I would say that the first big step that Echo could take here on progression would be that we can make it through phase 1 every time with like no deaths. Because you're going to need these battle reses. We've seen that phase 2, very dangerous, and I would expect more often than not we're going to lose people in phase 2. It's just the nature of splitting your raid in half. It's gonna get dicey, and you're gonna need those battle reses. And the first step you can take towards progress, meaningful progress on phase 3, is to get through phase 1 every time cleanly. And when we can start seeing that, then I think you can kind of go, okay, now we can start expecting to see further progress on phase 3. Until that point, so long as we're seeing deaths in phase 1, I think phase 3 progress is going to be very halting.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, if I look at the fight length in the logs, like I'm looking at the logs right now, and the fight length of most of these tries is between 2 and 3 minutes, right? Because they're either like wiping phase 1 or they're wiping in phase 2. So it's definitely not as long as it seemed like on heroic, right? On heroic and normal modes, you just felt like, oh my god, this fight never stops, and you always wipe at the end, like it just always feels like a 10-minute kind of wipe, and it feels incredibly like annoying and just boring and long. But Mythic definitely quite different when it comes to that. Phase 1, lots of difficulty there, and also phase 2, incredibly hard. So all of the phases seem like they matter. Like all of the phases seem like I need to play perfect here. I'm not just like phasing out and just walking through this. I need to play perfect, and then every single second counts. And I like those encounters because I personally think if there's like a really long encounter and the first couple of phases are just like boring snooze fests, and then you get to the difficult phase, that always just feels bad and wrong. So I like it when you have a fight like Sylvanas seems to be, where every single second is difficult and you're never like falling asleep by any means. But yeah, that's why we also see those wipes times where, you know, some fights are like 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, but most of them are in like those pretty low percentage or like early phase wipes. And even whenever they reach the last phase, they're there. Let me try to find this one of the best tries. It was, let me see, 8 minutes approximately. Yeah, so like 8 minutes wipes, which, you know, it's not that bad time wise.
8-minute wipes kind of.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is
so we saw Limit get 91 pulls on this boss yesterday, and you're clearly not getting 91 pulls on a boss that you're going 8 minutes into. So, you know, we're seeing a lot of early wipes on this fight, and it is, you know, you said you like a fight to be exciting the whole way through. I actually like my fights to be super boring right up until the hard part. If there's gonna be a fight like Sylvanas, I want phase 1 to be pretty routine. Once you figure it out, I want phase 2 to be like middling difficulty, but you know, again, kind of get to the point where you can solve it. And then phase 3 can be hard if it wants to. But a fight where every phase is legitimately hard and you are losing people in phase 1 just as often as in phase 3, that becomes demoralizing at a point where you're just like, how are we ever supposed to make progress on phase 3 when we can't even get through phase 1 cleanly every time? And so I like it. If you're gonna have a really long fight, I feel like the difficulty of the fight should ramp as the fight goes. And phase 3 should be difficult, but it shouldn't be like
what do you think is a long fight?
Like anything probably over 10 minutes, I would classify as a long fight.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I see what you mean, for sure. But then at the same time, I just feel like having like these boring phases just makes the wipe so much more tedious. You know, you just like know every time you wipe in the last phase, you know, okay, I'm gonna have to go through these boring phases for like another time.
But the point is you're wiping in phase 3. But the point is that you're wiping in phase 3 and not wiping in phase 1 every time. Like wiping in phase 1 may be more exciting, but you're wiping in phase 1.
That is true, yes.
That sucks. Like it's awful to be trying to kill a boss and then dying in the first 2 minutes of it. So I would, you know,
forehead.
I mean, potentially, yeah. Maybe it is a skill issue. But I would rather have a fight where it's boring, but I'm at least wiping at the end of the fight rather than wiping it. Who knows when, you know, at any point in the fight you could wipe.
Yeah, I see what you mean. And I guess we could, that's definitely something like a question we could ask these players as well, see what their opinion is about that kind of stuff. because that would be interesting to see what they think. And yeah, unfortunately, we have like another phase 2 wipe. It seems like, or at least I have a lot of dead players. They might still make it into the last phase, but it's like lots and lots of deaths here and there. Phase 2 is just really hard. Like, it's just so incredibly hard. You have to split up your raid, and the waves are coming out of Sylvanas like from all over the place when you have so limited space. And I feel like if you get hit by one wave, like even if you only have like one debuff, it must be like close to killing you like immediately, especially if it overlaps with something else.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Even on heroic,
Right?
that thing slaps.
Yeah.
Like it hurts.
So you definitely have to avoid all of them.
Yeah,
like,
you can
as much as you
technically
can.
touch it, but you better have a game plan for what you're gonna do after you get hit by it, because if you're just hoping to be healed through it, that's probably gonna end poorly for everybody. All right, so phase 3, but again, when we get into phase 3 like this, well, as we mentioned earlier, the one silver lining is platform's going to feel pretty spacious, but probably not going to make a significant progress on the boss this time. I definitely don't expect to see any nice emotes in the chat. But this is instructive, at least, as we said, to be able to see the way that we can clean it. Like right now, we've got a tank going on Hoover duty, and just soaking up all the Banshee Banes. And you can see the damage this is doing to the tank, who's really not taking any other damage besides this debuff. That's just how, when you get that many stacks of it, it's just going to start. Every one of those pools that you soak up is going to be adding a stack to your debuff, and it's going to increase each stack the amount of damage you're taking. And so if you suck up 10 of those things and you don't have an immediate dispel, it's going to start chunking. And it's why you're sending the tank out to do it. I don't know that there's any like tank swapping necessarily needed in this phase, and tanks are able to take that kind of punishment from the pools off on their own without needing babysat by the healers. So that's kind of what your off tank, I think, responsibility is on this fight, is being the guy that goes to clean up the platforms before you get there. But certainly dangerous, and especially so because you're apart from your healers. You're on your own out there.
Yeah.
And so anytime you're taking damage out away from the raid, that's always going to be dicey. But we've got Mir's on that soak rotation there, and Mir's been doing a lot. I feel like a lot of his tank activities have been of that variety this raid. We saw him, I think, notably on Painsmith. He was the monk tank that was scooting about the platform and having to constantly roll to get back to drop spikes in the corner. And this is a very hectic fight, very scary, even for tanks. A lot of times tanks are, on progress fights, even the damage that comes out, as long as it's not a critical mistake, tanks can live through it. You feel pretty safe as a tank. Stuff has to go really wrong for you to die. But that was a fight where every moment of that fight, watching Miras's POV, it felt like there were mechanics that could kill him, and he was having to play very aggressively to avoid certain mechanics and not die. And a lot of times there's some memes that like your tank players are perhaps not your most skilled players. You put them there because tanks have less responsibility, but in this case, you see that during progress, tanks tend to have a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like in this world first race, like tanks, I wouldn't want to be a tank, especially because you always have so much responsibility as well. Like if you're the one going down, then they could just immediately cause a wipe because other people have aggro and die left and right. Well, if a damage dealer dies, you can continue, you can move on, you can still progress the last phase. But with one less tank player, all of a sudden that doesn't really work anymore. So lots of responsibility and lots of abilities that still kill you even if you are a tank. But I do want to say that it is sometimes true that like in other content, tanking can be a thing where it's like, oh, I'm just going to stand in this. And it's funny because I actually have been playing some Guardian Druids.
I actually saw your group
for my
on LFG yesterday.
Oh,
I saw
really?
looking for 14 DOS keys.
Yeah, I'm looking for a quantum device. I got it, by the way. I got it yesterday.
Congratulations.
So. Thank you. And yeah, so I'm just playing Guardian for my guild, for my group. And at the very end of yesterday, I had to switch to damage dealer because another tank of my guild wanted to tank. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna play Moonkin now after tanking all day. And I felt like I died so many times to like random abilities because I wasn't paying attention to them, because I just played Guardian and I'm just like standing in things because I have Incarnation and I'm like invincible. So I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna stand in this, I'm gonna stand in that. And then there's a Moonkin, it's like, oh, I can't do that anymore.
Yeah, certainly there's it's interesting how the tank meta works between rating and Mythic Plus, because we often see that the best tanks for rating are not the same as the best tanks for Mythic Plus. The different styles of tanking don't have the same kind of overlap that other specs. You know, a lot of times, like the best raid DPS are the best DPS in keys. Like if you do a lot of damage, you do a lot of damage. But for tanks especially, I think we've seen Guardian Druid be very, very, very popular in keys.
Yeah.
Because of the way that they can tank large amounts of trash at the same time, especially with Sleeper Legendary and the ability to just go in, essentially invincible on large trash pools. Like literally their health just does not move. But we've seen like no Guardian Druids during raid progress. I think we've seen pretty much every other tank. Like I don't think we've seen Demon Hunter as a tank, but I think we've seen Blood DK, Brewmaster. I guess not Prout Warrior either. We haven't seen Prout Warrior because we've had DPS warriors in on pretty much every fight, so you don't need the Prout Warrior for like Rally or Battle Shout. But we've seen Brewmaster, we've seen Blood DK, we've seen Prout Pally. I guess maybe it's only half the tanks. I was thinking that we had seen 4 of the 5 or 4 of the 6, but maybe it's only 3. But yeah, so Guardian very popular in keys, but we haven't seen it at all in raids, and it's actually been, I feel like, a while since Guardian Druid was a really good raid tank. And that gets back to, you know, I think picking your tanks for progression for World First Guilds is actually one of the more difficult selections, because with so many other of the, you know, with like DPS or healers, you have more spots in the raid to get more coverage of classes. But with tanks, you have to pick among a half dozen classes, and you only get to take 2 of them. And tanks can bring interesting stuff, usually not in their actual like tank kit, but you know, like if you bring a Brewmaster, they can give you Mystic Touch, so you don't have to get it from a different monk in the raid. If you bring a Demon Hunter, they can give you Chaos Brand. If you bring, I actually don't know that any of the other tanks really bring anything like that. DK brings like Mass Grip that maybe you wouldn't otherwise have. Warrior brings Warrior brings Rally and Battle Shout. So if you need a Battle Shout for your melee. And so we saw notably Limit last year. Lighty was playing a Prot Warrior, and I think he hated the class. I don't think he had a moment of fun while he was playing it, but the class just brought really good buffs for it was like they didn't want to, I don't think they want to bring a different warrior. Like Warrior, I don't think was an especially valuable class to bring on raid progress, but they wanted to have a Warrior in the raid somewhere. So they brought it as a tank because it didn't really matter in terms of tanking ability. All the tanks, I think, were close enough that they felt like they weren't losing anything by having a Prot Warrior from a mitigation perspective, but in terms of what it brought to the raid, it was actually very valuable.
I think that's actually exactly the problem that we see with Guardian Druids, because Guardian Druids have been played even on PTR testings. We saw some guilds run double Guardian, right? So everyone thought, oh, Guardian's going to be really good for raiding as well. But then the thing with Guardian is that the utility that they provide is the same utility that all the other Druid specs also provide. And a lot of the utility that Druids generally provide is not maybe so useful in raid. It's much more useful in like an M+ setting. Stuff like Vortex and Typhoon and all of these abilities are really, really nice in Mythic Plus. While in raiding, and a lot of encounters, you cannot even use those abilities. They're not even going to help you in any sort of way. So, and considering that we have like 5 Moonkins who have more than enough, we're like covering those abilities like 5 times over. You definitely don't need a Guardian to give you those, to give you that extra utility that the Moonkins already provide anyway, right?
One of the things I like about Guardian, like one of the things that's funny to me is that a portion of the utility that Guardian Druid provides requires them to get out of bear form to use it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I can't tell you something I'd rather do less when I'm tanking a boss than turn back into a human to try to pitch in. You know, occasionally there'll be, as an off tank, maybe you could Like if you're a Guardian Druid and you're not actively tanking the boss, maybe you could get into cat form and throw up some damage, or get out and do some healing or something like that. But if you're the guy that's actually tanking the boss and you try to get out of bear form, you will soon be in floor POV, and so it limits the ability. You know, it's like you have some of these cool tools, but you can't get out of bear form to use them.
Yeah, that's one thing I also noticed as well when I was taking like some keys. I was doing like the first boss in Plaguefall, and I was like, oh, I can root this. I didn't have mastery right after, like the normal entangling route, and I was like, oh, but I have to go out of bear form. So I was like, can you just heal me through this real quick? And I just casted the route while the boss was hitting me. And I was like, okay, well, this
Can
works.
I get sacked, please?
But I, you know, like this works, but I did not like it.
All right, so we did see, speaking of tanks, we did see now swap back to Prop Pally here.
Yeah.
And that seems like an incredibly now thing to do, where you make a swap to the tankier tank and you give it a few tries and you're like, guys, this is okay, but I like doing damage, so I think I'm going to go back to Prop Pally if it's all the same to you.
Yeah. And now it's actually a tank that really likes playing Blood Decay, right? I mean,
Yes.
we talked about earlier, like everyone kind of likes Blood Decay, and now it's definitely a person that has played Blood Decay even in like times where it was not great, but he just like really liked playing it, so he just.
I don't know
stuck
why
with it
anybody
as
would
well.
stick by a class that way. Like, that seems so
Right?
weird
That
that
is
somebody would
very
enjoy
weird.
playing a bad class.
Yeah, I totally cannot understand this sentiment. But yeah, so seeing him go back to Paladin, but I guess he also really likes Paladin too, so right, both of these classes are actually enjoyable for tanks to play. Paladin is also something that just provides so much utility. I think Paladin was always a class that people thought, okay, this could be really good here. You know, like in every raid, they were like, okay, Paladin, like certainly for this raid, Paladin is gonna be good, right? Because they have so many things. They have immunities for other people, buff and spell warding. They have lots of off healing that is not just like random off healing, but it's like targeted. Like you can specifically heal people that need healing, right? And then on top of that, you have freedom, and you have so many tools to help up your raid, and Ashen, which by the way does so much damage on a tank as well, that now was topping the damage in the Remnant phase on Kel'Thuzad on the second one. Like he was doing more damage than all the other damage healers down there, which is absolutely crazy. And he also got PI. He was the PI target from
I can see why he switched back to Paladin now.
So yeah, definitely a really versatile class if they can survive, because that was like their biggest issue. Their biggest issue was their like this glass cannon tank that has holes in their mitigation where you can just die. You know, like you cannot play that you have mitigation up all the time, and then if that happens, you just flop. And that's something that maybe is not that big of an issue anymore nowadays.
Yeah, so there was a tier, I can't remember if it was BOD, where I think people were actually planning on running like double Prop Pally, because I think the off healing from the tanks was so good. And that's part of what makes Paladin really difficult to balance as a tank in terms of survivability, is that Paladin has an exceptionally strong heal that it can use either on itself or someone else. And if you make a Paladin capable of taking large amounts of damage and mitigating it, then his heals are freed up. He doesn't need to use them on himself, and he can use them on somebody else. And if you allow a Paladin to be constantly using their heals on somebody else in the raid, it's insanely good. They become like a half of another healer. So in some ways, you have to tune them to be bad at mitigation, so they're forced to use the heal on themselves. But that becomes really tricky, and you know, in sort of the real world, it usually turns into Prop Pally just being too squishy, and getting run over by things that other tanks can survive. But if it is able to live through stuff and healers can keep it alive and it's freed up to use its kit, it is an exceptionally strong tank in terms of what it can do for your raid.
Yeah, I think that's also why it has been a little bit of an issue in PvP, right? In Arena, we've seen some situations where people wouldn't run a healer, they would run a Prop Paladin instead, because they just have so much off healing, and at the same time they're so tanky and they have so many interrupts, which was like the main reason on why they were played instead of healers, right? You just constantly throw your shields around and silence and interrupt people, which was incredibly annoying to play against, by the way.
Yes, yeah, they were. a very popular substitution for Holy Pally, and that's, you know, like I said, that's where it gets tough to balance them, is that the amount of healing they can put out is, it's not like good for a tank. It's like, it's just good. Like the heal that they throw out, it's a good heal, and I think it puts them in a very unique place among the tanks. But very often, I think that uniqueness works against them, not to their benefit.
Yeah, I think so as well. But yeah, let's look at this try here, because they actually have a pretty good phase 2. They have everybody alive at the moment. They don't have any more battle rests left. So that's something they have to worry about for sure. But if they have like one more platform to be able to get to her. So if they can survive this one without any more deaths, then that should be a pretty good phase 3 transition. Let's see how they're doing as they're like trying to dodge all of these incoming waves going across the platform. Now they have to fight these colossi, which are actually mythic only. So these are like specific mythic mobs that apparently do huge amounts of tank damage. Now that's something you have to watch out for. And then you also have the soak ability. You just saw it happen right there, that the split damage, it just needs to be soaked by the raid. That's why we also saw just a disc bubble come down here by one of the disc priests to make sure that everyone survives. And you want to make sure you beat a certain timer in this boss, so this last expulsion doesn't go out. You saw they just beat the timer. He's just casting it, and if that one goes through, that's probably not good, because you don't have any more defensives available. So you just have to beat that damage check, basically.
And you saw there that on Mythic, the raid splits in half. So you are going to be, and this is one of the reasons why I suspect we maybe saw some playing around with the tank classes, is that we see these tanks get kind of slapped on these phases, and when you cut the group in half, they have less healers that can be focusing on them. And so it's very, like, the healing requirements through this phase are very tight, and the raid is not bringing healers that are exceptionally known for throughput. Like Pally and Disc Priest are more preventative healers, there to stop the damage before it comes in. And on a phase like this, where all the damage is hot and heavy, it's really hard to catch up.
Yeah, and unfortunately they have both Servo and Now go down. They have a rest available in 45, so they should be able to get Robin back up at some point during this last phase. But one tanking this might be pretty difficult. Servo is not so, like, they don't need to get him back up, of course, because damage healer is not really important for now, because they're just progressing this phase to make sure they just reach the end rage, see the whole phase. But now definitely incredibly important, because Miraz needs to jump around and pick up the pools.
Well,
and
they do have a res.
If Robin is the one that is.
They have a res in 20, so
yeah, they can get him back up soon.
Yeah, you should be coming back up soon. And luckily, this is if you die in phase 2, your body gets ported to this platform, so at least you don't get trolled like that. So they should be able to pick him up here in about now, and maybe we'll be able to make some progress here. Maybe we'll get some nice emotes in the chat this poll.
Oof. All right, so the first Fury cast actually killed 3 people here, unfortunately. 2 paladins went down, and Phil as well. So that's gonna be a little bit of a problem, missing those healers now. But yeah, you saw just how much damage the Fury cast did there. I don't think anyone even had a debuff up. I think it was literally just the Fury damage that happened. Just insane raid-wide damage that needs to be healed away. And again, going back to the healer discussion we had, you don't have a lot of throughput with these healers. So if you don't have the defensives available, like if you don't have disc bubbles, if you don't have cooldowns available during that moment, then it's going to be really hard for them to heal up. And looks like they're just wiping it up. They think they can't really get any more meaningful progression done, so they're just jumping off.
Yeah, no, you do kind of wonder if we will see a healer swap to try to get more throughput in at some point here. I think the question I might have is whether you can get away with getting like a Resto Shaman in here.
Yeah, I think Shaman should be really good for the last phase specifically, just because you have so many tools to keep your raid alive through that cast, and also through the Veil as well. The Veil debuff, which just absorbs healing, right? There's a literal healing absorb debuff in the last phase, which is gonna be really hard for them to heal, as if you have double Disc Priest and 2 Holy Paladins, it's going to be hard to heal that absorb away, right? So having a Rest Shaman should really be helping them out with, you know, like SLT, any sort of like healing cooldowns the Shaman has. They definitely provide lots and lots of healing.
Because I feel like we are starting to see the limitations. You know, I speculated, you know, a few days ago on broadcast, how bad would throughput have to get before you stopped bringing Holy Paladin and Disc Priest? Like, essentially, how much raid damage would you have to be taking all the time before you actually fell behind, before you felt the difference between Holy Paladin and Disc Priest versus some of the other throughput healers? And I'm starting to feel like this might be this might be the case where you're like, okay, look, I don't know that these classes are even capable of doing enough HPS. Now, some of this may be failed mechanics. I'm not sure. Like, maybe this isn't all unavoidable damage. Maybe some of this could be avoided through better play. But I suspect that a lot of this is just you have to figure out how to heal through this damage. And right now, at least, it feels like there's not enough healing in the raid. It may be we may get into that discussion of like it's theoretically possible to do this kind of healing if you play perfectly, if no one makes mistakes and all the healers are at the top of their game. Maybe you can heal through it, but in terms of just the sort of state of everyone's health bar at any given point in time during that last phase, it feels really sketchy. And during phase 2, there's just portions of that fight where it's like, man, this just feels like you need more healing in this phase.
Yeah, I definitely agree that they might have to reconsider something. But then again, do the other phases become more difficult because you don't have these damage reductions in phase 2 and in phase 1? It's definitely a little bit of a trade-off that you're making to get that extra healing in. You also have less damage reduction around, because I assume you cannot add a healer, right? You need to replace a healer.
Yep.
There's no way you can get less damage. So at that point, you would have to replace one of the discs or the Holy Paladins and have less damage reduction. And then you have to somehow struggle through the first few phases without that extra DR, which should be difficult. But yeah, we'll see. I think there's going to be quite a few more adjustments anyway going in. I think they're not done with their comp. I think they're totally still figuring out what exactly they need in the last phase. Because right now, if I look at the comp, right, they're running, it's definitely not an optimized phase 3 comp, like not at all, right? Specifically talking about the Moonkins again, 5 Moonkins, that's never something you would choose to play if you only have the last phase, right? If you only look at that and nothing else, then Moonkins, why would you play so many Moonkins? They don't have that exceptional like single target damage that will be something you bring. And then on top of that, also the healers. If you look at the healer lineup, that's also not a setup you would bring if only phase 3 would be the boss, right? So there's still like a lot of optimizations going on when it comes to the comp for phase 1 and phase 2. And I do think the more comfortable they get, the more they can think about, okay, maybe we replace this person with like this other class, or we replace the healer with a Rest Shaman or whatever it may be. Also tanks maybe might be something that they're switching around too. So yeah, we'll see how they handle that. They definitely have a lot of discussions in between pools going on. They are figuring things out as well as they go. And yeah, I just want to see more phase 3 tries really, and I think that's what everyone likes to see, because they need to make sure they see the whole phase. They need to see all the timers first of all. That's important. They need to figure out when is the race cast going to happen every time, when is the fury cast going to happen every time, how many arrows are we going to get, how many like pools do we need to soak, and so on. So they just want to see the whole like phase.
Yeah, and you know I guess there's somebody in chat actually brought up the last time I had this conversation on the broadcast questioning the number of healers was on Ashara, and I remember that what was Method at the time and Limit were having a different strategy on Ashara, and Limit brought one more healer, and I remember saying at the time, I don't think this is healable with less healing. Like, I think Limit strategy is the better strat. And it turned out that was, well, I'm not, and that's the thing is, obviously Method killed it first. I'm still not sure that was the better strat. It just means that...
Yeah, that doesn't have to be the case, right?
Yeah, they may have just played better. Like, sometimes it's maybe, not about your strat. Sometimes you just played better. It may have been that if you flip the strategies for the different guilds, you know, Method still wins that. that race with the other strategy as well. But certainly, there are times where healing doesn't look doable until suddenly it is, and you just need practice. So it's not to say that this is unhealable. It's just that this is really, I think, the first time in the race that I've seen the healing requirements and thought to myself, like, I don't know, like this is every other time that we've gotten to a fight where there's a lot of healing coming out, it tends to be healing that's like in a small window. And that's the kind of stuff that like Disc and Paladin can handle well. Even if there's a lot of healing that needs to be done in those phases, you have 2 Ashes that you can use. You have 2 different Spirit Shells. You've got multiple forms of raid-wide damage reduction. And so as long as the damage is concentrated into bursts periodically, this comp handles that well. But this fight feels like a fight where there's constant damage throughout, especially like the phase 2 and then into phase 3. And it seems like they're just having trouble catching back up. Now, like I said, maybe once they start playing cleaner, some of that damage is just reduced in the form of never being taken in the first place because of better play. But it feels like a lot to heal right now.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, you know how we talked about earlier about the fact that the raiders are always so confident in like them making the damage check. You know, like we can do this. We just need to optimize here and there. Like they're always like really a glass half full kind of people whenever it comes to the possibility of killing a boss. And I think the healers are actually the same, because I remember multiple times where Zalia in like the disc shaman, the disc priest.
Disc shaman, that's just the kind of nightmare I need to be thinking about.
The disc priest of Echo I raided with in the past, and many times whenever we were looking for more damage on a boss, Zalia would immediately be like, oh, we can drop a healer. Like, this is totally fun. We can 3-heal this. We can 2-heal this. Yeah, this is fun. And I remember we were doing Star Augur, which was like an incredibly big damage check the first time, like before it got nerfed a couple of times. And we 2-healed that fight, which was something that was really difficult. And it was the healer's idea. It wasn't even the damage healers that said, hey guys, can you like have less can we have less healers? It was just the healers who said, we can 2-heal this. And we tried 1-healing it. We actually tried dropping the second healer for like a couple of tries where I played Moonkin and I off-healed. So they were saying, okay, let's just 1-heal this. Nagura just off-heals a little.
A little.
And I was like, okay. But yeah, then we ended up having 2 healers. And I think that's definitely something that the healers do as well, where they say, oh no, we can heal this, you know? We don't need a Rest Shaman.
Well, that's
we're just going to squeeze out every little bit, and we can do this, right?
That's always the conversation that happens, not necessarily during progress, but especially as you start getting into farm, is there's always a push and pull between the healers and the raid leader, where the healers are like, let's drop a healer. Because it's more fun when you have less healers. There's more stuff to do. So they're like, let's drop a healer. And the raid leader's like, there is not a chance in hell that I'm dropping a healer because I really don't want to start wiping to not enough healing on farm. Like, I'm not going to do that. And the healers are like, please, dude, it's so boring when we bring 4 healers. It's so boring. Like, make this fun for us. And the raid leader's like, it's not fun. If we wipe on reclear, like, that's not, nobody's having fun that way. And so it's just constant, like, the healers being like, please, 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 please drop a healer, please drop a healer. And the raid leader being like, shut up.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. But I think we're just going to have one try where we can listen into comms if that's possible. Asking production if the comms are available. There we go. Okay, let's listen to comms for this try.
No, it's not.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure it is, because it was jumping at that place all the time before also.
Yeah, yes, I also think like. But
yeah, it's just
the
where the tanks are
yeah?
facing him, dude. I swear, it's just so they can't disengage.
Oh. Okay, let's try. I'm facing it the exact other way.
No, no, don't do it.
No, don't try new shit.
I'm doing
Please,
it.
please.
No, I'm doing it right now.
Oh my god, this is completely
shit.
different.
Oh shit.
Oh
No, it's
no, this
okay,
does
not
not
bad,
work at
not
all.
bad.
We're not doing this again.
Nah, it doesn't
bad.
work, guys.
But this is good.
It's just random, dude. It's just random.
Yeah, it's just random.
What have you said about this? This is good.
Wait blue, wait blue. Oh my.
I need to PvP my guy again, dude.
Wait.
Don't we roar here or what?
We have it.
It's
Are there
there.
mechanics, or?
I didn't have it.
Didn't have it.
Yeah, but half the group is taking the gateway and half the group is not.
Mini
so
totem?
it's like...
Obviously, the guys that are not taking the gateway don't need it.
This was mine, right? She didn't say it,
this
but
is yours.
Yes.
Only the people that
I know
paid
Chris
need
Potter
it.
didn't call it, so I called it.
yeah.
Like you turned late, you have no immune.
Oh, you're back on the DK, sir.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wait, really? Oh shit, dude, my macros, man. You can't do that to
Confusing.
me.
No.
Eight on green.
I'm on left, I'm on right. Whatever, I'll leave you.
Is it always you? I don't get it.
Dude, I swear to God, there was again 3 arrows on me. Literally 3.
Darius Rivers.
Oh no!
They blocked my way.
That's a very bad bait, by the way. But yeah.
Rivers.
Bro,
Rivers.
What was mine?
get the fucking shade.
Tag me, Scavres. Fuck it.
What's this ring?
I mean, I'm dying out there in block, yeah, so...
Yeah, we'll pick. It's all good, Phil, yeah? Don't worry.
I was just wondering.
It's not a big deal.
I fucking...
Come on, man.
I take this
Nah,
guy,
we can
and then
still
you
do it.
take Double.
We swap cooldowns,
Purple,
Klaus.
sir?
I do your intermission, you do mine.
Get ready for the gateway, yeah?
Gateway earlier this time.
Fuck.
Yeah. Too late again.
Fuck.
Just jump off.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's a bad bait as well. We're gonna take factor damage. No, we're going to hit that.
But the gateway should be closer to the melee camp if possible, because I had to run like 10 yards to take it.
Well, I mean, I was told that the gateway should end on purple, so I'm doing from purple
Dude.
to the max range, yeah?
It's fine if all rangers take it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, exactly. I was just,
Okay.
you know.
Just doing what I'm told to.
Just take it earlier and not like this. Like take it when she disappears to it and don't trust the big wigs.
All right, so seeing another phase 1 wipe, and like I said, I don't think we really start seeing progression on phase 3 till we get phase 1 cleaned up. Now, it may be that never happens. I don't know. Like we said, we were talking about Jaina, and I don't think Jaina phase 1 ever got clean before the before the guys killed it, and it just became obvious at a certain point that like phase 3 was not that hard. Which is different here. Like, the deal with Jaina was phase 3, it was clear that you could burn it so fast that you just needed to get to it a few times for everyone to learn their cooldown timings and get familiar with the mechanics. And after you saw phase 3 a few times, you'd just be able to blast it and finish the fight. And then the struggle was simply getting back to phase 3 often enough to roll the dice. In this case, phase 3 is legitimately going to be a slog. Like this thing will take a while. You will not burn through phase 3. So getting back to it is going to be important to learn how to do it. But phase 1 also seeming still kind of inconsistent. And that ideally we get to the point where they could start moving through this really easily. We saw this on Painsmith, for instance, where phase 1 seemed really hard. Getting to the intermission was difficult. And then after a while, it just became automatic. You know, the first phase, easy. First intermission, easy. Second phase, a little dicey, but you'd get into phase 3 pretty consistently with everybody alive. And I wouldn't say that I expect Sylvanas to die this week unless we can start seeing that of consistently getting to phase 3 with everybody alive.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. And when you look at phase 1, it's definitely pretty scripted, right? We don't have this RNG factor that Jaina, for example, had, where like lots of abilities are different, like just queues of abilities are messed up, and then you get different overlaps which cost just difficult scenarios and people just dying here and there. Well, I do think this phase, like Sylvanas, is definitely more scripted. Like, you know exactly when the arrows are gonna spawn, you know exactly where they're gonna spawn, and you know who's gonna pick them up. The only RNG you do have is who gets the debuff. So you can see there's a weak aura here on Gingy in pretty much the middle of his screen, this arrow debuff, and he's got 1 stack of it right now. This is basically RNG on who gets more of those kind of bleed effects. It's very similar to SLG with the bleed there. So the way they have to deal with this is the people who have more stacks, they're the ones who want to get the chains, because if you get hit by a chain, you remove the bleed effect. So that's the only RNG part, I would say, that they have to play around. There's just different kinds of people who need to pick up the chains. But other than that, it is pretty scripted, other than, of course, the pools that spawn on the floor are different, but that's not really a problem for these kind of players. So I do think it can get clean eventually, that they're gonna be just, you know, getting through phase 1 every single time without any deaths or without any issues. You just need to get there.
Yeah, and I hope that I hope we do start getting to phase 3 more consistently, because and see, this is like, this is the problem with phase 1, is just that if you're spending all your time doing this, and like I said, it's you know, you might hear me say, like, well, in order to get to phase 3, you got to get through phase 1, and you're like, thank you, you know, 5-head caster. But like, when we saw Jaina progress, it was the case that it became pretty clear that if you got to phase 3 a few times, you could kill it. Like, you saw phase 3 and you were like, this doesn't look that bad. This looks like you could bulldoze it real fast if you got back to it. And I felt the same way about, like, Keltu's odd progression yesterday. We got to phase 3 or phase 4, whatever the last phase is on that, a couple times, and it was like, all these guys got to do is, like, get here 1 or 2 more times and they'll kill it. Like, this is not a hard last phase. They just, if they get back here enough times, they'll kill it pretty quickly. But this phase 3 is different. This is going to take a lot of work and a lot of tries, and if you can't get back to it consistently, you're never going to be able to make the progress on it that you need to. Because as of right now, our best try on this boss pull is 69 point something, and where presumably, if it hasn't changed from mythic or from heroic, we're gonna have to push that another. You know, that's still the equivalent of 40% of the boss's health left to push, and right now it's you know, their phase 3 is looking anything but clean. And I still think that people are struggling with the mechanics there. And, you know, we go back to the prediction from Roger that this will be dead within 200 pulls and that it dies this week. And at least as I'm seeing the progress so far, and with how long this fight is, how long it will take, if you have a successful phase 3 pull, you know, you're talking about having invested 8+ minutes into this fight. I just don't know. I really feel like we're going to hit the reset.
Yeah, maybe you're right, because I mean, they've been progressing for like half the day already, and they did get some better pulls, but they started with their best pull like in the morning, that was like 72%, and now they're at 69, which is of course it's better, but they're just not getting there very often, right? They're not getting into phase 3 very often, and especially not with everyone alive. I think we only had 1 pull where they actually had everyone alive, and they had they fully wiped on their very first Fury cast, because they had picked up stacks on accident. So yeah, it just seems very difficult to just get there, and especially phase 2 as well. Seems like they are losing so many people there. If they get through phase 1 with everyone alive, which did happen multiple times, they did manage to do that, but then phase 2 they just lose players here and there to just multiple different kinds of abilities that are making phase 2 difficult. So yeah, just need more progression done for those phase 1 and phase 2 tries, and they need to perfect and like refine their strategy to make sure they get to phase 3 more often.
Well, and I gotta say, you know, I think a lot of people will be disappointed if this raid is cleared within the first week. I think the expectation is that it's not a real raid unless it goes beyond the first reset. But I think, honestly, for the sake of competition, the Race to World First actually works better if the boss dies within 1 reset, or at the very least, if it's going to be difficult, it needs to be so difficult that it takes several days into the next reset. I think
Yeah,
the
exactly.
worst case scenario is that the boss dies within a day of the reset, because then that really highlights the issues around not having a global release. I think if the entire race was taken place within one reset, I think that addresses a lot of the problems with having a staggered release, and it makes it much more equitable for the guilds that are in the race. And while I think it would maybe be disappointing to some people that didn't last longer than that, I think it would probably give us the best outcome in terms of fairness, because if everyone has basically 1 week to do it, if a race always concludes within a week, then you feel like, okay, the best guild's probably going to win.
I definitely agree. Yeah, it usually never happens. Like if a boss lives through one reset, then it just happens way too many times that it dies really quickly into the reset. But if a boss actually lives for a decent, like a few days after the reset, then we're back to it being fair again eventually, right?
Yeah.
It's just always so unfair around the reset days. And I just really wanted to point out that we were looking at Deep Shade's POV here, and he has like a thing where he just moves his camera up and down like constantly.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is why Scribe never looks at Fabo's POV.
I
was like, oh, okay.
It's
this
actually
makes sense.
it's actually incredible the amount of things that you do on your character without like that they're all subconscious, and you don't realize it unless you go back and watch your own POV. Like there are times where I'll go back, and when I'm playing like Resto Druid and pretty much all of my spells are instant cast, I'll still, after every instant cast, I'll stutter step like just a small bit. And it's like, why did you do that? There was no need to do that. In some fights, it's actually not good. You know, like if there's a fight where there's like some mechanic where every time you move, you like take a stack of something, and I'll find myself just subconsciously stutter stepping after every instant cast that I do. And I'll be like, how did I get 12 stacks of this? I haven't moved at all. And then I'll go back and watch the replay, and it's like, you never stopped moving, dude. Like you were moving the entire time that you were casting. And so, yeah, a lot of times I think people just develop these habits that if you asked Fabo that, you know, do you constantly twitch your camera around while you're playing? He would probably be like, I mean, maybe a little bit, but I don't think I'm doing it like all the time. And then if you showed him a clip, he'd be like, oh my God, like my camera looks like it's, you know, it looks like I'm in an earthquake. So yeah, it is tough to break yourself of some of those. I don't even know how, my guess is most players don't even know how they developed them in the first place, but you do notice this distinct difference between different players, and especially different, I think people that play different styles of players, like certainly melee players develop that, you know, the meme of AD where they're constantly strafing back and forth. When you play a caster, you tend to be a little less happy with your feet. You tend to plant yourself in one spot and not move at all because of the amount of hard casts that you're usually doing. So those players are usually better at being disciplined with, like, my character is a statue and I will not move ever. And I feel like you can a lot of times get a sense of what type of character people play based on how their screen, like the movement on their screen. But yeah, there'll be little ticks that everybody has.
Yeah, I think it was one thing that a lot of players do is when they have to move, that they are jumping. Like,
yeah.
So also say you have to move from point A to point B. So no matter if you're melee or range, you're just, oh, I'm just gonna jump over there. And sometimes it's a bad habit. And it was like the most noticeable on Council, where there's a debuff that if you jump, it like explodes and it does damage. And whenever you had the debuff on you, you didn't want to immediately jump, but you sometimes had to move from like one point to the other point because they had to dodge like the dancers. And many times the raid leader was like, okay, we're moving over there, do not jump. And people still jumped because they just forgot about it.
All right, yeah. So speaking of AD playstyles, we've got Echo's premier rogue here, Perfecto, with us, who unfortunately I think has not been the best tier for rogue players.
Definitely not the best tier for me. You can hear me, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know how the shards work and all that. Did not loot any of the shards. So I'm just chilling here in Switzerland. We have a lovely venue.
Lovely venue. Really like the scenery.
Yeah. It looks like I'm in a cave, right?
Yeah. It's good.
I mean, I'm on the side, but I have the AC next to me, so it's all good.
It's all
that's the important part.
Yeah.
Okay, so we heard Roger's prediction 200 or less pulls, and he thinks it happens this week. How are you feeling about this boss fight? As somebody who gets to just kind of
Why
watch.
is that in my eye, bro? Is that from the production or something?
Oh yeah, that does look nice. I don't know what that
But
is.
I think it's fixed though. Yeah, it happens sometimes. It's like
yeah,
a glitch.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think these guys they're drinking some Kool-Aid. Yeah, like I'm watching these pools, and like I mean we had the 70% pool, right?
Mhm.
And like we're losing wild hand tactics from Korean. We're losing obviously first tag because it's the last phase. We're not getting the crit.
Mhm.
Roger, I mean it's one guy, but he's losing. What's it
one guy.
called? Like he has a talent that he does more damage. That you can see it on his POV. He does more damage when the boss is above 70%.
Oh, is that
And then,
the Korean trait?
no, it's a hunter talent.
Oh, a hunter talent.
Yeah, careful aim, careful aim. Yeah. So, and then like I'm watching the boss. The boss is 70%. We don't have last. I mean, obviously you have people dead, and they're like, yeah, if we can like a little bit optimize DPS in phase 2, like we can optimize a little bit more in phase 3. Yeah, I think it's possible. Like I don't know what they're thinking, but from the outside, it doesn't look.
I'm okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Like I've heard him say, all we gotta do is like double our DPS in phase 3, and I think we can kill it. And it's like, okay, yeah.
We
Yeah,
don't have
double.
last, no coolies, nothing, and 20% on the boss. Like that's 20% is a lot on this boss. It might not look like a lot, but because he dies at 50, at least we think so. I don't know if something happens at 60. I hope so. I mean, right now I think you might you have to jump on the 5th platform if you're gonna kill this. But the 4 platforms are not enough, yeah. With what I'm seeing.
So are you hopeful that there's something different that happens at at somewhere between like 60 and 50%, or do you think that's pretty unlikely?
I mean, I'm hopeful in a sense that it would be cool for the viewers and I think for the players playing it as well. But I don't think it's gonna happen. I think it just dies at 50%. I think it's the same as Heroic, basically.
Okay. And as far as the comp that we're seeing here, obviously a lot of boomkins. The Guru's been saying she thinks this comp is very optimized for the first platform, but not sure how good it is for phase 3. Do you think we see any comp changes moving forward to adjust for different phases?
As in phase 1?
Yeah, like that maybe the comp right now is built for phase 1, but maybe it doesn't do as well in phase 3. Do you think maybe we see any changes going forward?
I mean, I don't want to say too much, but
okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I don't think we will see something crazy.
Okay.
I mean, maybe. It depends how tightly tuned phase 3 is. And right now it looks like. But the thing is, until you get to the last platform and you kind of wipe to enrage, at least you see all the timers and you know what to expect. You're not really thinking about optimizing phase 3. You're thinking, let's progress, let's learn the fight a little bit, get used to it, get the muscle memory going, and yeah.
So you think if we were gonna see a comp change, it would be if we hit an enrage and we can't?
I think not necessarily an enrage, but we need to see more.
Okay.
We need to see more.
Now, how are any indication from the healers how they're feeling about this fight? Are they pretty confident with the comp they've got?
I can tell you the Disc Priest must be loving it, yeah?
Yeah, I think they're all loving it.
They're loving all I'm hearing is how much they love Innervates, and they have 5 druids.
Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah, I did see that part. Yeah, certainly the healer mana should be
like if you talk to Ryzen, that guy, he literally lives for Innervates. Like that's all he talks about.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I guess maybe I hadn't considered just how many innervates that you do have available for this.
A lot.
All right.
But I mean, we did try the 5 heal before, but to be honest, like I don't see it. Like it was not working in phase 1. I don't see how it would work in phase 3. Like it's just not needed. And
okay.
I mean, this is the complex. You know how it is with the healers, yeah? That's
I do know how it is, yeah.
Since the dawn of time, you play 2 palace, 2 Disc Priest. Like, if the healer doesn't do damage, it's not a great healer.
Yeah. Now, we've been seeing... So, as we said, unfortunately not necessarily the greatest tier for Rogue, but it appears to be a decent tier for other melee classes. And we're seeing quite a few melee on here. Now, I think that everyone expected that, like, if we were going to see Warrior... it was going to be for like execute or something, and this is a fight that's pretty specifically like not going to give you an execute phase. So warrior damage is just that. They don't even need execute to be.
I mean, no, they don't really. I mean, and we knew this already. Like we did a lot of tests on the PTR. we knew their single target is really good, and it's not something that you would expect from like Arms Warrior. Because of how, I don't know, I never really expected Arms Warrior to be so good on single target, but they also have the enhancement sim and buffing them like by a lot. Like that, Wind Fury is giving them a big buff. So it's a like, and they also have the rally. The rally is a big great city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly Rally is really nice. Now, I noticed, coming out of Heroic Week, it seemed like at least when you looked at like all bosses, that Assassination Rogue was doing like insane DPS. But we haven't really seen anybody bring rogues on progression. So is that just like, was the damage kind of fake, or is Rogue like not great for other reasons?
I mean, I don't think Asa was doing that insane damage. Maybe in like random, like I don't think Asa is that good right now. I think I think this tier in general is like definitely good for Rogue. I disagree that it's a bad like tier for Rogue. But the thing is, like personally, if I'm thinking about myself, for example, I didn't loot the shards, right? I have no DPS shards. I have 2 frost ones and the blood one after 22 kills, including the gold boss. And so I don't have a set, and so I'm not really doing damage, and I don't have any raid utility. So what am I doing in the raid? Like there's no reason to be in the raid if you're bringing no utility and no DPS and you're greedy.
How many folks in the raid have? Do you know how many folks have a socket bonus at this point?
To be honest, I'm not too sure, but I think most people do. I think there's a few people that might not have a set. I think most people have triple unholy or triple blood.
Okay, so it's more common that
one.
you have it than that you don't have it. You think?
I would imagine so. Yeah.
Okay.
And if you don't have a set, you're probably bringing something big to the raid. Let's put it that way. Like if you don't have a set, you must be bringing something really good to the raid. To be in.
Yeah. That
like
makes
a 5%
sense.
magic increase.
Yeah. Or like the monk buff. But I guess Maris is like the tank either way. Because I don't think Maris has a set, for example.
Okay, and we saw now swap from Prot Pally to Blood DK, and then pretty quickly back to Prot Paladin. Was there anything that?
No, he's actually on DK again now.
Oh, is he back on DK? So is that just like a comfort thing, or?
Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I'm not playing, so I was sleeping this morning when they did the change. So
I would probably be doing the same.
Yeah.
I don't know why they swapped the tanks. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's just
do you have any other like insight about like what are they struggling with most at the moment? Like, is it just getting into phase 3 more often, or is it specific things that they're just like looking to optimize? Do you know something about that?
I mean, just from watching from the outside, it looks like they need like very solid phase 1 and phase 2, right? That's the important part. A lot of those wipes are personal mistakes. To be honest, like when I'm playing the game, I don't really notice it as much. Like I don't get like upset, but like when I actually see people fail, and you're on the outside, it's a little bit tilting. It's a little bit like, it's the same way. Like I was watching KT, and like if they would push the odds wrong, I would get really upset because it's such a simple thing. But on KT, that's just the hardest thing, right?
Yeah.
Pushing the odds. Like not at the correct timing, so then you wipe because they get the buff. But obviously it's hard. But from the outside, you're thinking this is so simple. But
So now Scribe's making a lot more sense to you now.
Yeah, yeah.
True.
I don't know how he does it. Like I would be fuming at some of the fails because they look so simple from the outside. But when you're playing the game, they're not that simple.
All right, so we got clean phase 3 pull here. Now, do you think we have a new best? We haven't had a whole lot of clean phase 3s. Okay, a new best coming in. Guaranteed by our boy Perfecto here. And what's giving him the most issues with phase 3? Do you have a sense for what the hardest part of this phase is?
I think we're still optimizing. I think there's a lot of things that are going wrong. Like the soaks are, like the mythic mechanic, obviously merciless. A little bit going wrong on that way. We also, like the pools are a little bit different, I think. We need, if you see, we have Jimmy soaking one of the platforms early, otherwise they fall behind. So that's another thing that we optimized. To be honest, I'm not sure how much I should say, but let's watch the pool. It looks like a good.
Okay, let's watch the poll.
Alright, so they're on the second platform here already. It looks like they dealt with this first one actually incredibly cleanly. They're 75% already on a boss. Now we see some of those mechanics coming in, the daggers, which... oh, Roger going down here. Unfortunately, 2 players going down. They have 2 battle rests available, I believe, or only 1? Either way, they're getting somebody back up. Yeah, Roger's getting rest here. Let's see how the rest of this phase goes. Lots of incoming damage just outside of the Fury as well, right? It's not just the Fury that does huge AoE damage. It's also just like everything almost, it seems. Everyone's just dropping low the whole time.
Yeah, this phase is just like non-stop damage. Like I don't even know what's caught. Like it seems like there's like 6 different things that are just doing raid-wide damage all the time.
Yes, he's spamming abilities. And the Fury, like, it does so much damage, the Fury. Look at it.
Wow.
So did you find the... Are you guys finding the mythic mechanics to add quite a bit of difficulty to the fight?
I wouldn't say quite a bit. I think it's a simple mechanic. It's just we need to really understand how to deal with the overlaps of the mechanics.
Okay, well, so far, I'm going to say that your prediction about best poll is shockingly correct. I think we're going to smash the... Shockingly correct. This is... I expected maybe we'd see a little bit of an improvement, but right now, we're about to go past 69% with everyone mostly alive.
I hope we see 4th platform.
Yeah, that would be great. Just to see, like, the timings and see what the overlaps are later on, right? So we saw some of the arrows coming out. People jumping over to the other platform to reduce the fall of damage. Now race is happening, so this is 3rd platform now with only 2 people dead. Unfortunately, the Wind Fury is dead, so they're going to be missing a little bit of damage here on the warriors. But should be fine.
Not even the shaman, just the Wind Fury is dead.
And yeah, so face like this platform. I don't think we've ever seen them get to this platform with so many players alive. So we'll see how well they're doing with the overlaps here. See if they have any like cooldowns left.
How many platforms do we have left?
1. This and
one. This one and then one more.
So we got to kill the boss. We got to take her down 15% in 2 platforms, like this platform and the next.
And there's no last anymore.
Yeah, this
Oh, 4 soaks, yeah.
4 soaks, yeah, that's... If you
Alright.
soak, you also get knocked, right? Like the people who soak it.
And you get knocked from the center of the soak, so you can... That's where you're getting knocked. You're gonna get knocked inwards in the platform, not outwards.
Unless you're a demon hunter, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, I guess.
All right, so right now we're just playing to see platform destruction at this point. We just want to see what
Where's the race
if there's
at?
any
To see if you can
savior.
stay alive.
Yeah, where's the race?
It's still a Fury cast. Okay, so race still hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Looks like they had a decent amount of time there, to be honest. I mean, maybe the damage's not that close after all.
And this is where, you know, like part of the mystery of mythic stuff is that like you just never know. Like, are we gonna is she gonna take like 3 times as long to cast Raise on one of these platforms?
Yeah.
So still some stuff to find out, some stuff to figure out in this phase.
I mean, 50%. I don't know.
Yeah,
it
it's
looks.
still a lot.
It looks like I don't know. I think it's a tight one. If they need to optimize, of course, still.
But yeah, optimizing 15% seems like unless optimizing means bringing 5 more guys in for the raid, that seems tricky.
To be honest, I don't even know what they died to.
Yeah, I was wondering as well, because there was no Fury cast going on, and the soak seemed fine. All of them got soaked, and then after,
Maybe a guy
right
died.
after the soak, they just died. Yeah,
Maybe a guy died on the soak, and then the soak went off.
that's possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Omeris is watching it right now.
Yeah, it just looked like a lot of just raid-wide damage right after the soak. So I'm not sure if it came from the soak or if it was like some... Because the Merciless, like the mythic mechanic, if it spawns on other platforms, which it does, right? You don't actually have to soak it because it doesn't reach the main platform. Or am I correct?
I think so. Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's so it is. Yeah.
Okay, so
I mean, then the problem is that the people with the marks, of course, might be on those platforms.
Yeah, true.
Or the people soaking, like the tanks that are taking out the pools, they might be there.
all right, so how do you feel about the race in general now? We've got, I think, 4 guilds on Sylvanas, and it's been obviously the huge wall at Painsmith that a lot of guilds get stuck on. But then after that, it seemed like each of the bosses kind of fell over pretty quickly. I assume, I think usually raiders are in favor of having more difficult bosses, so I assume you guys are kind of disappointed with the bosses after Painsmith.
I mean, for Guardian, to be honest, I expected it that he would die fast because that boss literally has no mechanics. It's like if you either make the DPS or you don't. Like there's nothing particularly difficult mechanic-wise. I think the big letdown was, of course, Fate Scribe, because that boss, like Lorg said, and a lot of people were miming him, but it had so much potential with the rings because it required a lot of coordination, right?
Yeah.
But then, like you see how it plays in Mythic, and you literally only have to step on your ring, and then just do the whole. Like you don't even have like the beams, you don't even have to play them, because you always go the same way. You're never gonna like fuck over a guy basically, unless it's in the last phase. In the last phase, there's only 4 beams, so it's way easier to coordinate, and you only have to play them once. It's crazy. I thought that would be a really cool fight, but it was just so easy. To be honest, I really think they didn't account for the shards. Like the shards give such a huge DPS increase.
Yeah, I think that's been a problem in previous tiers that Blizzard has trouble. How do you balance a raid around such a big difference if you have the socket bonus or you don't? Or like in previous tiers, how do you balance a raid around people having like a lot of Azerite? Or how do you balance around Titan forging, things like that? Because you can't make the fight as hard as you would want it to be if you knew that everyone was going to have sockets. So you have to like kind of tune it for the average. But then if a guild just gets lucky or figures out a way to like farm their sockets more efficiently, like all of a sudden they're all on steroids.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I'm honest, like I can see that with Azerite because we're doing some crazy shit with funneling and what was it called, like Residuum, and they would buy pieces and the islands, of course, you're getting a lot of power from that, and they would not expect us to do islands for 16 hours a day in an entire like a week or like 10 days. It was crazy. I can understand that, but like the shards, like they know how they work, right? Like someone's gonna loot shards, he's gonna do a lot of damage.
I think it's weird with the shards because they were implemented so late on PTR.
Yeah.
No one really knew exactly how much damage it's going to be for a long time. Like, I think people just recently... And we also didn't know how they drop exactly either. Like, people didn't know how are they going to drop. Are they going to be a lot of them?
Don't.
Can you trade them? So there was, like, just a lot of, like, missing knowledge in, like, the community. And then I guess they would have known, though, right? They should know, right? Because they can test the shards and they can figure this out. So it's definitely a little bit of a weird thing that it's so, like, unbalanced and so RNG.
Because, I mean, I was thinking about on Heroic, we were talking about what kind of upgrades you can get, right? And, like, for example, I was in on Remnant on Mythic, right? And I looted a dagger that's 250, like, it's a Mythic high-level dagger, right? And the upgrade that I got from the dagger is probably, like, 1/6 of what I would have gotten if I looted 3 Unholy Shards. Like, the only upgrades you can really get is the shards, yeah? There's nothing else. Even the Mythic Sylvanas dagger is giving me less DPS than my set. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, I think they definitely shot a little bit overboard with the Unholy set in specifically because the other bonuses are kind of, I mean, they're nice, but they're not as good as like the Unholy ones.
Oh, what's happening with my camera, bro? Okay, it's fine. But the Blood one is like, it's still good. It's not as crazy as the Unholy. But the Frost one is like, I think I saw Mary simming it because he has it. And it was like a DPS downgrade. I don't know how that even works. I guess he was losing one of the, maybe he had one Unholy Star that was giving him the damage, and equipping like the Frosted made him lose DPS. But yeah, they definitely need to look at the Frosted. Like, I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do. And the crazy part is, you can obviously upgrade your shards, right? And the upgrades are crazy. Like, if you upgrade like the Unholy set, I think someone was saying like it would like double the damage or something like that, or like the efficiency of it. It's crazy.
Well, and this, kind of harkens back to Corruption, where we had a similar issue of like nobody really got to test it on the PTR, and it just kind of came out in its current form on live, and it like after a week, everyone was like, "Yeah, you guys realize this is like super broken, right? Like, if you have the right corruption, you're doing like 3 times as much damage as somebody else with the wrong corruption. Like, what's going on here?" And we saw a ton of hot fixes come out immediately, and
not as immediate, really. Yeah, a little bit late.
A little bit later. A little bit later.
When you think about it, though, like the hotfixes with the corruption was kind of questionable, right? Because people were saying,
Yeah.
"Oh my God, we bought so much corruption, and I disenchanted my item because of that corruption." And then they changed it, and all of a sudden, it's like, "What the hell, guys?"
Yeah.
But with the shards, there's like you cannot buy shards, you cannot like trade shards.
Yet.
You just have them or you don't. So in that case, it would be okay, in my opinion, if Blizzard says we're gonna nerf the unholy shards, right? If they would just say after like the first couple of days of the race, they would be like, okay, this unholy shard system, like it's broken. We're just gonna nerf it. I think no one would mind just because you didn't like go for unholy shards, right? You can't force it, right?
In my opinion, the only thing they could have done is like they could have made them drop from other difficulties, and they would just hotfix that live. So if someone, let's say his guild is clearing heroic, he would be able to go into normal and they have another chance at the shard. Or he could be able to do the first LFR wing, because it's only one LFR wing right now, and he would be able to get another chance at the shard. And maybe they could increase the drop chance of them. That's the only way I could see them fixing them. I think nerfing them would be bad for the people that actually got them, so they would be sad. And I think Blizzard doesn't want to make people sad. They want to make people happy usually. So
I don't feel bad for people that got 3 unholy shards already.
Me
If they're
neither.
sad, that doesn't. I don't feel particularly
That's
sorry
fine,
for them.
But they could have also just like, because I really don't understand what they were thinking when it comes to the shard dropping, just because in 3-4 weeks, everyone's gonna have all the shards, right? Like they drop so frequently that you're gonna have them in 3 or 4 weeks. So it's not gonna be an issue anymore. So why not make it so they drop like you could just make them drop 100% of the time, you know, like every boss drops a certain shard and that's it. Or you could have them like be from Korthia even. Just say,
Yeah.
hey, you can buy it for, I don't know, like
maybe you can buy it for Embers, for example, that you upgrade them with.
yeah, for Embers or even for research as well. You could just say farm research and then you can buy the shards. You know?
I think someone said in our guild, I'm not sure if this is true, I still to this day I have no idea if this is true, but they said if you're exalted with Death Advance, that he can buy a shard for 1000 Stygia, or not Stygia, the other thing, the Cinders.
Oh.
I don't think it's true though. I think it was like one of those kind of jokes that a lot of people started believing, and I started believing at some point, and then we didn't know if it's true or not. I still haven't looked into it, but I mean, yeah.
It's like a joke that Flex would make.
I think Sergo made that or something, or maybe
Yeah.
Sergo thought it was true, and then he told it to everyone. It's something like that
Some of those
happened.
Facebook rumors. You probably read it on Facebook.
For read and all hit comments for emote champion.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's. I mean, certainly, I think the shard system could have been handled better. And I guess if there's any like sort of silver lining to it, it's that at least we know we're only getting it for a tier, because I guess tier sets are supposed to be coming back next tier.
Unless
thought they were
that's their
coming
idea
back
of
now.
tier sets, you know. Like maybe like, oh, what do you mean we want tier sets? Though you got the tier sets, domination sockets.
This is the tier set.
Yeah.
right?
This is it.
Don't you
Nice.
enjoy them? Well, yeah, I think shards left something to be desired there, but hopefully it doesn't make too big of an impact on the race, and maybe you'll get your unholy bonus, you know, next week, and then you
In
can
August.
and then you can tear it up on reclears.
Yeah.
True, you can get the parses on Reclear.
Yeah. I don't know.
And then you can tell everybody that.
It's
Then you
really
can make your case. You'd be like, look how good Rogue is. If you just would have brought me during progression.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, to be honest, on this fight, I'm not sure if Rogue is like good on, like it might be good on the third phase, but I think what this fight is, there's a lot of like, this fight is very disruptive, like cause he goes away and then comes back, and then you have to do this stop and start, and not a lot of classes deal well with that. I think Rogue probably, it doesn't deal that great with it. I think even sub that has no ramp up, you instantly do damage. I think you need to time yourself like properly, and you might have to sit on your cities a little bit because the disruption is coming up. You have to wait until after that. And if you get like an arrow or something, you have to go away. Like you need uptime.
Yeah, I know when we watch Jimmy's perspective, the amount of times that a mechanic forces him to run away from like the boss, and I can like hear melee players like screaming every time that
Yeah.
happens, where they have to like move out of melee range for something. So it doesn't look like a fun fight for melee.
To be honest, I haven't played Warrior this year. I'm not sure how they're dealing with it, if it's really bad. But I mean, like the DK deals with it okay, because your pets are doing damage anyway. Like if you have to go out of melee for a little bit, it's not a big problem. And I also don't know how Enhancement deals with it because I've never played that class.
Well, they keep Wind Fury down the whole time, so.
Yeah, that's true. The damage is not that bad though. Like I think they do like good damage, and they bring the buff.
And they bring, yeah. I mean, clearly, if their damage was like terrible, you wouldn't see them. But I do feel. I was saying this the other day. I do feel kind of bad for Enhancement because it's like they finally managed to get brought in on a tier, but it's not because they're actually doing a lot of their own damage. I mean, the damage is not bad, but they're not cranking like you've seen like a Windwalker crank on some of these polls. They get brought in because it's like, oh, you're buffing the warrior. Well, welcome to the raid, bud.
It's actually a pretty big buff for Subrog as well. I think it's the second biggest because from the auto attacks you're getting CDR back every time you auto attack. No, you have a proc with your auto attacks basically that gives you cooldown reduction, and obviously with Wind Fury it becomes a lot better. So it's pretty big. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't see Rogue being that great on this fight, to be honest. Maybe one.
I was thinking maybe like in the last phase, because we saw Jimmy jump around and pick up the pools back and forth. Maybe, I mean, that looks like a rogue job to me, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I
maybe
mean,
that's something that might be needed, or it could be like a rogue could be good for, I guess.
yeah, you could definitely do it with a rogue, but again, kinda wanna be on the boss. If you're playing sub, especially, sub doesn't deal well with downtime.
Now, speaking of melee, there's a name that I commonly see show up almost specifically for the last boss of a tier, and our good friend Narcoles appears to be missing in this raid comp. And I'm kind of wondering what one, because we actually saw him in on earlier bosses. This is like flipped from the way we're used to this. Usually, all of our screen time for Narco on a tier is like him with a sad face doing like Arena or Mythic Plus. While the rest of the raid progresses, and then you get to the last boss, and he like sneaks in on the last boss, and it's like, where did Narco come from? We haven't seen him on any other boss. Where did he come from on this last boss? And now it's the reverse of this. Now he's been in on other bosses, and now we don't have him on the last boss. So what's up with that?
Yeah, I think we tried it, but it didn't look too hot in phase 1. And so we had to swap him out for Mini. I think that was the change. I think we were, I mean, again, I don't want to give too much out of it, but listen, so we're thinking about bringing him in for phase 2, because obviously they can really blast the ads, right? They can really destroy a platform. Well, not a platform, but you know what I mean. Like a pack of those guys. But yeah, I'm not sure. Again, I was asleep this morning, so I'm not sure why they didn't bring him in. But there was talks about it.
How do you guys, when you pick the comp for a boss, in my mind, the way that I envision it working is that as soon as you guys start deciding what classes you're going to bring, everyone instantly starts telling Scripe and Roger why their class is really good and why they should be brought to the raid. Do you guys get any opportunity to make a case for why you should be in on progress, or is it strictly just the officers that...
Some people are notorious for saying my class is the best. You should definitely bring... I mean, I'm not going to call any names, but like...
It's okay, yeah, we know they're all the boomkins. You don't need to say any
I mean,
names.
listen, this time they don't even need to say it, yeah? Like, look at this class. It's so, like... Your class is broken. Like, it's going to get nerfed after this patch, yeah? Like,
That's the most copium thing I've ever heard. Your class going to get nerfed.
Because, to be honest, when was even the last time Moon King was not good? I don't really remember it.
I mean, I remember it. It wasn't that long ago, but...
We need a buff, I think.
Yeah, no, good.
Well,
Remember
but if
we're
you're being
doing...
honest here, they're only good in phase 1, and then they're not so good anymore later in phase 3, you know? So it's, I think it's okay.
I mean, if you're Venter, it's good.
Yeah, Venter's good. So
Yeah,
what
so
about
you
this
always
whole
have
Ventier
options.
Nightfall discussion? I actually want to know. Can you tell us something about that? Like, what went on with the Moonkins in your guild when they discussed this whole covenant thing?
Yeah, I don't know how much I should say, because like they're kind of like, I don't know, it's a touchy subject. The thing is, I mean, obviously it's very obvious what we did, yeah. Like they wanted to be Night Fae so they can destroy the phylactery on KT. Like, that was the main thing, and I'm pretty sure they can still go like Venter if we have to. So I think they did the smart thing for sure, like our Moonkins.
Like I saw people say, you know, like, oh, well, this is why, you know, like we saw them do the remnant damage, and it was like, oh, well, now we see why they were Night Fae, and then it's like, well, now they're going to switch to Venthyr, right? Like, okay, so we saw why they were Night Fae. So now obviously is when they're going to switch to Venthyr and make their rank 5 legendary for their Venthyr, right? And then we see them get to the boss, and it's like, now we're still Night Fae, and it's like, oh, okay, well, maybe there's something else here.
I mean, a lot of it is, first of all, Convoke is very easy to use. You just pump it and it's like over. Like, it's a better progression, I think, ability in general. And from what I feel, at least, I'm not a Moonkin main. I haven't played Moonkin since like WoD or something. But I think the Venthyr one, like if you get the mechanic, you're kind of like, it's like a bigger DPS lore or something. If you can't hit the boss, something like that. Like, how does it work?
Yeah, so it's like a really long ramp. So it's like 30 seconds of you just like pumping up like the stacks, and then at the very end you just like have a huge amp damage, and then you just like pump Star Surges, and it crits for like 100 million approximately. So yeah, it just every 3 minutes you're like insane, and then outside of the cooldowns you're just kind of not existing. So I think that's something that if you mess it up, like if you mess up your 3 minutes for whatever reason, like the boss moves away or you get a mechanic or whatever, then you could be losing potentially like a large portion of your DPS, which can be played around with like Starfall, for example. You can play Stellar Drift and just Starfall, so you can cast while moving. But if the boss gets untargetable or runs out of range, or you have to run out of range for whatever reason, or you have to go bear form because you're dying, then that's like a big deal. And yeah, I think that's also a reason why it would, you would consider not running it for progression as well.
Yeah.
And you also have Corraine, which is for Night Fae, which obviously is incredibly good for phase 1 and phase 2.
Yeah, it is
you
really
just
good.
have more frequent damage as well with the legendary, right, with Pulsar. So it's definitely, yeah, I think both of the specs have pros and cons. And I think for this fight specifically for Sylvanas, I think, yeah, I think both works. You just have to play around it.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing of what do we need right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And not a lot of classes have the luxury of thinking this way. But the Moonkids do, of course.
Of course. Now, speaking of, obviously we've got some classes that are maybe a little overrepresented here. A class that we haven't seen a whole lot of would be Hunter. But Roger has managed to stay in for pretty much everybody. So obviously he had to duck out there at the very end of Kel'Thuzad. I assume he had a phone call. But
yeah, remember I was saying earlier about the guy saying always my class is good.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. But he actually, in the few times I've kind of looked down in the meters, he seems to be pretty competitive on this fight.
Yeah, to be honest, Hunter looks good on this fight. Again, their talent that I was careful aim, obviously very big on this fight, and their AoE is really good. Like Wild Spirits and also Trishot, like he even gets the PI. So when you see the PI on a target, you know that guy must be doing some damage at that point, yeah.
Or maybe he's a guild officer or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's very interesting because both of the warlocks are playing demo, right? And PI, I heard PI is incredibly good for a demo warlock.
Yeah,
so.
no, he's not getting phase 1. He's only getting it on these platforms here in phase 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
All right, so let's see. We've got really no questions really about the healer comp. That makes a lot of sense.
You never have to ask questions about that. You always know what's gonna happen. Yeah. 2 paladins, 2 discs, like.
Yeah.
And so we're like, I guess in my mind on this fight with the amount of movement, like I feel, and obviously I'm wrong, but I feel like on this would be the kind of fight I would hate to be DK on, DPS DK.
Yeah.
But I guess they're making it work. So
yeah, you'd expect Nogi to make it work for sure. But the thing is, I played DK last year, right? And I mean, I always played Rogue, but then I had to play DK for one tier, and it's incredible. Like you really don't appreciate how much mobility your class has until you play a class like DK, and you're like, I'm rooted on the floor, I can't move, like I can't move.
Yeah,
we're doing SLZ, and I would get like a mechanic where you have to run out and stuff, and I'm waddling to the spot, like literally, when I could be playing Rogue and popping the sprint, getting the mechanic, and just shadow stepping back on the boss, and like losing barely any uptime, man.
And maybe that's a good point. Like for those of you out there that don't appreciate, if you play a class that people tell you is broken, and you're like, I don't really understand why you think this class is broken. Try playing a class like DK for a little bit, when it comes to like movement, and you'll understand like all the good things that you have going for you in life. It'll make a lot more sense.
But Dicky obviously has a lot of great tools, right? Like Death Advance is obviously incredible on a very short CD as well. Like last year really felt like it was made for decades.
Yeah.
Like so many mechanics that, and you had Execute, you had Death Advance, you couldn't be slowed. Unnerfed AMG is incredible. Like that class, it had everything.
Well, unfortunately, he had kind of a fall from glory.
Yeah, like
we
the
saw-
Moonkins are gonna get after this, but
Yeah, I see exactly why Perfecto wanted on. They're like, yeah, Perfecto, you want to come talk about the boss? And he's like, yeah, I'll talk about the boss.
hey, listen,
Talk about why Moonkins are
all my
busted on this
homies
boss.
hate Moonkins.
Wow. What's this Moonkin hate?
I mean, look
It
at
is.
this raid.
It is
Okay,
incredible,
listen,
actually,
I
how
totally
Moonkins keep getting
understand.
away with it.
Listen, I 100% understand why everyone hates Moonkins. It's because the Moonkin community is just so passionate about their class. It's crazy. And whenever there's just like a hint of Moonkins just not being great, then people are upset about it, you know? And
Yeah.
they will let everyone know. They will let everybody know. They'll write songs and they will complain about on Twitter. And there's going to be a lot of memes.
It's
Like
not only
100%.
that.
Like 100%, there's gonna be a Moonkin that gets on Twitter because of this broadcast, and they're gonna be like, I heard Perfecto
I
say that we
swear
were gonna get
it will
nerfed.
happen.
They should buff us because Perfecto said we should get nerfed.
I swear it will happen. The thing is, even when they're good, like even before these spots, I was seeing people jokingly saying buff Moonkins, and the thing is, a lot of people will see that, and they will be like, oh yeah, Moonkin is bad. Like some guy will be playing Moonkin, maybe they haven't played the PTR, maybe they don't know how good Moonkin is, and they will be like, oh, I saw X person or Y person saying on Twitter, buff Moonkins, my class must be bad. So, like, they literally believe it, yeah?
But
I've never seen it from any other class. It's only the Moonkins.
But you're doing it all wrong, don't you understand? Like, this is how it works. You have to make everyone believe that your class needs a buff.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, exactly.
So
I know.
that's
Oh
how
no,
you
I
don't
know
get
how it
nerfed,
works.
right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you just have to be smart about it. Just because the rest of the class aren't smart, it's not our fault, okay?
Yeah.
In fact, it helps if you play it wrong on PTR. If you get on and you
Yeah.
pick like the wrong talents, take the wrong covenant, and then you complain about how bad everything is, and then get
You're just
the
gonna sandbag, you know?
then get the last minute buffs and slingshot into the lead. But
To
so
be honest, it's not even the damage profile. They also have the roars that are very big. On a fight like this,
Yeah,
especially.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
that's true.
They bring some utility as well.
yeah,
And the
definitely.
healing from Heart of the Wild, I think they're playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Look at
definitely
them
have a
at
lot
the
of
healing
utility
meter.
that is like useful. I mean, I don't think you need 5 roars, right? I mean,
It's
I
good to
guess
have the
it's nice.
luxury of having 5 roars, for
Yeah.
sure.
Well, and if you like in the second phase, for instance, if you're splitting your group up, you're not
True,
gonna have
yeah.
roar for each group. You need to have. That's actually why there's 5 Moonkins. You would like to have 2 roars for each side, but you can't roar for everybody. So you need to have 2 Moonkins for each side for roars.
Makes sense. And 2 innervates for
and
each
2
side.
innervates for each side.
Mm-hmm.
And even with that, you still have a backup, yeah, in case something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Some guy falls
In case
off or
someone
something.
dies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just jumps off. You know how it is.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. This is one of those fights that I'm very happy to not be progressing because I feel like there's a lot of opportunities to look really stupid on this fight
Oh, yes.
to get made fun of. So I'm more than happy to watch other guys do this.
Yeah.
It's like Painsmith as well. When I was watching people progress on Painsmith, I felt so bad for the Raiders because I saw just how difficult it is to play it, especially if you're like a healer or a range when you get the chains, right? And you just have to, like, every ability just kills you, and especially if you don't have like a movement ability like I saw Warlocks and they have Circle, right? And with Circle it's like, okay, well, they just
Yeah.
pressed it. But other classes don't have that stuff, so they have to like jump off the platform and like disengage back on, or like goblin jump back on or whatever. And it looks so crazy and so difficult. And the whole, like, you know how Twitch viewers are, they're just like going in on some people, like, oh my
Yeah.
god, why is this person always that they're so bad, blah blah blah. And I felt so bad for them that it's all streamed because it's just, you know, like, it's hard. It's definitely hard.
Yeah, I mean, they don't take into account that like some classes they have it way easier than others. So if you
Yeah.
see a guy like failing on something like a few times in a row, like his class could also just not be good as it would not be as easy as like some other guy that you see never failing, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
Like for example, you see how Jimmy is like jumping left, right, center to interrupt the boss. Like
Yeah.
a class, like let's say like Nogi, he can't do that. Like what is his class gonna do?
Obviously,
he can't move. Yeah.
And then what Covenant are DKs playing at the moment?
Actually, that's a good question. What are they playing? I mean, I don't see Aberlimp. Oh, of course he's playing. Yeah, he's playing Heimer, because I see the buff.
Ah, okay. So
Yeah.
they also don't have like a movement ability to help them out either. Like they don't have
No.
Dwarf Shadows or like Soul Shape to help you, which is also like very sad.
Yeah.
That is sad. I don't think I could play a
Phase one
DK Necrolord. That would just be too little movement.
Yeah,
I
I
would hate
mean,
my life as well if I had to play that.
it's not great. Let me tell you, from first-hand experience.
I guess you were happy when they told you, okay, you can go back to your own now.
I mean, to be honest, we never really like. I guess we didn't really know what we were gonna play until a few like weeks ago.
Okay.
But
so
the rogue
what,
did
what
look
classes
good.
do you have ready?
I mean, I had the rogue ready, of course, but I mean, all my alts were kind of like the same. Because like with Nathri, I think gearing was very good. I think the gearing system in general and how they made it, like the weapons, for example, such a great system. You had the orbs, what are they called, like the tokens.
Yeah,
that
tokens are really good.
You had like a low token and like a big token from the last boss, or the last two bosses, right?
Oh yeah.
Which is such a great system. You can trade the weapons. You can have like a low weapon, then upgrade to like the bigger weapon. If you happen to get the token, you can also trade it like it was with the tier sets. And I think it's such a great system. I wish they would reuse it, because I think a lot of classes with personal loot, like Rogue for example, like who is gonna loot a dagger and then trade it to me?
Yeah.
Like it has to be another Rogue, right? Because no one else is gonna use an Adi dagger. So in a sense, like if a token drops and it says Rogue on it, another guy can loot it that doesn't use a dagger and like trade it to me. It sounds a little bit selfish, but like it makes sense, I think.
Yeah.
That they would use a system like that.
I think so. I think everyone kind of liked this whole weapon system. I'm not sure why exactly they removed it.
You just
Maybe it was
just
too
hit the nail right
confusing
on the
to
head.
people, or I
Everybody
don't know.
liked it.
Yeah.
Everybody
True,
liked it. It was-
We were having fun. We can't have that.
All right, so Perfecto, if we go into the reset and you get your unholy bonus next reset, are we going to see you in on Sylvanas?
Oh, I don't know. I guess it will depend on how the next few days go, and if Phase 3 ends up being like the big wall. Because obviously, I think Chadwick is probably the best DPS in the game on simultaneity right now.
There you go.
So-
There you go. Make your case. Make your case. I'll clip it and send it to.
No, I
Roger
mean
and Skype.
you only have to watch like Guardian, like they're up there, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, I think it's good, but again, you don't really bring any raids to this. So if you take someone out that brings something, just for the little bit of extra damage, it really like depends how the tuning of Phase 3 is gonna be.
There's one thing that I have noticed that I'm not sure if it's still the case, but this Bane, like the pools that you pick up, it's not immutable, right? Like it has to be dispelled. Like Bubble doesn't work, AMS doesn't work to drop it off or whatever. But
Oh, you mean
as
the
far as I'm
healing?
aware, Cloak worked, right? Like
No,
Cloak
no.
works.
On
Did they
Veil?
fix that? Yeah.
No, on the,
debuffs
Banshee's
of the
Bane.
pools. The Banshee's Bane, yeah.
Wait, the Banshee's Bane.
Yeah, the dispellable thing.
The pools that you pick up and then you drop
Oh
them
yeah,
again.
yeah, correct. Yeah, I think I think Cloak did work on it last time we tried it, but haven't been in the red in a little while.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't
thinking
tried
that
now.
maybe that's something that you can play around. You know, like you can pick up the pools and then you can drop them on like a different platform without dying and without anything, because you just cloak it off. While other classes can't get rid of it unless they dispel it, right?
I mean,
Perfecto taking notes here. Yes, Rogue can absorb and drop off on other platforms.
I have a WordPad open
Keep
for
a note.
Skype.
Tell me more.
I have a WordPad open for Skype. Yeah. That's another dot in there. For the first time, it was best single tied in the game. Without PI, by the way.
He's got to have a whole like PowerPoint prepared
exactly.
for it.
You know, like on the Wednesday, right before the reset, we come here like an hour early and I have like a PowerPoint presentation in front of everyone.
Yep.
And I just
Guys,
saw
if I
them,
could just have a
everyone,
moment of your time.
This is why we should bring Rock to the raid.
I actually really want to
Love
see
it.
that now.
I
Yeah,
would
maybe we
vouch for
should
you,
stream
okay? If you need people to vouch for you, I'm up for it.
I want that to be I want that to be post-raid content now of everybody having to do a PowerPoint presentation for why your class should have been brought to Sylvanas.
I mean,
I
bro,
like
let me
it.
tell you, some people already do it. Yeah, I'm not gonna name any.
Maybe it could be a charity goal. Maybe that could actually be a charity goal.
Oh,
Is
For real.
name the names.
For real. I think it shouldn't even. It doesn't even have to be a charity goal. Yeah, like just put me on an interview. Dude. I'll spill the beans instead.
Okay. A $0
After the
charity
race,
goal.
Okay. I'm ready for this. I want to hear it.
Yeah.
I want to hear it. But it for sure is at least. I remember I was watching early progression of Sylvanas, and at some point after like the first couple of tries, Lorgan was like, "Okay, guys, listen," and I saw Scribe already like grinning. You know, he didn't say anything.
He
But
knew.
he was like grinning, and then Lorgan was like, "Listen. I know you guys don't want to hear this, but Moonkin is really good here." And Sky was like, "Yeah, you're right."
This guy already knew what he was gonna say.
Yeah.
But it's true. We also, I think we're tying with only 2 Moonkins because we want to see what its class does. But I mean,
Mm.
clearly Moonkin is the king on this fight.
Mm.
Yeah, it's been a good tier for Moonkin. So how do you know? Because I'm thinking now about like one of the nice things about Moonkin last tier was that it was good in like all content. You know, it was good in raids. It was good in Mythic Plus. It was good in
Well,
all PvP.
one question I have to ask Perfecto. It wasn't actually that great for Castle Nathrader, right? Like it was good, but it wasn't like.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like, it
Great.
was nothing. It was not like. It was not DK.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And just
Okay.
got that out of the
Okay,
way.
in the record. Okay,
we
so
can move
noted.
on.
Okay, listen, that's true. Okay,
Okay.
Like, that's true.
Okay, so but reminding me of PvP. So PvP less important this patch for
Yeah.
PvE. Now, were you somebody that enjoyed the PvP gearing, or are you happy to see that gone?
I mean, we still did it. To be honest, for me, nothing changed. Like we
Yeah.
all did 2-1. I think it's good. I think it's a fun thing to do on Heroic, especially because I thought this Heroic was not that bad as other times. Like in terms of like how much I had to do. Like obviously other times we had to like spam islands, and that's very time consuming. Like very time consuming, of course. You barely have time to do anything else. But like when we figured out Korthia is not possible before Mythic Week, it was very chill. Yeah. So
That
I thought
must have been
PvP
such a
game was-
relief for you guys, right? It's
Yeah.
like, oh, thank God we don't have to do this anymore.
Look, I was very slow on the uptake with Korthia. I didn't find out that it wasn't possible to do, and so like I can't tell you the level of betrayal I felt when I was still doing Korthia this week, like every day, like you know, just my
You
little
should do
ritual.
it. You
I
have
know,
no
I know I should, but I was looking for any excuse not to do it, and I felt so betrayed when I was still doing Korthia like 2 weeks later, and everyone's like, you know, the Raiders don't do that anymore, right? And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, they stopped doing that shit like a week and a half ago. And I was like, are you serious?
Yeah. Some people were
I'm
still
still
doing
doing
it.
it because you get the sockets like I'm halfway through tier 5, right? So like you get the sockets next ID at some point. So I mean you should do it, JP. Unless you plan on killing Mythic Sylvanas within the next few days.
No, it'll be I mean it'll get there like eventually, but maybe we like tune it down a little bit.
By the
Maybe
way,
we just go collect our
here,
chests and get out of there.
As you can see, the right side, I think it's always a little bit slow. I don't know if they have to optimize something, but it's very obvious that the right side is always slow with killing the ads. Like the left side was already on the boss, and the right side it didn't even have the bridge built yet.
And which class is there a class difference?
To be honest, I don't know exactly because I don't even. Do they have a node? I don't see node on the screen. And who goes where?
Yeah, we
But
don't
I know
see the split
Roger.
anywhere.
Roger is going on the right, and he's really blasting there because he's getting the PI and
Sure.
stuff. So everyone
So
else,
what you're
I
saying
don't
is we
know.
need 2 hunters in the raid.
Yeah, I think so. I think my hand is ready. I'm just saying that.
Maybe
I'm lucky to
maybe a
check
new
out.
slide in the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
like
guys,
2
if you don't want
PowerPoints,
the
like a
rogue,
backup. Like
Yeah.
In case the rogue doesn't fly. It's just
You know-
oh, so I also have this class.
craziest thing, Klaus that just died by the way. He's like he was in on the initial setup, not initial setup, but like what we're looking at the classes on Sylvanas. He was in on his rogue, which he has all the shards and he got really good loot, right?
Mhm.
And then we replaced the rogue with a Moonkin, and guess who is the Moonkin?
And guess who?
It's him. It's him on the Moonkin, and he also has all the shards on that character and really good loot.
I heard that. That's crazy. Klaus is just so lucky. Apparently, he has even better gear than some of the main Moonkins, right?
Yeah. It's crazy.
Oh man.
Like I said this, like it really feels like obviously I've been playing this game for a long time, and it really feels like every heroic quick, I feel like I'm doing more to get less.
Yeah, it's
But not more in the sense of like doing a lot of stuff, but I mean like we optimize the loot more, but in the end I get less loot somehow.
Maybe there's a lesson there. Maybe you just go in and just do the one clear.
Maybe.
I mean, we're joking about this, but I think a lot of people don't understand just how this must feel for like to be so dependent on something like this, right?
Yeah.
For a random player or for like even like a person like me, because I don't have the Unholy Shard, right? I killed 10 out of 10 both weeks as well, and I killed the world boss, and I have 1 Unholy Shard, 2 Blood, and 2 Frost. So I was really unlucky as well. But I'm not world first rating. I rate twice a week, so this is not affecting me that much, right? But people don't understand how much it affects someone like Perfecto, who is in a world first guild, and this is everything that counts. Like the first week of Mythic is everything, and if there's a system that makes you lose like 1,000 or 2,000 DPS for literally just not being lucky, then that's like a flawed system in my opinion. And I really, really do think that they should think about that. Like they should definitely not have this kind of stuff happen, because it's just so disheartening and so on. Because the amount of time you put into practice for this race, and then to just be told, yeah, okay, you got unlucky, so you're just gone. Which, I mean, that just must be the worst thing.
But you have to consider the other side of it, which is how good does it feel to be Klaus this week?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, there's two sides of the story. Yeah.
I guess so, yeah.
For every Perfecto, we also have a Klaus that's like, wait, Unholy Shards are hard to get? I can't, like, I don't even know where to put all my Unholy Shards.
Yeah.
Can't even hold them all.
It's kind of like, I don't know, imagine you're playing like in the NBA finals or something, and you get injured, and you just have to watch from the sideline because you can't play. It's not great.
Exactly, yeah. That's exactly what it feels like, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
So sad.
All right, well, you know, speaking of charity goals to name names, we are running a charity drive for this Race to World First. You can see the progress goal underneath the stream. Next goal will be the Roger and Scripe IRL fishing stream. Maybe they'll name names on the fishing stream. But yeah, so it's donations go to Rise Above the Disorder, fantastic charity, and you guys have been so exceptionally great at giving for this Race to World First. You guys have already raised $17,000 and nearly $5,000, which is huge. I think we started yesterday at I think when I was on yesterday we were just above 10,000. So the donations have been incredible. But we still do have a few things left to unlock. There's still a few things you can get. You can get the fishing stream, which we're closing in on. At $25,000, we actually get a public release of the weak auras, and they're good ones. I see them pop up on screen occasionally. I want them. So if anybody out there is feeling like they really want to give, it's for a fantastic cause, and it also helps everybody watching. So yeah, and then I actually forget. It's been so long since I saw the list. I don't remember what we have at 40,000. But I think our last one is 40,000. So if you guys want to hit that to maximize our goals.
And I mean, we've already hit so many awesome goals, and even goals that just randomly got added halfway through the race. Like for example, we've seen some of the casters just go bald. Like Grant basically went bald for a donation goal, and then Steak Loins shaved off her eyebrows. I'm still just completely mind blown that she even offered that. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, it's just so nice to see things happening and people donating and everyone being so involved with the charity. Especially the thing as well with the merch, right? With the joint event that Limit is doing with Echo together with the merch that is also going, like all of the proceeds from that merch is going towards the charity as well. So if you guys want to check that out as well, then definitely go ahead and do so. I've already ordered mine as well, because not only does it look cool, but it's also just like in support of both of the guilds, the people who are like participating in the World First Race, and also for the charity. So it's just awesome.
Did you get one of those jackets, Perfecto?
I haven't gotten mine yet, but
Does it have your name on it?
I'm not sure, because the
It
thing is,
should.
our stuff is like stuck in customs or something like that, because we're in Switzerland. So I haven't gotten any of my stuff yet, but I've seen the design. It's very cool. Like that looks badass. The design of that shirt
Yeah,
and
it
the
does look really
hoodie.
sharp.
Yeah, and it's for a good cause, guys.
So yeah, definitely a fantastic race, both for Echo's progress and for the charity drive progress. And we're watching here phase 1 again. This has been a phase that, Nagura and I were talking earlier. We'd like to see some more consistency here. I think it'll be really hard to progress on phase 3 if phase 1 doesn't become very clean all the time. If you have to use battle reses on this platform, it just feels like you're set up to fail in phase 3.
Yeah. In general, I think both phase 1 and phase 2, like when you're going in for the kill, for example, they have to be sharp. Like what you wanna hear, like you hear this a lot in progress, like before you're about to kill the boss. You wanna hear we have 2 combat races when you
Yeah,
go in the
yeah.
last phase. Those are the magic words before the whole first happens. Yeah, like that's exactly what you wanna hear.
Yeah, I imagine
What do
that
you
does.
think about phase 1? Because we talked about like other bosses where phase 1 was actually still difficult until the very end, like Jaina, for example, where we still like had deaths here and there, even in really deep progression. What do you think about phase 1 on Sylvanas? Do you think that can be a phase that will be like perfected eventually, and you're not going to see any more deaths there, or do you think there's still going to be deaths after like hundreds of pulls?
I think there's still gonna be deaths because I think a lot of the deaths are like personal mistakes.
Okay.
And I think mistakes will just, it's natural that they will always happen. They will be a lot less. But I mean, like dying to something on the floor because you want to min-max DPS or something like that and you get greedy, it can happen. So it's kind of like, because I guess it's not like late scene, because late scene I think the DPS was tighter. I think here it's not as tight anymore. Like I see them making it pretty much all the time. But it's definitely a phase where you need to be on your toes. You can't like meme around because you can die. And you can wipe it there really easily if you walk into your chain, of course.
Yeah, because in case some people don't know, on Mythic, if somebody gets hit by their domination arrow, like if you get pulled all the way in, then it does raid-wide damage, and you basically just wipe. So it's not like in Heroic where you're the one dying, you're basically just killing everyone else too. So don't want to see that happen, of course.
Yeah, we've seen it happen quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Hmm.
I guess some classes also have like an easier time with it, right? Like some classes have an easy time getting away from the chain and keep DPSing, and others are just kind of like running and they would just want to get out of there. Especially, I would say healers as well. Like healers, disc priests and paladins, they're just not very good at running and healing. So they must be like, okay, if you guys don't get me out now, then everyone's gonna die.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, like most of the wipes, at least that we're having right now, to someone blowing up, it's because they don't see which chain they're actually, like, which one is their own chain. So they might walk on it by accident without realizing. We even have, I think we made like a playtest script to show everyone that which is their own like chain that's targeting them. So, but I think some people had issues with it, like they couldn't get it to work. So we still had some people like by accident running into their chains, which is unfortunate.
Do you guys have mandatory plater usage in the guild?
I mean, yeah, I mean everyone's using plater. I think on Insof, we said everyone should use plater, and at some point everyone just swapped to plater. It's just so easy to get like the scripts and stuff and changing the colors. I mean, I love how KUI looks, for example. But I mean, plater is just superior in the sense that you can make so many little scripts and fast and share them. That is just better.
Yeah, that reminds me of. It reminds me of like when Weakerus was not used by everyone just yet. Everyone's like, oh, Weakerus, oh man, do I really have to install that add-on? And it's crazy to think that was not something that everyone used to have. And now Weakerus are just so like, if you have a raider who doesn't Weakerus, you might as well just like immediately kick them out of the raid because it's so important to have Weakerus.
No, you get them to install Weakerus using Curse Roads up, of course.
Yeah, of course, yeah. True, true. Nice. I like it. Oh, nice salesman right there.
Yep.
Yeah, that was definitely the last week or that I think was, or the last add-on that was, I would probably say mandatory. Like I feel like every other add-on there's like a competing add-on, something that does something similar and you can kind of pick, but there's like only one week aura and you have to have it.
Pretty much. I remember back in the days you used to use like Tell Me One and stuff.
Yeah. I
That
used
was-
it for a long time even.
Yeah, same.
But I had both,
Like,
you know. I've Tell Me When
me
and Weak
too.
Auras. Yeah.
Me too. Like if I wanted something fast, you just pull out the Tell Me When, you put
Yeah.
that thing in,
Yeah,
and you're like good to go.
Eventually I switched away from it, but it was always it was just much simpler, right?
Yeah.
Because weak auras are just so complicated, and you have to like, if you want to make it look good, you need to like so many settings. And with Telling When, it's just like you write the name and it's done, and it was.
Okay,
just
I gotta be honest, there's something that now starts to make a lot more sense to me, which is that Weak Auras over time has been creating like more and more templates. And I was like, who are they doing that? Like, it's like every update for Weak Auras, there would be something that would be like, we've made this even easier to create a Weak Aura from scratch. Like, it's a one button click. I'm like, who's this for? Like, I don't get it. Like, why? And now I see that it's you that are like, I just want to Tell Me When so I could make something in 5 seconds and not worry about it.
Yeah.
Thanks, weak auras. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Alright, so it's looking like a pretty good pull. Everyone's alive. Let me see. There are
Yep.
2 battle rests. This is what we want to hear.
That's what I was talking
Too
about.
bad. Did I hear 2 battle rests?
2 of
And
them, yeah.
another one in 1 minute.
Yeah, crazy. This is looking really good.
Why do I have a feeling if we were watching Perfecto's POV now, there's just gonna be a battle rest timer in the middle of it.
Alright, so we can maybe
Hopefully we get the 4th platform, guys. Like Prage.
Prage, yeah. Prage in the chat,
copium.
guys. Prage in the
Some
chat.
copium.
Copium and Prages. Let's
All-
rotate them.
Summon all the frog memes.
Alright, there we go. Phase 3 score is starting now. Sylvanas 79%. It's a mandatory RP happening. Thankfully, it's not too long. Everyone's gonna take a quick breather, and here we go. So the first.
All right, Perfecto, is this a new best?
I think so.
You think so? Okay.
68?
65. It was the last best.
I'm not. Oh,
Oh,
I'm sure
oh,
not.
backpedal.
Oh, the fact of the veils.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of debuffs in the raid. You can see right now the veils
Oh,
weren't
okay,
spread out
we're
enough.
good, boss. We're good, boss.
And now the Fury is gonna happen. Let's see if everyone survives. There we go. The Dark Fury happening. Looking good, looking. Oh, no! I'm not sure. Did someone pick up a debuff there at the end?
Not sure.
Maybe. They can get 2 more players back up, so they can at least progress a bit further. But yeah, that Fury there, it either they tried to like relocate some defensives, so maybe they said, oh, you know what, we can just move 1 barrier away from the first and use it for a second, and then it ended up not being enough after all, or somebody just picked up a debuff at the very end, like a pool.
It could have been because they were so close to the pools as well.
Yeah. And I think now just dropped his pools like pretty late, and then maybe someone was like standing in a position where it dropped, and then they just picked it up immediately, and
It could also be what you said though with the cooldowns, healing cooldowns. They're still going though, the boss. They can still get maybe a new best, but I don't think so.
Well, maybe we can at least stay alive long enough to see platforms.
yeah. And I think we talked about this earlier. The less players are alive, as long as it's not like as long as it's just damage dealers that are dead, then you can see further into the fight because you have more space. Like it's easier to spread with like the veil and with the other debuff. And as long as the healers are alive and the crucial people, it's fine. But unfortunately, we do have. Do we have any important person dead? Let's see. No, I don't think so.
I think
No, all
Rogue just
the-
got hit by 3 of the lines.
Ooh, okay.
Oh. Alright. Well, there goes the new best.
I think that was.
How
a
does
soak
it feel
that
to be?
didn't happen, right?
How does it feel to caster curse somebody, Perfecto?
Listen, I said I didn't know anymore, and then they died.
True.
Welcome to the club.
You can't backpedal with your caster curse. Once it
Oh,
happened,
really?
it happened.
Oh,
yeah.
fuck. That's my first one, I guess.
Yeah.
But look at Roger. Get the second hunter in. Perfecto
Yeah.
hunt is ready. I'm just saying.
It's actually looking really good. But do you have the legendary? Because Roger has like the legendary, right?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Is it
yeah,
like big, damage-wise?
no, it's not. Like I will tell you,
Oh,
the Sylvanas dagger for rogue is way bigger
Oh.
than the legendary.
That's funny to me. It's
Yes.
like, oh, this is legendary, but it's actually not that great. So
I think he
weird.
got like 65 DP or something from the legendary.
Oh, okay, well.
But I think he did have a 239 weapon or something like that. So he went down in eye level.
How does the legendary even work? Because it's 233. Does it ever go up in item level? Can you like upgrade it, or is it
I
just
think-
always gonna be?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
drops
I think-
tokens
Yeah,
from
exactly.
Sylvanas skills.
Okay.
And you upgrade like that.
Okay.
We didn't even do his Sylvanas yet actually, because we didn't do a male split. So Roger hasn't killed Sylvanas, so maybe if we do male split, he can get that still this week.
You know who else could come in for a male split?
Who?
Perfecto's alt hunter.
Oh, true, I can trade. Wait, no, we don't need the legendary anymore. I can loot it for myself.
I can loot it.
Trade it
I
to
can loot it.
Exactly.
Roger can trade loot to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be funny.
Like
'Cause-
we have enough progression. Let's just go back to splits, guys. Let's pack it
Yeah.
up. Let's do splits. Yeah, this is it.
To be honest with you, it's only the male split we didn't do this week, so
Okay.
we won't be seeing a lot of splits this week, guys. Don't worry about it.
All right. Well, we're hearing from production. This is gonna be our last poll. So I gotta see
need
at
a
least
new
a phase
best.
3. I gotta see at least phase
sure.
3.
Yeah.
We need to see fourth platform, guys. Praise.
Rage.
So one thing that I wanted to ask about splits, because I was always a person that absolutely hated splits. It's like one of the worst things about progression. How are splits nowadays? Like I saw you like constantly doing like getting in viewers and whatever. Is that something that is it kind of chill for you guys? Is it just like a day off, or do you just like absolutely hate it? How is
Well,
it?
I mean, nowadays, especially this time, we had people from the outside inviting them to our raid. So the people in the raid, they didn't really have to do a lot. Unless maybe if you're like a big streamer like Gingy, you'd have to like do a shout out, like we need cloth people for this run or like leather people for this run, and people would sign up. And then people from the outside would invite them to the raid. And the only thing you had to do was basically summon them. And actually that took quite a while because the people inside the raid, they never want to do anything, myself included. They just want to chill. But yeah, so to be like in a sense of like, is it boring? It's basically the same thing. Like you're still like, you're on autopilot, you're trying not to think too much about it, you want to do it as fast as possible, not waste a lot of time. It's not a great time, but you have to do it.
Yeah.
So next splits, what you're saying is we're gonna actually have 2 people in each split that are just designated summoners.
That's what we did actually. We had pairs of people in the end, where like for example it was me and Meres, and Meres would like click on a guy and I always assist him, and we had like other people like that, and that's how we summon people really efficiently in the last few splits. But at the start it was kind of like not too hot.
If you guys are wondering what goes into Race the World First, like the level of detail of preparation, they actually had summoning pairs assigned, and they knew who was clicking it to start the portal and who was clicking on the portal.
Exactly.
It's so funny because JB started it as a joke, you know, like here's the way he thought that's serious, and then Perfectus like, oh, actually we did that.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
And I would
That's
always
awesome.
get upset if someone like snacked my portal and I couldn't click on it. I was like, someone snacked my main man. I can't click on his portal anymore.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's my portal, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. But actually, eventually we got it down to like it was so good. Some people so fast.
This is the mindset of a raider, but they get competitive about summoning.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
You know how it's like with the pit stops in Formula 1? It's kind of like that. Like you start going, like they invite people with a script, so it's very fast. Like they would invite everyone together, and then you go. It's a pit stop. Like you go, yeah. You start summoning.
That's just great. I love it.
Yeah.
This is actually the most insightful part of this whole thing that I've yet heard is like
Right?
that this is actually just like, yeah, oh no, we had they had an out of guy inviting, and then we had 2 guys assigned to, and we actually got it down. Super dude, you should have seen. We had a week or tracking how fast each of our summons were.
To
and
be
we
honest,
got it.
I think we should do that. I think we should have like a timer that runs after people are invited, and they will see how fast we can do it. and then we can compete with it ourselves. Every time we have to
True.
invite new people.
You just need to make everything a competition because that's how you guys enjoy the game,
I
right?
swear.
Like everything needs to be a competition.
swear.
You should have like a scoreboard as well.
Yeah.
For the heroic splits.
I swear, it's like Korthia. Like we kinda knew we can't do it in time. People they kept going for it because they were saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna make a spreadsheet that will track everyone's progress in terms of like rep." And then obviously you don't wanna be the fucking guy that's on the bottom of the spreadsheet because you can be like, "Oh, that guy is slacking. He's not doing his Korthia." Even though, let's be honest, you're not getting anything out of it. You might get like 1 or 2 sockets for like wasting like 3 hours every day doing your Korthia stuff. But you don't want to be the guy on the bottom, so obviously everyone wants to do it because no one wants to be the last guy, right?
So spreadsheets are the problem.
Yeah.
Who is the spreadsheet person in your guild? Because like everyone is like a spreadsheet person.
I feel at this point I feel everyone is a spreadsheet person.
Yeah, I don't know who's not the spreadsheet guy in that guild.
Like I'm learning more about spreadsheets doing Race to War Fest than I did in school. I think like yeah, it's insane.
Deep Shades is dancing for us right before the poll.
Don't they have a pool timer?
It was a
I
pool
thought they
timer,
did.
then they
Oh, they cancelled it.
Cancelled it, yeah.
Yeah. Can't believe
Pablo was
Fab is
also
still
just
playing.
waving to the camera too. He was
Yeah.
waving to the chat.
Yeah. Can't believe he's still playing with this UI. I mean, no BM.
It is a very like just standard
Just
UI kind
bare
of thing.
bones,
Yeah.
bare bones, yeah.
Mm.
And if it works for him, I think I'm a big proponent of people playing what they're comfortable with, even if it looks like really outdated. Like if you're comfortable with it and you're making it work, there's no reason to change unless you think yourself that, oh, I can get this thing and it will definitely make me better if I had it.
I think.
Womp womp. Okay, they took too long to pull, so production let us know that it's actually just.
I wanted the praise for the last platform.
Yes, we don't even get a shot at phase 3
Yeah.
now. Just yoink. All right. Well, Perfecto, it has been a pleasure having you on.
Oh, it
Thank
is
you
great,
for your
guys. Wait, they're
wisdom.
pulling now? No.
Okay, they said one more.
Okay, let's go.
We can have one more. Let's go.
Praise, guys. Last
Praise
platform.
in the chat. Let's get this. Alright, so so when you have these kind of breaks in between, of course you have like the lunch breaks and dinner breaks. When you have added breaks in between, is this really just to like discuss things, or do you also have like set like snack breaks or like getting out of the chair breaks?
No, we definitely have the little breaks, but you should see those on the screen. Like it should say 5 minutes. Those are the scheduled breaks. If you're seeing us not pulling, it could be like a million things. It could be like some weak order not working, like big weeks timers, like some guy's screen turning off, like something. Like it could be anything really, but usually it's something tactic-wise that we're talking. It's some tactic discussion.
Okay. What's the weirdest thing you guys took a break for this raid?
I'm not sure actually. There's nothing really weird. To be honest, I don't know. We take so many breaks, none of them really stand out.
Maybe a concerning answer. I don't know. There's so many breaks.
Yeah, I mean, I know people, they want to see the pools, they want to see us like pumping the boss and stuff.
Wait, Flex says Kush getting hacked?
Oh yeah, that happened. Like, I don't know what that was. He never really explained it. But first of all, it was not during the race. I mean, like, it was during Heroic Week, right? And someone like took over his keyboard, but not in real life. He took over his keyboard like, you know, from a different machine. He didn't know who it was.
What?
And he started like typing stuff. He started like opening the map. Like imagine you're playing the game, yeah, and your map turns on or something, or like someone starts typing something without you doing anything. That's creepy, yeah. And then
super creepy.
And then he walked him off, like we were doing Sylvanas heroic, and he walked off the edge, like the guy that was hacking him. He walked him off the edge. And then we had to like take a break for like 5 minutes because he had to restart his router. And
Yeah, I
stuff
think
like
at that point I
Maybe
would
this is
pick
like
my.
a very elaborate excuse from Kush. Like he just accidentally fell off, and he's like, you know why someone hacked my my keyboard.
No, he was saying it the entire phase one that someone is typing with his
Yeah,
keyboard.
that's you got to sell it early. If you think
Oh,
you're gonna make a
maybe, yeah.
mistake,
It's a
you got to
long
start
con,
planting that seed.
To be honest, if anyone would do it, it would be Kush.
Oh man, and he just built it up, you know, in case he
Yeah.
does make a mistake, so he can have this excuse. It's like a really big build up.
In fact, that's what I'm doing on Progress next raid. Is I'm gonna tell people, hey, somebody's been hacking me for the last week.
Yeah.
So if something weird happens tonight, you'll know.
Yeah, the thing is, he is suspiciously chill as well about it, because like, if someone was, if I was playing the game and someone was typing, while I'm not pressing anything, I would be creeped out. I would be fucking, I would be leaving the venue. I would be going
Yeah,
back
I would turn my PC off. I would like stop, get out.
I would cut my internet cable with fucking scissors. Like. But he is chill, so I'm not sure. Maybe you're onto something, dude.
He like starts typing back to the guy. Hey, what's your name?
And the guy was apparently Swedish as well, because he was typing in Swedish, so suspicious. Maybe it was Jimmy.
Possible, yeah. I mean, maybe he's just wearing an aluminium hat now, so he's fine.
Probably.
All right. Well, we've got I think a clean. Oh, no, wait. We don't have a B-res, so it was not a clean phase 1. The B-res
I didn't
counter.
even see who died.
Yeah, not looking like Perfecto would like it to look.
Not yet, but there's still time to build up
There's
some
time, yeah.
automatons.
True.
Yeah, that's I didn't think about that, but that's actually, if I was DPS, that's exactly, you're right. I would go into the last phase and I'd just look at the B-res. And if we had 2 of them, I'd be like, I can fuck up as many times as I want in this phase, doesn't matter.
Okay, Kush just explained it. I think it's funny because what he's saying is that like the keyboard had saved like a bunch of button presses as like a macro, and then it happened later on. And this is actually something that has happened before with Sloot. Like this is a long time ago. Sloot had the same thing happen. Like he was streaming, and then all of a sudden his character like walked around randomly. He used abilities, and then he like took his hand off the keyboard, and he was like, "What is going on?" Like he was super creeped out. And people were like clipping this part, and they posted it on MMO Champion and said, "Look, guys, his bot." Like you can see that he's botting his rotation or something.
He's botting.
And they were like excusing it. It's like, you guys are dumb if you don't know that all of the like world first raiders are like botting their rotation. There's no way they could play this perfectly without bots. It was like the really funny like the whole thread was just hilarious.
I never had that. This is where Roger is really pumping, by the way. Like he gets the PI, he's ready to blast here.
Alright, there we go. Roger rising to the top. Let's see if he can get Kanex as well. There we go. Big pump.
He is destroying this pack right now.
That's
oh
a
no.
lot of damage.
Did
So
he
if you
get hit?
consider that this is phase 1 damage as well, which is like a long time already, right? Like there's this whole damage that happened in phase 1, and he still managed to like just overtake 3 people in the DPS by a lot. So yeah, definitely.
I mean, if you see the damage on this pack, I bet Roger's doing like 2 times the damage from the second guy or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Usually, if I'm in like Roger's position right here, I have one of my details windows set specifically to the ad that I'll be annihilating, so that everyone can really appreciate just how much damage I'm doing to that thing.
But if you see this time, they were not slow. Like they were pretty much on time with the other team. But maybe it's because Mini died. I'm not sure.
Or maybe that's the secret for.
Yeah, maybe just have
evening
a
at the
guy
sides.
jump off.
Yeah.
All right, so what's this there's this weak aura, maybe you know, that pops up in the middle of Roger's screen that shows somebody's name and then a number next to it. And I'm not sure. I've been trying to figure out if it's like shields or something.
Is it the veil stack?
Maybe. I'll see if
Because it shows the number of absorbs, like how much absorb this guy is having right now. From the veil.
maybe that. Yeah, maybe that is what that is. Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause I was gonna say it's big. It's a way bigger number than you'd be able to put on a player from like a disc pre shield or something.
Yeah, it's like 100k something.
Okay, that makes sense.
Another question while you talk about this weaker, I guess there's I think it's Fabo who had like a weaker that basically just says cancel shout. And I was like, why do you want to cancel the shout on Sylvanas? Like I couldn't really come up with
Really?
anything. Yeah. And I
Why
was
was
like, why
that?
would I cancel it? Like,
It's like some old weaker he has.
maybe?
I haven't
I'm
to
not
be
even sure
honest.
if it was Fabo either. It's like somebody.
I haven't
Alright,
looked at
well,
this of him.
we're never gonna know the answer because we're being yoinked off of the
Oh.
broadcast. So sorry to leave you guys on a cliffhanger like
Yeah.
that. But yeah, once again, Perfecto, thank you for coming on.
It was fun, guys. It
You
was
were
really
a
fun.
font of knowledge. And Nagura, you're on again tomorrow morning, earlier shift, right?
Yep.
All right.
Hopefully we get the kill and not you later on.
I actually would be totally down to see Sylvanas die tomorrow. If I thought that this raid was going to go fast for my guild, I would be totally okay with that.
Me too.
So, all right, well, that'll do it for us. Hope you guys enjoy some wonderful Sylvanas progress, and I will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, guys.
See you guys.
Bye.
Yes, did the math. I'm not even moving.
It's not even remotely close. I think we can have
Not
one
close,
person
yeah.
dead the whole phase.
Yeah.
If you actually needed someone to make the map for you, yeah? Crazy, bro.
What are you killing, Roger?
Always the
Oh,
round
that one.
fire.
Oh, I unplotted that one.
It's ready for blue.
User left your channel.
Ready for blue. Go.
And the Hallow.
Be in the
probably into-
Ashen. Yeah. Turn coming up and watching. Watch feet. Mains incoming and we bait on green. Watch towards green if you can. Bait on green.
Darius Rivers.
Gingy into Roger. Get out, Gingy. Roger in front of him. Nice. Coming.
Okay,
Also
that's smelling me.
Watch your feet now. No dying allowed. Watch again.
Watch for the gateways, boys.
And then purple gateway.
And we are back. Welcome everybody to the stream, even though you guys, for the most part, were probably here before us. But we are so good to see you. I know for me personally, when I left off, Echo was just seeing the very, very beginning of the second phase. So I'm really excited to see how far they got. I have been watching and I did see that they are getting some pulse into their phase 3 now. So what about you, Grant? What have you been up to?
I've been doing my best Tyler 1 impersonation. I got my sleeves rolled up, my arms out, my head shaved. Together, we are almost a normally haired human. It is Team Shave. Thank you for joining us here this afternoon to watch Echo kick some bloody ass and get a world first kill. My name is Grant. As we said, I'm joined by Loin State, Meat Crotch, whatever you want to call her. She's got many, many names. The eyebrowless one, Voldemort, some may go for. Thank you all for being here. I'm really hoping we get some deep phase 3 pulls. I don't know if chat could hear, but just before we started, they were saying they've done the maths. It can be killed, but they cannot lose anyone. That's how tight the DPS check is going to be here. So pretty excited to see how this is going to end up going. We are already deep into a pool here. Of course, we're in phase 1. We've seen a lot of it. We will go over it as we're coming into the intermission now. We're going to see these giant spikes be thrown at us, chain spawning on everyone in the raid that have to go down. A lot of rot damage, as Stakelines would say, and a lot of dodging to do.
Yeah, it's exactly what you're saying. I do remember one of the dangerous points that we were seeing this guild die to over and over, and Limit as well. There's that dangerous crossover where a bunch of the spikes spawn. You see the raid now is very cleanly stacking together, stacking all of their raid CDs with barrier and the AMZs, just to mitigate as much damage as they can. But now I was so impressed. I wake up and see that that's just being handled perfectly. They're not really having nearly as much deaths there anymore. I think the last few polls I watched, I haven't seen any. So this phase is just being handled so much better. I remember even thinking, like, with how bad it looked at the time, I considered the possibility, like, are they gonna maybe like nerf the arrows a little bit? I wasn't really sure, but never mind. I was like, I can't believe I even thought that. You know, I should have known better, and now everything just looks so much cleaner.
One thing I'm really excited with is they've added a weaker for when the bridges are going to spawn, or they've added a timer for when the bridges were going to spawn. Yesterday, we saw a bunch of players jumping prematurely and actually just like kind of phasing through it as it was spawning and just dying. We saw Gingy going for some flaps. It didn't work out. We saw Jimmy making absolutely huge plays, as we are on board with Mr. Gingy. Nope, just kidding. I got him. It is Jimmy. So Jimmy over here on what seems to be the right side. Going to start taking these ads. You can see that the priority is going to be the Soul Judge first of all. Then I believe the Goliath. This Goliath going to be doing, he gets stronger every time he punches someone. So you can see here he's getting more and more buffs, getting tougher and tougher. But he does fall. And pretty good pull so far from what I can see. It looks like everyone's alive. And we're going to be moving up to catch up with Sylvanas, give her a little bit of a kick so she can't blow us all up with Ruin. And yeah, so far so good here.
Yeah, and the other really good thing about this poll is so far we have both of the battle reses up. Usually sometimes when they get to this point they'll maybe lose 1 or 2 people, but it's really important that they get into the final phase with as many B reses as they can. We can maybe make a little bit of a parallel comparison to Painsmith, where it was a similar thing where you could technically enter the last phase without your B reses, but you need to have everybody alive, and we can expect that the last phase is going to have some really tight tuning. We are seeing some early deaths on the first platform, and as that phase goes on, it's going to be more and more difficult. The arrows are going to have less room to run out to make the raid take less damage. Not sure how they're going to handle it. So just from your point of view, what do you think we're going to see? Do you think we're going to see them suicide them, or just keep going?
It's very curious. I'm wondering if there's stuff you can do with maybe like maybe disengage tech like we saw on Painsmith. Maybe if someone like Jimmy can come back on using Vengeful Retreat. I think you have to find a way to get it as far away as possible, and obviously the later the fight goes, the more difficult that will be. It might be a case of just yeeting yourself off the edge. We do see the Colossus here going to cast Expulsion, which is just a soak mechanic. Ideally, obviously, I imagine they'd want you to split here, but Echo have figured out that if you just both soak on top of each other inside an AMZ and a barrier, it's not too bad. 1 death so far going down onto Zerwo. Unfortunate, is going to make the DPS check a little bit tighter. He is on this platform, I believe. No battle res going out. It's actually behind the sponsor panel here for Jimmy for that incredible esports nutrition ELX. So I can't see how long is on it. Look at him. He's so alpha. I know, right? This is what he does, and a couple of times it didn't work yesterday, but we do manage to get the second kick on Sylvanas, and the raid now back together. Battle res hasn't gone out. Maybe waiting to the very beginning and pick phase 3 in case we lose a healer or someone like that. But I mean, this is so incredibly difficult, so precise. Ads being taken down, Sylvanas being blasted. We're going to see another set of orbs here that come from the summoners, I believe. And back on to Sylvanas, Windrunner herself. We're going to be phasing into phase 3 with both battle reses up for now. Only 1 death, so we can presume 1 battle res up. And if they can do a little better at controlling it than they did in the last pool where we had comms, there's a possibility we could see a new personal best.
Yep, it is in a way okay if someone dies here, because they have not gotten too far into phase 3 right now. Regarding specifically that part of the fight, it is a little it is okay if things are a little weird because they're still figuring out the mechanics, they're still figuring out the timings. At some point when they go on their breaks, that's when we're probably going to see Scripe once again enter Excel hell, and here we are. Here we are with them starting the new phase. Everybody is alive except one person, but they will at some point have to take time to go through all the numbers, make sure that they have everything allocated to the right area, and then hopefully we can start to see some cleaner phase 3s as they figure out what is the best way to handle these mechanics.
Yeah, we can see it is going to be Jimmy, the very mobile Havoc Demon Hunter. That is going to be the one that's going to vacuum up platform 2 here, clear room for when we go further forward. In terms of mechanics here, we're going to see a whole bunch going down. AMZ going to go down. She's going to head in, cast Banshee's Fury. That's a whole bunch of just absolutely incredible dots of damage here, and when it gets to 0, you do need to head off the platform as she is going to raise it. And now we see that we have gone onto platform 2. This is a very solid pull so far, Stake Lines. No one has gone down in that first Banshee's Fury. We're seeing more arrows come out as long as they go out correctly, and I believe they go 2 platforms over. This part, very, very scary. Like, pizza cutters everywhere. Everyone except Panic's alive. G very low. Does look like G falls too. I imagine, and Phil, we're seeing a lot of people die here. Look, that's the kind of thing I was talking about as a way to maybe sap mechanics. We saw him jump off, kind of use that glide a little bit there just to get and make a little bit more room. Couple of soaks coming down here. It does look like Jimmy's going to take one. A bit of a knockback there, but of course he just glides straight back on. We've lost a lot of people, unfortunately, at 73% here, but another bloody good pull, getting close to that PB once again of 69 point a bit. Funny number. A wipe comes in, but they're learning. They're learning.
Yeah, one thing that we're gonna notice is the further you get into phase 3.
65. I'm wrong. Sorry.
Oh, well, not a funny number anymore, is it? So as we get further into the phase 3, we are going to see that it is going to be harder and harder. The damage is going to stack up a little bit. For the most part, although the platforms are pretty much handled the same way, however, when the players get those arrows that they need to run out, the further they are away from the raid, the less of the splash damage that there is. But unfortunately, when you get to the last platform, what we have been seeing... Yeah, what we have been seeing is they usually take the arrow 2 platforms away, as opposed to Heroic, where you just usually see them take it 1. I'm really curious to see how they'll handle it, because that's going to be a lot of damage that they're going to have to take running through these really high damage platforms. Are we going to maybe see them suicide it? Are we going to just see them allocate all their CDs at the end to keep everybody surviving? But the damage is really going to ramp up. We're only just getting the start.
What about... bot and things like that? Is that going to work? Would that remove it possibly? Would that make it easier? We don't know. Like, have we tried it on Heroic even? There's a possibility that could work, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. And now that I look at it, I just realized it looks like that they're using a Blood DK and a Monk. Originally, in our earlier polls, they were running with the Monk prop pound and composition for a while. They temporarily switched to the DK, but then they quickly switched back. But now I was thinking, oh, maybe they could use like a spell ward as well. So yeah, exactly what you're saying. I'm not exactly sure. I'm sure for the individual, there might be some way for them to just mitigate the damage or remove it completely. So you're completely right.
Yeah, it's something we're going to see later on. Of course, we're not reliably getting to Pillar 3, let alone Pillar 4 just yet. It's a very, very, very difficult fight. You cannot afford to make a single mistake in any phase, and it just so happens that it is a very long fight as well. We are seeing, of course, that 65.22 is our best pull. That is the health that we wiped with. So if she dies at 50%, then you can do the maths. It's actually 30.4% remaining. Of course, no execution, which kind of means we're about 30% off. Guys, thank you so much for joining. Team, doing way too much for charity, losing all your hair. It's a real pleasure to have you here tonight. Me and Stake Lines are really excited for this. I seem to have lost the bald in front of my name, which is pleasant. It is really, really bloody hot here, so we're going to do our best to keep you up to date with what's going on. We're going to have a fun as well. It looks like the players are going to be taking a bit of a break here, just a short one, just to maybe get into XL Hell alongside the analyst Misery, who I got to chat to quite a lot last night and was very, very excited. He told us a little bit about Kalfazard, and obviously we saw Echo kill that in way too few polls. He called that his Mona Lisa. That was his masterpiece. That was his brain power. This is what he said. He might have lied to me. He said, yeah, it was his masterpiece. So the guys behind the scenes working double time right now to try and maybe. We've already had a Mona Lisa. Does anyone else know any other art that's really good? Michelangelo. I'm just gonna name turtles: Raphael, Leonardo, and Donatello.
I was about to say like, oh, that painting Da Vinci, but I like before I said that I'm like, wait, that's the artist. So
I have no idea.
Almost said something.
Vincent
really
van Gogh. Chat. They're all artists. I need some Rembrandt. I'm just gonna say art people's names. Jimmy's a god. You're goddamn right. I wonder why her name is Steak Clones. It's a secret that will haunt me to the end of my days. Trust me. When I found out. Okay, guys. One thing that I have noticed upon coming back, I wasn't here until we stopped last night, obviously, is that charity goal doesn't seem to have moved a lot since I went. And honestly, I look great with a shaved head, let's be real. But this person, she's not pulling it off. So let's not let that be in vain. Let's not have these eyebrows. Like, I didn't want to cast alongside Voldemort today. But we do what we do. So I want to see !charity, !donate. You can also scroll down below your favorite streamer site to do so. If Roger and Stripe don't go fishing, I'm going to have to go and collect them and drag them by the scruff of their necks in order to take them. So help me so I don't have to do that, because I don't want to have a karate style martial arts fight with both of them, because I don't want to hurt them. But please, 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 we want to see them go fishing. Not just that, we're only 7,500 away, even less than, from getting all of these amazing, amazing weak auras out. We have our global goals too, Echo versus Limit racing at the exact same time. I think you'll find Voldemort loves crab. They were BFFs. It was in the books. It was some fan fiction I wrote.
Okay, hold on. Oh, I was gonna say, hold on a minute. I may be a Slytherin, but I am not a crab fan. Who is the name of the character in the book, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know Harry Potter? That being said, please don't let our hair loss be in vain. We want to see that fishing stream. That's like Grant and I's. I think it's actually both of our favorite goal. We literally mauled it and lost our hair for it. So please don't let it go to vain.
I was growing it out. I was growing my hair out. I was going to out-hair Zalia. Like, that was my goal. Maybe not for this race to world first. I needed more time. I was building it. It was growing. It was gaining in strength. And now look what happened. I hate you, Preheat. This is what happened. There's now a bold cam. I honestly look like a smaller, fatter, actually probably taller, fatter Tyler 1 right now. It's not great. Sorry, Tyler. I mean, we also have the Voldemort cam. Can we get that one? Is that one prepared? Let's test Preheat. Oh. He's working on it. This is where you really test the production team. Look at this. Like,
I can't move all my hair away because I have so much of it, but
look at the size of that head. Like, honestly, twins. Tyler 2. That's really good. Yeah, so this is what we have done. We want to see that goal go up. It's at 17,520 right now. We will, of course, be able to read some of these donations up as well. I'm going to open our very lovely Tiltify tracker here so I can see what is going on. But I want to see that number rise. We haven't had a donation now in an amount of time. The last one was from Nerf to Mike. We also had Lightdrow, Rayan, The Hobbit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep them coming. Our top donator right now, still sitting at Marcel, what a legend. But if that number doesn't go up, then maybe we'll just stop talking. Can we do that?
Yeah, you know, keep in mind, you guys, if you want to leave us some nice messages or anything, you know, you can also leave some in the comments as well, or if you want to give any shout outs or anything. Also, just one more reminder regarding the charity. We did have a really cool interview that you guys can check out as well, where the actual the founder was talking about it. Something that I found really cool was that this he started this charity by doing sales in MOP. So it was it was originally started at that time by a WoW player, one of us. So, you know, really, really good cause. And again, we get to see these amazing goals, which not only do I want to see the fishing screen, but the weak auras.
I need them. I can't kill bosses. I need the help. We did just have one donation rock in to get you guys moving. It looks like a couple actually have started to move in here. We had one from, we've had a few. So Nerf Mike, 20 bucks. Thank you. Marley, 5 bucks. Let's go. I'm going to add a let's effing in front of that. Cult File, 20 bucks as well. Thank you so much. Keep it moving. Keep it going. We are the sellouts here. We've got some really fun stuff planned for you guys. And all you need to do is help change the world. Grant reached GM as Protoss and StarCraft 2. Let's not go for impossible donations because I'm dumb. Why is there someone called Bull Grant in chat? That's not me. Wow. Okay. We'll be pulling again pretty soon, I imagine. It looks like Roger. Looking pretty good. He's wearing a hoodie.
Yeah, I don't understand, because I remember half the povs you see, there's a bunch of fans in the background.
Yeah,
and I have been in a room with a bunch of computers with a bunch of sweaty boys before, so I don't know how he's doing it right now. It's definitely pretty hot in hot rooms like that.
Right now in Bern as well, it is 25 degrees, which is 77 in freedom units. So it's not cold where Roger is either. I know he's got a fan on, but he's wearing a hoodie. What an absolute madman. Dude just knows. If he gets those arms out, it's all over. For everyone. He wants to make it fair for the people in that other guild. Complex Limity, I think is their name.
Whoa.
So he's got to keep the guns away. Whereas I got mine out. Grant boxing match versus State Coins. How much?
Yeah, I just saw that.
And it's my old guild master that's spamming it.
I'd do it for free, by the way.
I would. You.
Yeah.
Yeah. So don't worry about that. Okay.
You know what? Maybe next event, if we're in person. You know what? If we're in person,
I'll just let you clock me for like some money. I'll just let you. I'll just let you have this one swing.
You can hold it to us if we're together at the same event for the next race. We'll definitely do something.
Yeah. Yeah, we can have a take me out. It does look like we're getting into some pools here. Lovely bloody graphics from our design team. Congratulations, good job, guys. And we are getting into Sylvanas Windrunner once again. Have to see if they can improve after that very short tactics break. That study doesn't look like any changes compositionally here. Everything's looking the same. We have our team, and it looks like we're going to be sticking with it.
Yep. Just making a reference to yesterday. The only change that I see since I stopped again was the prop paladin, and it looks like they brought back the blood DK. On top of that, at the very start, I don't remember if they were running an enhanced shaman. I know they were rotating him in and out, trying to test it out. But you can especially see on the opener the amount of damage that an enhanced shaman is doing. We want to give them a little bit of love because it's pretty rare that we see them on prog, especially on end fights like this. But yeah, it does look like it does look like that we see the same thing where they're running like 5 boomkins. So I guess all their crying at the beginning of the tier on Twitter paid off.
It makes me laugh. It makes me laugh so much. Boomkins are dead. You're never going to see a boomkin. Noggy falling very low there. Does manage to get saved. You're seeing a whole bunch of boomkins. Of course, Innovate's very, very important on a fight this long. I will say they offer that. And just the damage. Look at the DPS meters right now. Can exchange Law got clicks and Klaus all in the top 6. But of course, the man who said he was going to bring Hunter back, the man who is somehow wearing a hoodie, at the top, Roger has been slaying it as that marksmanship hunter.
Yeah, I will like to add as well, as great of a player as he is getting the PI chat, so let's not let that...
Why you gotta do him like this?
Well, yeah, look, credits owed where credits due. Oh, and it looks like we just saw Zero go down. A lot of the raid is getting pretty low. The raid damage there is pretty scary, but it looks like they're going to be using one of their battle reses in phase 3. All of the Dark Sentinels are coming in. It looks like these are being crowd controlled so much better than they were yesterday. It is a bit of a choke point. You cannot let them run in, and it makes it especially difficult for Melee to hit the boss because they just have to keep running away. But it looks like all of them are going down. They're continuing the pull. Everything so far is looking pretty decent, minus the battle res.
Yeah, there's Unfortunately, you can never switch off during this fight. It has sort of Painsmith syndrome, where even phase 1, where you think that is your time to warm up, to focus up for the later parts of the fight, if you switch off for even a second, you're losing someone, you're using a battle res. The second one comes up at the very, very end / very beginning of phase 2, depending on when you phase. And I mean, as you said, we have seen that blood DK come back in. Offering grabby hands, especially for these ads, they've been gripped together a lot inside the Ring of Frost. Preheat's favorite ability, I'm pretty sure, is he now has to play Frost Mage. It's just offering control, because if they get to you, you're going to die. You're going to lose people. You can see here just how useful the Ring of Peace and the Ring of Frost is in keeping them all back. The other problem is Thrall. You can see him running around here trying to help, in inverted commas. He actually knocks them away. He knocks them apart. All of his autos have sort of a fanning knockback effect. So he's really, really annoying when you're trying to deal with those ads.
Wait, did you say that Thrall is doing that?
Yeah, yep.
I guess
Right.
maybe you just been...
I'm helping.
It is, I swear, NPCs are... Can we just get Khadgar back from Gul'dan?
No.
Where he just sits there and autos with a staff and just yells
that'd be
things in the
fine.
background. Like, it just, you know, it's kind
I
of
want
like giving...
cheerleader Thrall. I want him in the back with pom-poms doing dance routines for us. That would be more useful.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you have like a 4-year-old sibling, you just give them the controller, it's not plugged in. It's just kinda...
That's what we need.
But it looks like now we just had
gonna be a
one
wipe.
more death. Yeah, we had one more death, and then 2 more people just kind of followed. Looks like they're gonna wipe. Smart choice. Got to save as much time as you can just to go into the next poll. But yeah, got to save those B-reses.
Oh yes, most definitely. We've had a couple more donations I'm going to read out whilst we reset here. Oxine, I apologize, 20 bucks, thank you. Warnio, 20 bucks. You can do this. Keep it up, Raiders. Hey, thanks, man. Olivinka, sorry. 20 bucks, thank you. Alex, 5 bucks, thank you. Nev Mike, 20 bucks. Can I donate to get you to stop talking? Sorry, couldn't resist the joke. What's the top donation, by the way? The top donation right now is $1,000 by Marcel. That was done when we were at about $3,000, so let's see some help. Apart from that, thank you guys. We're getting that number up, get it closer and closer to 20,000. I'm going to be harking on about it for bloody ages. So, you know, every single dollar helps a lot to getting us towards seeing Roger and Scrape go fishing. And maybe they'll let us, like, play-by-play commentate it, which would be hilarious. I'm sure we can make it happen, you know. Chat, you've got a lot of say on this. Me shaving my head wasn't planned. It was chat that did that. So
On top of that, keep in mind both Echo and Limit are raising money for the same cause.
Yeah.
This is to an extent like a joint fundraiser. Right now they are leading the race, but they are leading in donations. It would be so cool if they ended up coming out on top on both. So let's try our best and stay ahead in both. But once again, thank you so much for the donations, except for the fact that you made me shave my eyebrows. But you know, it's what I signed up for. So and. Well, you know, Grant, I have to walk back into a corporate setting next week, so...
This is so good. The best thing about this is that people don't realize, I guess people don't know, you're not full-time doing this like I am. You work in finance. You work in boardrooms, in meetings with clients and important people, and you haven't got any fucking eyebrows. And to me, that's truly, truly a beautiful, beautiful thought. Yeah, this is going to be... pretty cool. Talk about things that are pretty cool. Mirez, with his awesome hair, which I no longer have. We're on board with the monk point of view here. I'm interested to see actually how he uses things like Ring of Peace in order to control ads. We've seen a lot of it being used more just to make sure everything's in perfect position, stake lines. And it's cool to see Brewmaster getting a lot of play.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about the Brewmaster thing, or I'm not saying their choice isn't correct, just more of the sense of, I feel like we see a Brewmaster like every tier. Just in general, they are a very safe pick just because of their interaction with Stagger. The damage that they intake is pretty predictable, and healers can like actively track it at every moment to see how much damage they're taking per second. So yeah, we are definitely seeing a lot of Brewmaster love this tier, but they usually are a pretty safe pick. One thing that I know I personally was super happy to see was a prop paladin. We haven't, except for like super niche situations, we have not seen one used through a large portion of the prog. Unfortunately, it looks like they're probably not going to run that for their final comp here, but we did see their prop paladin run for a lot of their pulls, so progress. Really happy to see that. And then again, also the enhanced shaman. We're just seeing some different unique classes being used, so that makes me really happy to see.
Yeah, I was very surprised at the choice of tanks for the entirety of this tier, because going into this, everyone sort of said, you know, paladins are squishy. It's kind of a bit of a meme, you know. They do absurd damage. I don't imagine now is that far behind other DPS at the bottom of the meters. He's almost half a DPS. And the DKs was another thing where they don't deal with lots and lots of damage coming in. Like, if it's just one large hit, they could just heal and it's great. But if it's coming in bit by bit, it can be difficult for them to leech back all of that life and to use those runes and to build them to heal themselves. But both have been used so predominantly, with these tanks just getting good enough at rotating cooldowns and playing safely. And of course, the healers deserve all the props for keeping these squishier tanks alive in order to get that utility that they both bring. There's tons and tons of.
And just a reminder, this is something that we were hitting on yesterday with the phase 1. When the chains spawn, just as we're seeing now, it pulls the players towards them. And it's like, especially if you're melee, you cannot get in melee range of them because they will kill you.
Yeah.
This makes it significantly harder for the healers to heal through this phase. And for those of you that do not know, with Holy Paladins, they generate most of their resources by standing in melee and hitting the boss or hitting something just to regenerate, like their Holy Shocks and to get all the healing out. Disc has the same interaction, except they can do it from range. So when they're being pulled away from places where they need to DPS to essentially heal, it makes those overlaps really hard, which is where they kind of need to rely on the raiders using their health bots and health stones, using their defensives, and making sure that they're standing in the barriers or being in range of the diva, which generally isn't really an issue, but the barrier and the AMZ especially.
Yeah.
So the phase 1 here is especially rough on healers.
Yeah, we're only running 4 healers. This isn't a 5 healer fight because the DPS check is that insane, as we do see the players throwing themselves into an early bedtime. But we don't have a throughput healer, like an out-and-out throughput healer. We don't have a druid, we don't have a monk. We don't even have a shaman that kind of offers the middle ground between DR and throughput. They've gone for the DPS and the utility that is coming from these Holy Paladins and these Disc Priests, having things like grips, which are all assigned in this fight, having things like, of course, Ashen Hollow to do so much damage, as well as healing. We also have things like bots, which we discussed could be used later in the fight to kind of kind of use the game mechanics is the new word for cheese, to kind of deal with some of the more difficult mechanics. We're not sure how they're going to handle things like Wailing Arrows on platform 3 and 4. It's tricky. It's a tricky balance here. The healers have, I would go as far as to say, and maybe some DPS will get mad at me, I think the healers have the hardest job. This tier specifically.
All right, I am going to lean into this and say, oh no, they absolutely have the hardest
You're
job.
a healer, you're going to say that. Like, to be fair, you play Shaman, so you're like barely a healer, you just press Riptide.
Oh my god.
Got him. Yeah, of course, they're handling every mechanic that melee and tanks are dealing with, but they're also playing a mini game, clicking on lighty up bars like a child with a toy.
Yeah,
so it's difficult.
Yeah, my general argument I use is exactly what you said. Is like, on top of dealing with all the mechanics that the DPS they have to pay so much attention to that box. Like, imagine half of your attention being taken away from what it normally is, put into something else. I'm probably actually looking at my frames and want to say 80% of the fight, you rely on all of the audio cues and all the peripherals in your eyes to avoid the mechanics. I do understand that in a world first setting, although tanks generally have it pretty easy because a lot of times they only have to tank swap. The tanks have been given a lot more mechanics this tier. It has been a lot harder on them, specifically mechanically, and at a world first level, it's not quite the same thing, and they just have so much more to deal with. Survivability is hard, and on top of having to survive, managing their CDs perfectly, it's super important that they squeeze out as much DPS as they can. So up here, it's like a whole different pecking order of difficulty.
Yeah, and healers are the same. They have to get as much DPS as they can. We see often in these pools early that Zalia will fall quite far behind. And you can see even as we start here, he's not even on the healing meter. He's blasting right now. He is blasting. He'll get a heal when he needs to. But he's smiting. He's doing everything he can to get damage in because the DPS checks are so extreme. We heard the comms earlier that they can mathematically kill this if nobody dies in the final phase. And they play perfectly. That's just such a tall ask. So right now, they're putting the reps in, they're getting the practice in. So phase 1 and phase 2 is perfected, without perfecto, unfortunately. But they need to be able to do this perfectly every single time. See that a bunch of them taking the gate here. They're going to bait out the Veil in a position that's more favorable, so they have more room on the platform. And here we go.
Yeah, especially when you want to take out some of the mechanics as far as you can, because sometimes, depending on which one they are, it spawns ads. So you want to have as much time as you can to DPS them as they come down. Here we see an Innervate Weakor that I really need to pick up for myself. But as this goes on, more and more clusters of these chains are spawning. I remember looking yesterday at the logs, and I'll have to check today to see if there's an updated amount. But most of the deaths that we were seeing were to damage from chains.
Yeah.
Of course, things that contribute to this may be having to run away from the ads at the same time. But the actual thing that killed the players was the chain deaths, because we can see here there was only 1 or 2 clusters of them that spawned. The damage is still pretty absurd, and as we get further in the fight, more and more clusters spawn, which is where you see them have to do that perfect overlap where they all stack on each other, stack the CDs, and then in addition to that, deal with the sentinels as they're pulling them back here from the melee, protecting our friendly melee as well as they can, nuking them down with all of these starfalls, convokes, everything that they got, just so they can push it into the phase 2 and get some more practice in there, and hope that we could see more practice for phase 3 so they can do some more math on their later breaks.
Yeah, and speaking about, healing and how intense it is, paladins don't struggle with mana. Never. Both of them are close to 50, 60% already. And we are 2 minutes 25 into the fight. It's a possibly 15-minute fight. So mana optimization is going to be so important, making sure all your casts are, not wasted, that you're not overlapping heals. There's so much perfecting to do on a very, very, very long encounter here that it's going to be difficult. I really do feel sorry for these guys. There's no way. This is the hardest encounter so far. I definitely think it's fair to say we've seen how tight it is, not just mechanically, but DPS-wise, heal-wise. As well as the mechanics of it. Even using, there we go, we can see the Ring of Peace to make sure they're all stacked up perfectly neatly so they can be AoE'd down, they can be hit by that the CC and things all at once. Ryson going down, instant battle res here from Gingy. Having to cancel a new moon, I think, as well. And now we see he's just gonna take a step back here. Everyone back up at this point, and our second battle res comes up right as we enter into the intermission. Or phase 2. It's scary though.
Yep, and here we see that really dangerous overlap. They're putting down the AMZ, the barrier, the darkness. They're putting down all the mitigation that they can do right there. And just to hit on your note of mana, it is extremely mana intense. Although paladins are known to not really run out of much, or run out of mana too often.
40%.
Oh no, I'm saying even that is low for holy paladins.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 40% at this point in a fight is crazy. Usually they'd be 75, maybe 80 in 2 minutes in. So really having to spam here. Sorry to interject there. This is wild. This is just unbelievably difficult.
Yeah, the amount of the amount of mana they have to go through is insane, and even for the Disc Priest, it's pretty deceptive because, as you mentioned earlier, they have 5 innervates, and I can guarantee you every single one of them is being fed to the Disc Priest. They do get a chance here to regenerate a little bit of mana. Right here, you can actually get a full channeled mana potion off, and in the third phase, you are going to get the opportunity to use another one if they do choose to use the mana pot as opposed to the intellect. I'd like to guess that they probably will, but here, you can see they're regenning, and the healing in this phase isn't nearly as intense as it is in the first or the third phase. So if they manage everything properly, they can come out with 100%. Everything kind of gets refreshed and reset here, just so they can prepare for the dangers of phase 3.
Yeah. So as we go in here, we see the ads are spawning. The Soul Judge, a little bit annoying, does put debuffs and things on people, the silence zones as well. But the Goliath is what's really, really scary. The tanks are getting chunked at this point. Every time he hits, he powers up that little bit, gains, I believe, 4% attack damage and 5% attack speed. So you can see how quick he's starting to slap at this point. And each of those slaps getting more and more powerful. We're probably seeing things like pain stops going out here. Hard to tell when we are on board with Jimmy Fragments here, who has been, in my opinion, the standout player for Echo in this encounter. His movement is unreal. You see, he's the first one there every time with that Demon Hunter mobility, playing momentum, getting those eye beams out too. Getting as much damage done as he possibly can. Everyone alive. And we start off without too many issues here, State Lines.
Yeah, I must say, I definitely envy the Demon Hunter mobility. They have the dashes, they can fly, which I still believe to this day is a little bit faster than just the walking speed.
It is.
Which is, oh yeah, I just wanted to double check. But that's why you just see so many of them just constantly jump. I know a lot of players just randomly jump just because, you know, spaghetti fingers, but here it actually does give them a little bit of a movement speed increase. I feel lucky with Ghost Wolf, but just seeing the amount of, you know, safety that they have here with the vault, they have the dash, the flying. I'm definitely quite jealous, especially coming from a paladin point of view. So here we see they just finished that part of the fight. They're moving on to the next bridges where we're once again going to see them split up. It looks like in general they're just splitting the DPS to give even damage on each side. They're splitting up 2 healers. And then it looks like they're moving on to the mini boss where once again, a note you hit on earlier, they have those 2 AoE circles that it looks like they decided it's better just to stack them up and put them under safety